I think. So we'll wait a second for some more people to come in. All right, cool. So first off, let me just make sure that we are live on the interwebs. Looks like we're good. So welcome to BSides RDU 2022 Hacktoberfest. First, I'm sure you've noticed your badge here. We try to come up with a new design every year, and actually like the rest of my core team to come up here as well. And I'm gonna actually let Base quickly talk about the badge design because she definitely, so let me just, Base 16 always sits at registration. So she never attends opening ceremonies. And she said to me, I always miss that stuff. So if you're coming in and you're waiting on t-shirts, she'll get back to you as soon as possible. But she wanted to talk about the badge design. It's been a joint effort between multiple people on our team and outside people as well. So, Base.
All right. Cool. Thank you. So, yeah, I've designed the badge the last couple of years. You probably remember a couple of years ago we had the dumpster fire with the trash panda, like the raccoon and the animation and all that. So I did all the pixel art for that. And this year we're like, oh, let's do a theme Hacktoberfest. And it's like, okay, what kind of imagery and stuff can we do for that? And I kind of get creative as I'm like lying in bed, like right before I fall asleep. And I had this fantastic idea. And I totally meant to do my hair up in braids to full effect, but like it was a little bit obvious coming up with a badge design this year. So I think it's another like pretty good design and represents the conference pretty well. And hopefully a lot of people can see themselves in the kind of faceless, figureless hacker there. So welcome.
Awesome. So yeah, Base always comes up with great ideas, and we try to pull our community too to see like, hey, what theme should our conference be this year? And we decided on Hacktoberfest. There was a lot of great ideas out there, but we ended up on Hacktoberfest. So welcome to Hacktoberfest. This here is our link tree. You'll see on the back of your badges, they all have a QR code. This is where all our social media is. So there's our Twitter, our LinkedIn, our Facebook, YouTube. I think there's a couple other things on there. Oh, we're in Hacker Tracker. So if you have that app, you can actually link to us from the link tree. And then of course our website. So all of our schedule, where things are, who our sponsors are, what our principals are, they're all on our website. And you can get to that website either at BSidesRDU.org or you can go to our link tree and it's linked in there. One of the things about BSides RDU and BSides just in general is that we're nonprofit. This conference here is free. So we really rely on our sponsors. This year we had 4 sponsors, and without them, really this wouldn't be possible. So we especially want to thank Jupiter One, Velocity from Stern Security, Intel Security, and Mend. Please make sure that if you're here in person that you stop at their booths, talk with them, see what they have. Each sponsor and event or a little village that we have here will also have some fake money. That fake money you will use for our silent auction that we do at the end of the night for different prizes and things that we have here. So make sure you spend some time at the villages as well as with our speakers here as well. So this year we have several different villages and events. We have the CTF by Eversec. We love them. They're here, every year. So make sure you guys stop by and at least say hi to them. They're going to be on the 2nd floor. And whoops, I accidentally touched something up here. And then we also have Lockpick Village through OCL, Oak City Lock Sport. They are also an awesome community sponsor of us. and really help bring BSides together as well. This year, we're also having a career village with Holly Harrison. So please make sure to stop by that village over there. If you have a resume with you, if you want to do mock interviews, if you're interested in getting into security, that's a good village for you to stop and talk with the folks over there. This year, we also have a workshop, the Software Spelunking workshop, which will be taking place on the 3rd floor. For those that signed up, it is sold out. So if you've already, you may have already missed it. But special thanks to that team, Ben Demick and the Infinity State people that will be here with him helping. And then last but not least, we also have Hacker Jeopardy. And Patrick McNeil will be doing that as he has in years previously. So this is going to be an awesome event. One more thing too, I forgot to put it up here, but don't forget we also have an after party at Ponysaurus. So after the event today, we'll be moving over to Ponysaurus where we'll have free beer and pizza. And there are some, if you're allergic to pizza, there will be some options there as well. So one thing about BSides is that we do have a code of conduct. You can read all of our code of conduct here. The first one is probably the most important. If you're under the age of 13, you can just change that word out to jerk. Don't be a jerk. But basically, listen, like this is a community event. We're put on, everybody here is, part of our community or wants to be a part of our community. So we want to make sure that we foster an environment where that is good for us to communicate, all the things related to security or things that are coming in security. And just allowing new people to come in. And I know if you've been at any of the conferences before, you know me personally, you know that I'm a big proponent of trying to get more people into security, especially newbies. So make sure if you see somebody you haven't seen before around here, welcome them to our community because we need more of everybody here. So we have a lot of people to thank, obviously. We have a great line of speakers today. That will be here presenting great information. And we actually had a lot of people that also submitted to talk to this, and we had to, kind of dwindle it down to the numbers that we have now. But every talk that will be up here today, we all went through on our core team, on our staff, and really wanted to make sure that we had a diverse presentation for you guys today that breaks down, different areas within security and from, different walks of life. So thank you guys for being here. For those that are on the internet that are also joining us virtually, we appreciate you guys. You guys are our community, so that's important. This next group here is our core team, and I just want to kind of quickly introduce them because I know I have a short amount of time up here. But these folks here and some that are up there and others that are not here at the conference today have spent hours and hours and hours, and most of us have been here for multiple years, just dedicating our time after work on Mondays for an hour, sometimes 2 hours, every Monday, once a month, sometimes every Monday, depending on how close we are to the conference, and having conversations outside of those meetings with people to try to get people interested in security and BSides and helping us out and stuff like that. So down at the end, we have Chuck. I'm sure some of you guys have seen him around the security community. He's been helping out with our speakers. Then we have Anthony next to him, who's been helping out in a lot of different areas, but helping us manage our food trucks and different events that we have going on. Next to him, we have my husband, Phil. So, hey, Phil. He helps with our website and pretty much helps with everything when it comes to our logo, making sure we have the right formats and the right resolution and the right colors. And every time I'm like, hey, no, that doesn't look right. I need you to do this or do that or change the website or the wording's bad or whatever. He's there to help me. So he always comes in in the clutch. And then James, who's been around a while, he helps with a lot of different things, swag, sponsors, and all the prizes. He's the guy that holds our money, so we to some degree. So we have to ask him to buy the things we need. And then Tyler is really like coming the last bit here. We needed somebody to help with volunteers because our guys that were handling that previously weren't going to be able to make it this weekend. So Tyler stepped up and he's like, I will help. And he's really like taking it on. So I really appreciate that. And then we have Base 16. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen her know. She's been in the security community for many years now, helps with DC 919, actually helps run it. Kakalaki Con, all the different things. So all of these guys are on my team. I'm F-Noob. And I just help coordinate things. But essentially, this is our team. We have more that are not here. We have Omar up here and Cyrus, who are also in charge of audio and video. So if things go wrong, please don't complain to them, though. Just tell me, it'll be all right. I could take it. Yeah, thank you guys for coming. There's many more that aren't listed here, but anyways, thank you guys. Awesome. All right. So I actually need to pull up the website real quick. Not my website, our website, all of our websites, right? Yeah. Is this microphone? Okay, this will work. All right, so our first speaker is Jeffrey Lang. He is the Director of Cyber Defense Operations at Virginia Tech. Jeff Lang has been with the Virginia Tech Security Office since August of 2012 and brings with him 16 years of IT experience before joining the team. Jeff was computing technology manager for the Virginia Tech School of Architecture. He has experience with network monitoring and forensics, intrusion detection, and configuring security appliances. Jeff has a BA in philosophy from UNC Greensboro and a master's of information technology from Virginia Tech. He is a SANS certified intrusion analysis, Windows security administrator, network forensic analysis, Python coder, cyber threat intelligence analyst, and certified enterprise defender. So yes. Jeff is going to be doing a talk today on ransomware. Where's it coming out of? Okay. I just had to. And I'm going to let him take over now. Thank you, guys.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit. We're going to talk today a little bit about an incident that happened at Virginia Tech last year. We had some departments get hit by the Kaseya ransomware, and we've been actually very open about what happened, the steps we walked through, and the things that we kind of learned from it. And so hopefully this will share some information with you and be a good talk. So, thank you. So again, I'm Jeff Lang. I had the introduction there. The responsibilities that we have with our defensive operations are our security operations, network monitoring, incident response. We've got computer forensics, and we deploy all of our security tools, maintain them for our monitoring operations. My email's there. If you have any questions, feel free to shoot me an email. I'm always happy to talk and share the information that we've got. So just as kind of a background about Virginia Tech, our main campus is in Blacksburg, Virginia, which is in Southwest Virginia in the beautiful mountains. We do have a large presence in Northern Virginia, though, and we're actually building an innovation campus there. It's under construction now, and that's in Alexandria, Virginia. When I took the last statistics, we had about 37,000 students. Enrollment is actually up, so that's probably closer to 42,000. And we're ranked number 48 in research institutions in the United States. 9 colleges in our graduate school, 110, 170 programs. We're a fairly large Research One university. But our IT infrastructure is very distributed. We have a few services that we provide centrally, things like networking, email, our courseware, various infrastructure mostly is all provided centrally. Our security office provides services centrally as well, but most of the hands-on IT stuff is done at the distributed level. Every department has their own set of IT staff. Some of them are very competent, very large staff. Some departments are much smaller and have a smaller set. So we have a lot of challenges that we go through working with different levels of people, different technical expertise, and different availability with them. And so those provide a lot of interesting challenges, especially, and this, as you go through and you talk about best practices for security, and you get a lot of gasps when people say things like, never have RDP open to the internet, never have SSH open. Well, many of the Research One institutions are open. We have no network firewalls, except in limited places. Security is at the host level, and that provides a lot of challenges as well. We don't have that centralized management of things to try and control and do a lot of the security layer on kind of that outside edge. Our security office, we have 10 people total, 4 people on our defense team, including myself. We've got our architecture red team, our risk management team. We're working on getting a 24/7 security operations center up. So we have an associate director who's kind of working with that. And then we also have added a software developer to try and help with the projects that we have going on. So that's 10 people total across the board doing all the security operations for the university itself. So what ended up happening last year, Friday about lunchtime, right before the 4th of July holiday weekend, everybody was ready to have Monday off and ready to go. And people started coming back from lunch and opened their computers and had these weird files on their desktop. They clicked on them and they were encrypted, and there were text files saying, hey, you've been hit by ransomware. You need to go to this site to check out how much it's going to cost to get your data back. We started getting some phone calls in at the security office from one of our departments, and they were like, hey, we manage this thing called Kaseya VSA. It's a security administration software package. It allows you to push patches, install software, remote manage, and they were like, we've got all these people who are connected to this device, and they're all getting hit by this ransomware. So it turned out there were some flaws in that application from Kaseya, and there were a number of people hit by this. So we started scrambling to try and figure out what was going on and what was happening. And it turns out that there was a group that used Sodinokibi and attacked all the machines we had on our network that were connected to the VSA server. It turns out it wasn't just us. It wasn't a targeted attack at us. It was targeted at Kaseya, the VSA appliance. So this was a supply chain attack. They didn't attack us directly, but they attacked a vendor that we worked with. And the primary targets were actually managed service providers. So there were 60 MSPs that were impacted. There were a handful of other areas like Virginia Tech that got hit that weren't really an MSP. But it was over 1,500 clients of those MSPs. It was a huge attack surface. And it only it only attacked their on-premise software. So their software as a solution in the cloud wasn't impacted, but they did shut that down as well, because just in case it was something, they didn't want that to happen. So kind of the details of what it was. It turns out there were 7 flaws that were exploited in order to get this attack to happen. The CVEs are all listed here. SQL injections, cross-site scripting, all sorts of pretty normal and things you expect not to have in a management application like this. What they did is they uploaded an initial payload through a bypass, and once they had that, they used the SQL injection to execute that file. And once they had that, they had administrative access on the entire VSA appliance. So once they had that footing, they were able to push out software to every client that was managed by those VSA servers. They downloaded an agent.crt file, and they pushed it into the Kaseya directories that were protected and were trusted. So, this is admin access. This can install software, and the operating system allows it because, this is a trusted component. So they actually were able to run a PowerShell script that disabled Windows Defender and then downloaded some additional files. They had the cert.exe, which is a standard Windows executable. They used it to decrypt an agent.exe file. So now they had their own agent running on all the boxes that the VSA managed. Wrong way. So once they had that, they actually used it to download vulnerable software. And this was an old Microsoft anti-malware that had a sideload vulnerability. So they downloaded it. It's msmpeng.exe. That actually looks like a valid file, and for a long time it was a valid Windows file. So if somebody happened to see that running, you're not going to have any question about that. You're like, oh yeah, that's the anti-malware, and that's fine. They were able to sideload a DLL file, and then that DLL file told the anti-malware to encrypt files, and to do it in such a way that you couldn't do things like shadow recovery or rollback. So basically in place, you couldn't recover those. At Virginia Tech, it turned out we had 3 of these servers running. Only one of them was compromised. It was the one that had its administrative access open to the world. So port 443, pretty common, pretty normal, but you question maybe why was it there, and we have some questions about that as well. Now the deed was done and we needed to recover from it. The department that managed it, they also allowed 6 other departments to use it. They had already invested in the infrastructure and were paying for it, and they said, hey, why don't you guys use this too? So all of those departments were impacted. 111 servers and 805 endpoints in those 7 departments were encrypted. All the files on the machine, all the documents were encrypted. Also, it followed any map drives, any synchronization drives like Google Drive or Microsoft OneDrive. And we actually had multiple file servers that were encrypted. So we had terabytes of data on file servers that were encrypted and from the endpoints themselves. So what did we do? Well, first we shut down all of those VSA servers, even the ones that did not get compromised. At the initial response, we didn't know what that vector was, and so we were like, let's shut them all down. We also shut down the network portals that were connected to them, just in case a VM popped up accidentally. We knew that no network traffic could get to it. At Virginia Tech, we have kind of our computer incident response team, a cross-functional group of people We have some guiding documents. I have a link for that later in here. We activated that team, and so we were able to bring a number of people together and start having conversations kind of across the university with the departments and with additional resources that we could bring to try and discuss what our next steps were. We notified all of our senior IT management, which is part of that cert, is to get out notifications so that the university knows what's going on. We contacted the Virginia Tech Police. They are a full police department, so they opened our initial police report, which we then were able to report to the FBI. And that was in Richmond, Virginia. That's our local hub. But they didn't have a lot of information because it was being actually run out of the Austin office. So they forwarded some information to us as their regional office received it from Texas, and we kind of went from there. We also opened a case with the IC3, submitted that so that we had kind of our paperwork done and everything going on there. We did open a ticket with Kaseya, which was very important. Since this was now a widespread event across their product, they kind of took the lead on incident response. We provided data to them that we had, and other organizations provided data as well for them to test and to figure out everything that was going on. We started having daily Zoom calls. We had actually 2 on that Friday, and then one Saturday and one Sunday. I remember standing at the grill and then going into the house and sitting down in front of Zoom and talking to senior management and the departments to get status updates from that, and then to go back out and try and help finish off the 4th of July party that we had going on. So once we kind of got our grip on what was going on, the department started to identify all those machines that were out there that they needed to basically go to and figure out what needed to be done next with them. We decided that basically we're going to restore from backup and then wipe every machine and replace it. So they began that process of identifying things and giving us status with that. And once they did get that restored, they started scanning for PII. So any confidential data, any student records, anything like that, we needed to know if anything was on those machines. And then we also had to get in touch with the Department of Education or report to them. So we had weekly meetings with them, update them on our status throughout everything that was going on. So the request for the ransom actually came through the Our Evil group. They are pretty widespread ransomware as a service organization. They announced on their Happy blog that, yes, we did this. Haha, look at us, we're great. We received permission to negotiate, and we got a number from them that was $44,000 per decryption key. There was some confusion with them trying to figure out exactly what that meant. And ultimately, it meant that every one of those machines had its own unique decryption key, and it was going to be $44,000 to pay that. We did some negotiation for about 30 keys. We had some thoughts that we might need to potentially pay some ransom, and so they dropped that down to $700,000 for those 30 machines. A few days later, and you can see the announcement, they decided that they would rather just offer out a universal decryption key for $70 million, and of course, nobody took them up on that offer. So as we were going through kind of the review, one of the departments realized that they didn't have good backups, and so they needed to think about paying the ransom for it. And that's how we got to that number of 30. They said this would probably do us, and we kind of added in some for some other departments in case we needed kind of that overhead. So we reached out to our cyber risk insurance, which At that point, we realized we should have done that at the very beginning. It's one of our lessons learned that we'll talk about in just a little bit. But they would have been able to negotiate on our behalf. They have people who that's kind of their job. So we potentially could have gotten, a much better deal on that. But fortunately, we found out that we didn't actually have any systems that needed to be recovered from the ransomware using a decryptor. So the department that was running it, they had their VSA server running on a Hyper-V VM on a Windows server that was itself managed by the VSA. So when the encryption started happening, it started happening on those Windows hosts that were hosting those VMs, and it basically ate themselves. So it shut down all the VMs, shut down the servers, and when they were able to actually get at those VMs, they realized that they hadn't encrypted. The data was still on them, and it hadn't even downloaded the agents to those VMs. So they were able to go through a process and pull that data and not have to do the ransom. So fortunately, we decided we were done with that. We stopped all communication with them and kind of went from there. We did have a tabletop earlier this year, and we had a lot of senior management with the university, and our university president, Dr. Sands, said, hey, any ransomware I have to approve. No one else at this university can pay it. So it was something good to kind of get that perspective and say, oh yeah, any decisions we might have, you have to take it to the top. You can't have someone, even the CIO of the university, make that decision. It had to go all the way to the top. As far as decryption keys go, REvil and their infrastructure disappeared on July 13th. They fell off the face of the earth. No one really knows what happened. Well, someone probably knows what happened, but we don't know what happened. On the 22nd of July, so this was 20 days later, Kaseya announced that they had a universal decryption key. So that was great. We signed an NDA. We actually had our library had a digital archive of scanned images. We have a big architecture program, so it was a lot of architectural drawings that they had accumulated over the years. It was a few terabytes worth of data. They had basically decided not to recover that data. They were just going to recreate it as people needed it. And they were actually able to use the universal decryptor and get access back to those devices. In September, we all found out that the FBI had that universal decryptor key for about a week and a half before they provided it to Kaseya. So there was a lot of response time and a lot of effort that was going on that perhaps could have been avoided if we'd had that decryptor a little sooner. On September 7th, the REvil group came back, and in May of this year, they started updating the ransomware software, and it's under current development now. So they kind of went away for a little bit and then came back just as annoying as before. So some things went really well as far as the response. Of course, not having it would have been a better thing, but it happened. And so our CERT activation, those things went overall very well. They allowed us to bring people together and to have communication across the departments. One of the biggest things from the first call we had with senior management, it was never a blame game. It was never fingers. It was, okay, this has happened. How do we recover? How do we work together to make sure that we get our data back and we ensure the integrity of the data that we have? That made a huge difference because nobody then was blaming someone else. So we were really sharing everything. There was no impetus to hide things that we found or, be disingenuous about something. And so that made a huge benefit to us overall. The departmental response was very quick and effective. Within a few weeks, they had gotten most of the systems recovered that they could, and they were moving forward to get things taken care of as they could. We did run into some issues, but that'll generally happen. We maintained our daily updates for the first 2 weeks, and then we had a weekly call, and then we had, once a month calls, and then finally we did get it finished out. So that was good. Everybody attended. Everyone was there from all sorts of different. We had university legal represented, our risk management group. We had all sorts of people involved. We also, during the initial event, we had a lot of response from our central IT. Although it was in a department that this was going on, they supported all the work that needed to be done, cutting those network portals. We had some centralized backups that they immediately changed the data retention period so that we could roll back and we wouldn't overwrite files on the central storage. They even provided physical hardware. So the initial group that managed the VSA server, they had, they needed a large box that was able to host those VMs so that they could see what kind of damage was done. So our enterprise systems had a box that would do that. And so they lent it to them so that they could stage the way that they got things going. And then we also have some staff that supports the division of IT internally for desktop support. They also handle things for our VIP clients. Their services were offered and they helped reformat, reinstall, and reimage machines to try and get people back up and running. We also had pretty good network forensics. We immediately started looking to try and find out, so hey, is this an encryption only event or is there also data exfiltration? The responses are very different based on which one that is. We determined that we did not believe that there was any data exfiltration going on. And Kaseya later confirmed that this was an encrypt-only attack and it was not a data exfiltration. So that worked pretty well, but not everything was good. And again, that first thing, why was that administrative interface exposed to the internet? There were some needs for some of the VSA to be exposed to the internet, but perhaps they had a little too much. So that was kind of key piece that's kind of got the ball rolling. The other thing, our business contacts in our CERT document had gotten stale. How many of you have ever put together a big document, list a whole bunch of people's names only to find out later that they've all left the company and now you don't know who to contact? Well, that happened with us. It caused us to miss out on some important communication, kind of the risk management and some of the other areas. The university risk management. Also, we didn't have any contact with the university emergency management. They usually deal only with, like physical emergencies, a fire on campus, an event that happens. They have a lot of resources though, and they also, we're bridging between, things that happen physically and in the virtual world that are all linked together. And so they didn't get contacted, which caused some delays in them reporting the incident to the Commonwealth Emergency Management Group. We also, and kind of one of the big keys is we didn't know where our high-risk data was at. We didn't know what had PII or student data. The departments hadn't really kept tabs on a lot of stuff. We had terabytes of file storage that had spreadsheets that went back 20 years. And so we had to treat every device, every machine, almost 1,000 machines, as having high risk data on them. So everything had to be scanned, everything had to be done, and that took months to do. Imagine trying to scan with a regex across 3.5 terabytes of data. It's painful, to say the least. So that was a huge issue, that we just didn't know what data we had and where it was. We also had this little thing called move-in day come August, and that 37,000 students showed up all at once, and all the faculty and staff to support them all needed updates. So for that start of the semester, things got pushed as far as some of those scans went, and it really delayed us getting the resolution finished. The Department of Education had recently made some changes about reporting deadlines. We actually had 72 hours to report the incident from the moment we had any thought that something was going on. We barely made it in on Sunday morning with that information to them because that group was one of them that had changed the leadership, and we didn't have the contact information. And so when we finally got it, we were already about 48 hours into that period. So there are a lot of things that just kind of just didn't happen the right way. We asked them, what machines are impacted by this? And they were like, I have no idea. We were like, well, why not? It's like, well, VSA managed it. So the inventory of all the machines that were supported by VSA was VSA, and now it was gone. So they didn't have any reports. They had nothing that they could go back to and say, hey, these are our devices. This is what we have, and this is what we need to do. So now, again, they had to go to every computer that they owned in their departments and say, was this a VSA managed machine or not? Did it get encrypted or did it not? So that delayed things a lot. I already kind of mentioned the size of some of the files. Even though the library got the universal decryption key, they didn't have 3.5 more terabytes of storage to do a decryption. Because in fact, you need another 3.5 terabytes of storage because you don't ever want to run that weird decryption key across your original file. Because if it messes that file up, that was your one chance at it. So you want to make a copy of that file. You want to decrypt that, and if everything goes right, that's great. Now you have the decrypted file. So they actually had to do it in small batches, and that just took time for them to run through that and get that process done. Our physical forensics, we were able to support doing 1 or 2 forensics images at a time, and now we had almost 1,000 machines that we're looking at doing forensics for. So we weren't able to do that. We basically just said, bring us an example of every type of machine that was compromised and encrypted. So we had a copy of a server, a copy of a desktop, and like a copy of a laptop. And that was the best we could do. Fortunately, we didn't need those forensics images, but it would have been great to have them. So what recommendations kind of came out of this? We had, a lot of things worked well, but a lot of things that kind of were gotchas for us. So immediately it's, the minimum thing is if you've got an admin server of that, that kind of admin privileges across your organization, make sure that you really do have it protected and you don't leave it open. For us, it should have been restricted at least to on campus, and anybody who needed to access it remotely, that would have, used the VPN, come through with that. We also recommended now that we need to take all those sorts of systems and do security reviews for them, make sure that they're doing the best practices and that they're protecting, logging, and monitoring additionally with those services so that we know that they're as protected as we can make them. Our business continuity, I mean, we made it through, but our business continuities in different departments, they couldn't cover from some of that because they didn't have servers. They had to borrow servers from the central IT. They have the storage to decrypt things. So all of that should be in your business continuity. How do you get yourself back up and running? And that wasn't there. So that was an issue that we'll have to deal with moving forward as each department goes through and kind of builds those. That incurs extra cost and extra thought in what you do with that. So one of those cross-functional groups was our purchasing office. And they were there and they were looking at it and they were like, so, they pulled the paperwork and we did a security review of Kaseya and the VSA when it was first purchased, but they'd had that thing for 7-8 years now, had done upgrades along the way, and there had never been another security review done on it. And so that made us start thinking that, maybe at renewal time, you need to at least get a certification back from the organizations that they're doing the things that they said they were. They said they did it at the beginning, but who knows what's changed and what's happened at that organization. We were also going through a major incident, IT-wide major incident process review at the time. They were formalizing it in ServiceNow, which is our trouble ticket system, and it basically deals with how you communicate to your stakeholders, the university at large, when you have something like email going down, or Canvas, the course management that's having issues. And we needed to integrate the security side into that, because that would have automated all of those initial communications that we needed. We wouldn't have missed people because we would have already formalized it, had it, and had review within there. And we now have done that, and hopefully anything moving forward needs to or would go through that process. We also want to start conducting some tabletop exercises. Fortunately, everybody came together and worked really well. But what we need to do is make sure that when we bring all those people in, they know their roles, they know their responsibilities, and what needs to happen and take place. And so we can focus these tabletops around things that we know are likely and some things that are unlikely that could happen, and just to make sure that everybody knows what they're doing and what's going on with them. So we finally got everything kind of taken care of. All the machines that were encrypted were wiped completely and reinstalled. There were no rootkits. There was nothing that caused us to have to throw away any hardware or hard drives. So we were able to wipe and rebuild all of them. We rolled back all the data on the shared drives to a clean state. And then at where they could, they did those decryptions. We did have some interesting adventures trying to roll back Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive. We had to have an engagement with Microsoft in order to do that, because otherwise we would have had to have done it one OneDrive account at a time. So Microsoft partnered with us, helped us out with that, but it still took a long time to do. Like I said, we had to treat everything as high risk. So we were scanning all of those shared drives, those terabytes of data for PII and for student records. That took until December. And that was just, it dragged out and dragged out and dragged out. And finally, in January of 2022, we provided the last data that was needed by the Department of Education, and we basically closed out the incident at that point. At the end of it, there were over 129,000 student records that needed to be flagged in our system. And that basically was saying that there was an event that happened with their account, but there was no data exfiltrated out of it. That's a requirement by the Department of Education. And most of those were students who hadn't been with the university for 10, 15 years. Because it was all old Excel spreadsheets, now everything like that is tracked, in systems, and data is encrypted in databases. But back in the day, all we used was Excel. So we had digital cruft that just lasted and lasted and caused us to have a lot of these headaches and a lot of these issues going forward. And now, so, say, oh yeah, the event's done, but it isn't really done. Our Board of Visitors, yes, our BOV was very concerned, of course, at the end of this incident, and decided to engage Deloitte to come and do a across-the-board, university-wide review of security practices, and in different areas, not just the security office, but within the departments, and how they treat data and what they do and how they go through it. They spent a couple months going through that, putting together a lot of recommendations for us, and then kind of came up with, I forget, at least 6 IT-related recommendations. There were some management-related recommendations, but with the idea to try and strengthen security and make sure that we have all the communication that we need together. It actually got us 3 positions at the security office that we're now hiring for, and then 1 position to work with endpoint management that was one of the recommendations to improve what our endpoint management solution was. At the time, it was left up to the departments to roll whatever they thought was appropriate. Now we're kind of moving into something that's more centralized and can be managed in the division level, at the division of IT, and used by everyone. We're also in the middle of an internal audit. Of course, the auditors are taking a look at, not just the processes that we have, but they're looking at all these results and all these recommendations and things from the Kaseya incident and saying, did you do what you were supposed to do? How did you compare to what you say you're going to do? And that's a good thing because it ensures that we're following the procedures. It ensures that we're looking at them, of course, and making sure that they're appropriate for what's going on. One of the big things that kind of came was that, we had that stale data. We had a document that was supposed to be a living document that just sat and collected dust for 4 years without anybody looking at it. So things like that are what we're focusing on, trying to get that moving forward, putting in some new security standards on the high-risk data, identifying and inventorying what that high-risk data and those high-risk machines are within each department and each area. And it's going to take some time to get there, but we definitely have a lot of steps. A lot of this were things that we wanted to do, things that had been kind of hit on in internal audits and external audits that we'd had before, but it always comes down to money, right? How do you afford to do these things? And because of the severity of this incident, the board said, hey, okay, we're tired of money as an excuse. We are going to fund these projects and we want results and we want them now. And so we're in this process of transformation. There is a link up here. It's open to the public. Any information that's there, you can read and see kind of the things that we have going on. And that's really what I have for you today. I don't know if anybody has questions, whether we have some time now to do that or afterwards in the hallway. I'm more than talk, and we can go from there. Okay. I saw this hand first.
Two questions. The first is this preventable from the Virginia perspective?
So the question is, was this preventable from the Virginia Tech perspective? Had that VSA server not had its web admin console open to the world, it would not have been compromised. The group in question, they have machines around the world. They're an outreach group that does a lot in other countries all over. And basically, the VSA was open so that they could communicate with all of those machines, no matter where it is, that weren't on our campus, that weren't in our network, basically. Unfortunately, the web admin interface didn't need to be open to the world. So had that been done, they could have left the ports open that just needed for that communication. And in that case, it would not have happened because they wouldn't have been able to access it.
The second question is, you mentioned like the architecture has their own department. I would imagine other departments have their own IT people. Were they consulted and brought in to know the security planning? Or was that kind of like a university IT is running the show and they get brought in and rerun what's actually going to happen after 30 incidents?
So the question is, with our distributed IT, are they part of the decision-making process on how things go, or are they basically given the information afterwards? The answer to that is really both. There are certain decisions that are made from an infrastructure level, as far as like networking, those things that are kind of brought down and said, this is what we're doing. We do have meetings twice a year with the departmental groups. We're getting ready to have one next week where we talk about what's coming and what's going on. But as part of this transformation, every one of those projects that we're doing has representation from our departmental IT and the different areas so that they can provide feedback and input into the process. I believe one question in the back there.
Going forward, is there any hope of getting data classification and data retention policy across all of those departments? Because that extended to, like, you had a solved problem, so but you still had to do forensics and recovery. That just dragged it on. So going forward, is there any hope of getting that across the board, across all these different departments?
So the question is, are there data retention and maybe data labeling things that we can do moving forward to try and mitigate having the information that lasted so long there? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So we do have a data retention policy. There are records management policies provided through the Commonwealth of Virginia and Virginia Tech policy, and they just weren't followed in many cases. So that's one of the kind of education things that has to happen, is to make sure that we have departments doing what they need. As far as data classification, one of our point protection transformation projects is also to do DLP and labeling. And so we're moving forward with trying to get that in place so that we do have protections on that data. So even if it does stay for longer than it should, and that data got, exposed somehow, that they wouldn't be able to actually access and read it. So yeah, those are projects that are underway and going. Thank you, everyone. We can talk after.
Oh. We do have a little gift for you. Something inside the book there.
Oh, thank you very much. It was my pleasure to speak. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Great.
Okay, while Jeff is getting disconnected here, I'm going to invite the panel to come on up for our next session. While they're getting up here and getting situated, I just wanted to provide a couple of reminders for those of you that are doing the software splunking workshop. That will be starting now. So that will be up on the third floor. Yeah, third floor, right. So you'll want to go to the elevator and hit the B2 button. B2 equates to the third floor here, balcony 2. So yes, if you've signed up for that, please head on up there. Also, just a reminder, we do have a career village just getting set up outside as well in the lobby. If you are looking for help with your resume, or if you maybe are an experienced hiring manager and might want to help Holly out, if you have some time, stop by and see if she needs some help with that. But definitely, that's a big piece of our community here, is helping others with their career. So we're happy to have that village for you here as well this morning. So let me see, what else do we have going on? Just real so with the vendors, as you stop by and see the vendors, they have some money to hand out to you. So that money will be useful at the end of the day for a silent auction that we'll have for some gifts. So another encouraging, reason why you should stop by and talk to our vendors. Again, our sponsors are why we're here today. They help pay for this entire event and make it free for us. So happy to have them here. So with that, I think we have our panelists. Yeah, come on up on the stage here, panelists. So I'm not going to introduce everybody with their bios. We're going to let them introduce themselves. But we have Diane Morris here, who's going to be leading the panel. Omar Santos Josh Dimbling and Lisa Bradley. We had one panelist that unfortunately couldn't make it here this morning, Art Mannion. So yeah, unfortunately he was not able to get out. But fortunately, we have the rest of the folks here, and I'm going to turn it over and let you take it from here, Diane. Are you good? Or actually,
We'll
still
see.
yeah.
See if I can get it.
You have to select the name too. Oh, nope, it's up. You're good to
All
go.
right. All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Diane Morris. I work at Cisco. I am a content manager on Cisco's product security incident response team. So we are the folks who are in charge of putting out security advisories. My team within the PCERT team is in charge of editing and publishing those advisories. Before I let our panelists introduce themselves, I want to introduce our acronyms of the day. So our title is SBOM plus VEX plus CSAF equals the future of vulnerability management. So SBOM is your software bill of materials. So that is a list of ingredients that is in any piece of software, all the different components that go into making a product. VEX is the Vulnerability Exploitability Exchange. And that was created by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration as a framework for security advisories that let manufacturers both say when their product is affected and when it is not affected. And CSAP is the Common Security Advisory Framework, which is a framework for creating machine-readable security advisories. So I hope that helps. Okay, now I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. Omar, why don't you start?
Me?
Well,
Ladies first.
Oh, thank you.
ladies first. Lisa.
Lisa Bradley, I'm a senior director at Dell on the product and application security team. So I have and oversee PCERT, our open source component management, our SBOM initiative for Dell, Security Champion, security training program, and our bug bounty program.
Excellent.
I'm Josh Dembling, Senior Director at Intel. I run the Product Security Incident Response Team, the Bug Bounty Program, Security Working Artifacts Team, where we look at industry trends and new regulations and legislation and how that changes the industry. And work to educate both the community as well as inside Intel on good product security practices.
Excellent. My name is Omar Santos. I'm from the Cisco PCERT team, work with Diane along with a few others that I see over there. And I'm also the chair of the Common Security Advisory Framework, which is one of the acronyms in there. And I'm actually the founder of BSides RDU a long time ago. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start with just talk SBOMs and how your companies are prioritizing the development of
Let me start. So I'm very lucky in Dell that we are prioritizing it all the way up the executive chain. So we have a lot of support. As soon as the executive order went out, we put a team together and figured out where we were good and where we were behind. SBOM was one of the ones that we needed to catch up on. And we put together a phase one approach where all of our EO critical products, which was fun in itself to figure out what those were, we went and drove to get SBOMs. So we utilized Black Duck to pull together our SBOMs and our inventory for open source. But even with having a software composition analysis tool, it still took us a significant amount of time and scripting work because we wanted to have what we considered a Dell customer-facing SBOM. So, you know, we had, I think, maybe 1/3 of our product portfolio that we now have SBOMs that we can give to our customers, but there's still a long journey to go in this matter.
And to clarify for folks, the executive order that went out regarding SBOMs came out, was it earlier this year or last year?
Late last year.
Late last year. That basically said that companies that are going to be selling to the federal government have to have software bill of materials rather with their products, for their products.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's a good segue. I want to take a moment and step back because some of you may not even know what software bill of material means. Think about like the increased of anything that you consume, a product, right? Whether it's a hardware-based product, or software, that is made up of third-party components in most cases, and those third-party components in many cases is open source. So what the industry is trying to put together is, for a long, long time, but now it's being part of more legal documents like the executive order. But we're trying to put our heads together is what is the most effective way to know what we're running, to know what we're consuming. And it's an ecosystem. And it's not so much of a single vendor creating an SBOM and you're done. If not that vendor, like in my case, I also consume technologies from other vendors. So it is very nested. So going back to your question, one of the things that we're looking into is not only how to produce this artifact that my customers can consume, but how can we also require our vendors to have that level of consistency for us to consume that and then accelerate that. So it will be, instead of from a software composition analysis tool, which is after the fact, how can I put this in my development practices, even from the moment that I hit commit, or I even decide to use a specific third party or not. So that's in a gist what basically an SBOM and this effort is all about.
You're right, though. Like a lot of it is figuring out how to shift that journey left with the inventory. Like when you're developing, to making sure that you're paying attention to what you're consuming. Because oftentimes we get to the end point and then it's hard to go back and figure out what you put in there because developers leave and your build environments change. So, how do you get it within your typical developer-ready platform activities and know that inventory from the beginning and have the composition analysis tools start earlier on in the process? Because, my good buddy, Alan Friedman, he will say, hey, you get an SBOM by just pushing the button. It's really just not that easy. One of our product teams took 6 weeks just to create the SBOM because of the complexity of it. And then we have vendors like Intel here, where now we're putting the pressure on to have an SBOM also.
Yeah, well, and our journey started similar to Lisa's journey with the EO, but even a bit before that. We all knew this was coming. We all started to work on this within our respective companies, but the challenges are not just how you put it together, but to what depth and using what format, and making sure that when we do put it together, we can communicate with each other, share it with each other effectively as needed, right? And so it is definitely a shift left journey, but it's got to start more on the surface, right? Taking what you've got and putting it together.
Yeah, and the journey doesn't stop after you have it. You have to figure out, how are you going to give it to your customers? What customers are you going to give it to? How do you make sure that you protect that information? So, our journey is still continuing on with the SBOM because for me right now, unless you have some kind of contract with me or most likely waiving some kind of big money in front of me, I'm not willingly to give it yet because we're still maturing our processes with it. So we'll continue to grow on that journey, and eventually we will open it up to all customers. But until we really understand how it's going to be used by our customers, are we even delivering the right format to them? We even had a customer that asked us for a certain naming convention of that. Can you imagine if all your customers asked for a different file name of the SBOM? That's just a lot of work. So how do we educate the customer at the same time of what we're going to deliver to them in a standard way? So a lot of activity we've had to worry about.
Now, of course, one of the things about SBOMs is that with all these third-party software tends to be where most of the vulnerabilities that we have to deal with lie, right? So let's talk a little bit about how SBOM connects to security advisories and CSAF.
I guess I can probably take that one. So CSAF, the Common Security Advisory Framework, is only one of the components that is in this ecosystem. It doesn't need an SBOM to function. Basically, we've been doing this for a long time in the industry. Most vendors, hopefully, right, they will have a PSR team like ours, and then they will disclose openly the security vulnerabilities that they have. They do that in a security advisory. Some people call it a bulletin, some call it people are noticed. but it's the same thing. Historically, it's a human readable document that we publish, and somebody actually will have to read and say, okay, my product is affected by this, I have to upgrade, and then move on. I used to have a joke in my company, and this has been recorded, this stream, I'm actually streaming it up there, but I always say that if a human is reading my security advisories, I should be fired, right? And I still say that because we have to do this at machine speed. There's so many vulnerabilities out there, so many vulnerabilities that actually do not affect you. And it's a way of, so we have to put our heads together on how to do this in a machine readable format. A long time ago, in the galaxies far, far away, we were also participant in a forum called ICASI, that is now actually part of FIRST. And when I say we, a whole bunch of vendors, including Microsoft, Intel, and so on, we had multilateral NDAs to exchange vulnerability information. And we wanted to do this in a machine speed. And we created this thing called the Common Vulnerability Repairing Framework. So it's basically a machine readable advisory. That's what CSAF basically replaced. Now, instead of in this forum that was a little bit more closed, is part of an organization called OASIS. So within CSAF, you have different profiles. You have the normal security advisory that we all know. And then whenever it comes a little bit more pertinent to the SBOM conversation, is this thing called VEX. So VEX, which stands for the Vulnerability Exploitability Exchange, can be a little profile within an SBOM document. And there's two major standards that the industry is focusing on right now in SBOMs, SPDX and CycloneDX. So within an SBOM, at the moment that you create it, you can actually say, these vulnerabilities don't affect me or under investigation. The challenge with that is that 2 minutes after I publish that information, it becomes obsolete because that vulnerability is under investigation, that may be not affected, or a new vulnerability comes in, right? So it makes that document and that status completely obsolete after you create the SBOM. Where CSAF comes into play with that VEX profile is that you have, if you think about it, an automatic security advisory being generated for you. Basically, it's a response to whatever the status of that vulnerability is in time. So you can query these, essentially with APIs or any other methods in a little bit more intelligent way. And as you go through the vulnerability management process, from obtaining the report of that third-party software vulnerability all the way to the disposition of fixing it or I'm not affected, you actually can query, any system and get that status. And that's what VEX is all about. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense for folks that haven't been exposed to that.
Yeah, I think VEX is interesting because, again, it's not just our product teams then to figure out their impact as soon as possible, because our customers have our SBOMs, and the last thing I want is to have 15 to 50 to 100, who knows how many customers constantly asking every time there's a new OpenSSL vulnerability. So, but all of that work to get that VEX, to get that, that working, it is a lot. You have to figure out how do you tie it in to your ticketing system that you have for your product security ticketing system right now for vulnerabilities. How do you make that impact statement be done by your teams earlier on and understand the importance of why they need to do it quickly? How do you let that engineer team understand that pain that's going to potentially come from our customers if we don't get this information out to them? And how do you make sure it's accurate and up to date and consistent? I mean, there's a lot of work that we're having to do in this. Now, it's an amazing journey that we're on. But the pressure that I feel is that, there's a lot of people talking about how quickly it could be done. But, this is a lot of process, coding, people, money to make it happen.
It's not just about the technology of implementing it. It's about changing the culture of a company and the way that they think and the way that they operate, the way they develop products, and it can affect innovation. So you have to do this in a bit of a systematic way. While it's a shift left journey, again, you have to start with what you have and integrate yourself into the business very carefully so that you don't disrupt the business revenue. And the higher you are up in the food chain, the technology ecosystem, the more important it is that you are on this journey, because everybody that you feed down is going to be relying on this because, like Omar pointed out, everybody's going to get flooded with all these advisories, all these reports of security vulnerabilities, and they're going to need to be able to make decisions faster and faster at the speed of a machine, and that's why this is so important.
Yes, as a matter of fact, you brought an amazing point, actually, both of you. And I'm trying to look for things that are controversial, so I don't actually agree 1,000% with them. Like a friend of mine always says, everything in a PowerPoint orchestrates and works perfectly, right? In practice, it's a lot different. It's a monumental task, especially whenever you have 1,200 products in my case, and you guys are pretty much in the same
Yep.
shoes.
Yeah.
And getting the culture in place, getting the tools in place, getting the customers educated, as you mentioned, it is a monumental task. It's not going to be like these acronyms are just, machine readable documents. I'm not going to diminish the work that we have done in CSAF, because it's been tremendous. But we can come up with a specification like that, no time. Putting it to work is significant.
And you bring up a really good point that it's you have to have real support from the company that you're with, like we all have, to be able to be involved in evolving these kinds of technologies, these methodologies. Like Omar said, I mean, this has been years in the making. The kind of interaction, collaboration that we've had for more than a decade on getting to this point has been critical for the success of our companies, but they've allowed us the opportunity to be a part of this. They've embraced this. And without that, I think it's hard to be successful.
I do think, though, the executive order, as much as it's a pain,
It's a good trigger.
it's a good trigger, right? I mean, it was things that we wanted to do and have a journey for that would have took a long time. Now we had a hard fact document that the company had to follow or they would lose business. And, when you speak those kind of terms to the right people, things will happen. And I think there, as much as it's been a lot of work, I am grateful for the executive order. I'm not grateful for the amount of regulatory asks that are coming down on top of that. But I'm grateful for the first step with the executive order.
Yeah, it's a trigger. The executive order in the U.S. is a trigger, but also has triggered other governments too. So it's not only about being compliant or being able to sell to the federal government, but right now in ESA, in some proof of concept with them, they're looking into SBOMs as one of the components, but also even pre-disclosure of vulnerabilities, which is a conversation for another day. We can probably have another 3 panels on that.
Yeah.
So it is going to take a lot of effort from vendors, from the consumers, from the government, from the industry to actually get educated, because it's a phased approach. What Lisa mentioned about software composition analysis tool, that's the first step. We're in the same shoes. Pretty much the whole industry, whether they tell you otherwise or not, it's pretty much in the same shoes, right? You're reacting into this, looking into what is in your source code or in a binary, right? And then there's no magic bullet that I can just press a button and say, I'm gonna put this into my CI/CD pipeline, and then tomorrow I'm gonna have SBOMs, VEX, and all the acronyms in the world. That doesn't exist right now. Hopefully, we'll move to that in 5-10 years, hopefully, right? Hopefully I'll be alive by then. But it's gonna take a significant amount of time. So the call for action is that we all get educated and we all try to actually solve this together, right? Because it's an ecosystem.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about why the executive order came down. What is the implication for national security with SBOMs?
I mean, I was going to actually say, I think this has got more to do with the trend that you're seeing with government agencies and even within the industry. It's really finding a way to push people to disclose vulnerabilities faster, to be more responsive to security vulnerabilities, to have processes and standards that they follow consistently in how they handle security vulnerabilities, and then bring people together so that we communicate it from vendor to vendor. And I think that was a culmination of a trigger that launched that, but there's so many other things in legislation.
Yes, I think SolarWinds was one of the major triggers that the government will say because of SolarWinds, but there also was, the pipeline, and everything in supply chain has just always been an issue. But I mean, the executive order has a lot more than just SBOM, and to be honest, if your company feels that just having an SBOM is the answer, they're wrong. There's just so much more to it. Having, SDL practices, having, contracts with your vendors, having a good vulnerability response program. I think everybody's been focusing on SBOM because it's a trendy name, and then Vex came along, it's another trending name. So it's a lot of fun to focus on that, but there's so much more that you need to have in order to be successful in the space. And even when you're one of the best in it, you still can easily fail. Every day there's new vulnerabilities. I'm sure just as we're speaking, there was, hundreds that probably came out, and that part is there's a lot of work ahead, which is great because we're in this field. So I think we did good job security, but.
Oh, we may die before we see the solution. Even though you mentioned Alan Freeman is a good friend of all of ours, he led an effort in the NTIA of SBOMs, and even before him, a lot of companies. That's the reason that Black Ducks and the White Source and a whole bunch of other companies assist. They want to help individuals to see what they're consuming. Think about, and this is an analogy that I think Alan or Josh Corman actually used. Think about that you're actually consuming something, that you're eating. And most of us, we actually look at the list of ingredients. Does this have too much sugar for me? I'm probably diabetic and blah, blah, blah. So the same thing that comes with software or hardware. Knowing what you're running, it is essential, right? If you don't know what you're running, then how in the world are you going to be able to determine what vulnerabilities affect you or not? Now, how these SBOMs and all these efforts started was because of other legal compliance and licensing. Like, you're using open source, so I'm going to disclose what open source packages I have. And for years, we have been doing that in PDF documents, and then says, I'm using OpenSSL, I'm using Linux kernel, but it doesn't go into the granularity of saying this is a version of Linux kernel, or this is how I'm using it. And for you to determine a vulnerability, if you're vulnerable or not, you have to know not only the version, am I actually compiling this into the way that actually affects my product? And a good friend of ours too from Oracle, he actually did a study, and most of their vulnerabilities that they actually face don't affect them. They're not exploitable, right? And if you look at that, through many other vendors, and that's one of the reasons that we actually, trying to put our heads together with Vex and these standards is to also allow for you to know what are false positives. In the perfect world will be that somebody, instead of actually running a scanner and then calling support and say, are you really affected by this, vulnerability that Qualys or Tenable or whoever tells you that you have, and then you have to get that person to talk to one of my guys, and one of my guys talk to engineering, and then engineering look into their code. If you can automate that in the future, that's of course the perfect world scenario. It is easier said than done, right? But that's what the main purpose of these efforts are.
I have a different perfect world.
That we don't introduce that vulnerability from the first place.
Yeah.
That would be the perfect
world. My perfect world is that we always pick up the latest and greatest of what we're consuming. But we all know that it's really expensive to do that, which is why we take the time to do the analysis to indicate if we're affected or not. Because half the time when we bring in open source, we write a lot of code around it, we have wrappers, and so it's very expensive. And it don't even get me on the OS updates and how expensive they are. So in a perfect world, though, where I think we will eventually get is that every release, which will hopefully be a consistent and only security update release, that's what I always talk about in my company, will, a customer will always know when they're getting that next update, and they will always know that they had the latest and greatest. Or maybe it's just a continuous update that's constantly going on. Although that is scary when you customer state, am I really pay deploying this update, or is it going to break something? So there's a whole other journey that goes on around it where I think we need to go.
My perfect world is a combination of the two. I think that it's important to recognize that what we're really doing is helping customers assess risk. So by eliminating some of the challenges that customers would have by ensuring we're updating to the latest version is important. I think that's important for many reasons: the stability of your product and keeping up with with the changes that are made in the components that you're integrating into your technology. But it's also important to be able to give people a better understanding of how exposed they really are, because as Omar pointed out today, it's a very manual effort. It's an ad hoc discussion that happens between engineers rather than something that people can look at and make a split-second decision on and say, yeah, I understand what the vulnerabilities and how it affects that product. I know my risk, although the severity of the vulnerability may be high, my risk is much lower in my implementation. But today, that's more of a subjective decision using anecdotal information rather than an objective.
Well, and it also takes customers understanding and being okay with receiving that.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of the customers, if they have a scan and it's indicating you have a vulnerability, even though you have a whole documentation of why you're not affected, some of them have rules. They're like, I'm sorry, we have to shut our program, our system down if we scan and see something. So, I think there's a lot of education that needs to happen to our customers and to those execs, that say you need to be on this. Like Log4j was a really good example. We had customers saying you need to be on that 2.17.1. I'm like, no, like eventually, yes, I want to get to that, but you really need to be on that 2.16. And but that education and understanding, we're very far from it still.
Looking at your ideal world, sounds like customers maybe aren't ready there. I mean, how are your customers dealing with, are they prepared to deal with SBOM and VEX and CSAP? Are they ready to consume that and make sense
But
of it?
I don't think we are.
I think
Clean
it's a journey,
ourselves.
right? Because, so as my customers, right, being able to feed you my information, I have to partner with my customers on the formats and the approach that we would take so that they're able to consume it. I have to understand what they were looking for. So it's a bit of a chicken and the egg experience.
Right.
I think that if you ask 5 people, you're going to get 20 answers in the customer side. The reason that I said that is because depending on the amount of resources that you have, whether you have SBOMs or not, they have a different way of ingesting security vulnerabilities. So that's the reason that I said, the perfect world is not introducing the vulnerability from the beginning. That's easy said than done, right? That's another effort. But how you're going to see this probably in the industry is that some customers are not going to have the infrastructure in place to even know what am I going to do with these 1,000 lines in here? Am I going to even ask the right questions? Is the vulnerability in the Linux kernel more impactful than OpenSSL, right? So you see a lot of even companies now. As a matter of fact, we have one outside with Stern Security. They are digesting SBOMs to provide risk information to a customer. The other thing is that even if you look at SBOMs or VEX, this is a continuous thing, right? More vulnerabilities will come in, more vulnerabilities will be remediated or will be determined they're false positives. If you think about the way that historically we have put things in our networks or in the cloud, that you have to go into a certification process, or this product cannot have any vulnerabilities on it, and you work with the customer for 6 months, and then they point fingers to my team. Oh, you just publish another vulnerability. This product is now, well, we have to publish. We have to be, transparent. If you look at open source vulnerabilities, as Lisa and Josh, they're coming as we speak. Somebody's actually finding one right now. So they're at constant state of not being compliant. Is that we have to educate the whole industry and the consumers, because there will never, I can guarantee you, there will never be a single product in the whole world that will be vulnerability free. Ever. It's a matter of us actually being able to ingest this information so we can make decisions into how to protect it, how to remediate it, and how to prioritize this stuff. There will never be, whoever sells you that I have a vulnerability free product, just turn around and just buy something else.
Or a system for developing products that's vulnerability free. It's just, I remember having this discussion at a conference once, and somebody asked me, what's the single biggest risk to our products today? And I said, it's anybody that's sitting down to write code. It's not the technology, it's how we design it, how we write it, how we build it. And it's not to say that those people that do it are bad or flawed or uneducated. It's just a fact of life. Security has evolved over the decades. How we develop products has evolved. The technology that we had 30 years ago is outdated, so the methodologies are also outdated, and we've learned from that. So we're continuing to grow and evolve and mature. That's what makes this a journey and not a destination.
How are we doing on time?
We still have, we're about 12 minutes. I just want to do one more question before we turn to the audience. So the response I hear so often when we get into a conversation about SBOMs and VEX is, aren't you giving the hackers a blueprint? How do you guys respond to that?
I can take it.
Go ahead.
So I was presenting with a few other folks in that DEF CON around the same topic at the policy desk. And it was KCLE, Katy, Missouri, a whole bunch of more intelligent people than me. But we were all talking about the expectation that some attacker, threat actor, can be a criminal, can be a national state organization, that they will be running. They probably have a better SBOM than you. That's number one thing, right? So the way of us thinking that, no, this is a big problem because I'm going to publish it out and somebody's going to share it and then that's going to be taken advantage of. Yeah, you can accelerate that, but they can buy the black dogs of the world. As a matter of fact, they are buying, these type of things to do the software composition analysis and actually know what they're running, right? So it is time for us that we're trying to protect to know about that. However, what we have to do is not so much of, can we put it in repositories, and that's a technical nerd fights that I have to deal with, right? Because I'm a nerd. But where to put profile information in machine readable format so I can predict where you put this information, right? That's the things that we're trying to do in the standard. But in the real world, how you're gonna probably see this is that originally it's gonna be on a per request type of transaction, right? And your customer that is going over and certifying your product and putting it into some process to acquire it, then they're probably gonna ask that as a checklist, right? And you're gonna see that a lot because they're probably not even gonna know what they're asking for, but they're actually just asking for this thing and you provide it to them. And in the perfect world will be, of course, that you have it in a specific repository, that the product itself actually has some type of manifest that it tells you that, and then you can query. There's another protocol that we didn't even put in there. It's called MUD, and where the actual product itself can tell you where you put the security advisories information on, and so on. So that's the futuristic type of it. What we're seeing at Cisco is more in the transactional phase yet, and even for VEX, you don't need an SBOM for VEX. That's my kind of joke. It's a question. Somebody's going to ask you, what is your status of CVE 12345 in your products? So that's what VEX starts for. We do have those mechanisms right now. Sometimes it's a phone call, sometimes it's an API call, sometimes it's an advisory, right? But that's what you're going to see, kind of baby steps out there. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I actually was thinking about it, and my concern is not that we're giving more information, but will people understand what to do with the information that we're giving them? So that's where my head goes at with it. I want to protect it as much as I can right now because there's so much more maturity with doing dependency management. Now that we have the SBOMs, how do we know about the vulnerabilities? How do I make sure that all my product teams, like if there's an OpenSSL vulnerability, then I'm instantly scanning those SBOMs, know what products are consuming it, making sure they know about that vulnerability and that we're ahead of the game and we're not having our customers saying, hey, you have this vulnerability in this because we have your SBOM. So that's why, for me, I'm a little bit hesitant, but it's more because I want to make sure I have everything else in the background working really well so that, my customers aren't telling me something I should already know. The other thing, and I just want to mention it because I feel like we missed it in it, and I'm thinking about it, is that one of the biggest things with SBOM, we're all having a little difficulty, is that there's no common naming. So you were talking about in the past, and in my past company, we had all the licensing, but someone would say Apache Struts, another person would say Struts, another person would say Apache Struts version 1. So there's so much inconsistency in the naming convention, and us in the industry haven't attached to one thing. And I think that because of that, we're all struggling. And so if my SBOM and your SBOM uses a different name for struts, are we, like, what is our customer going to do? Like, they have to code for all these different naming things. So that, I feel like, is still a huge gap that we haven't figured out. And I don't feel like anyone's actually taken a stance to say, hey, this is what we should use. We're all sort of, we use black ducks, so I'm going to utilize black ducks. But if all the black ducks of the world don't talk to each other, then they're all going to have different naming conventions.
Yeah, no, and back to Omar's point though, I'm not worried about as much about the painting a clear path to the malicious actors of the world. I think they're reverse engineering our technology and they understand it probably just as well as they need to be able to do what they do. At the same time, I don't necessarily want to make it any easier than I have to. So I want to provide enough information to our customers all down the chain so that they can make the right risk decisions and they understand what they need, how they need to fix their environment. But that's less of a concern of mine with SBOM.
Yeah.
All right, let's see, do we have some in the audience? Hi.
So you guys are here representing companies with headcount and budget and customers who are demanding these things, financial responsibilities to provide this. All these things, as the classic XKCD cartoon shows, is based on open source projects by that one guy who maintains it on the weekend. What about those guys? Are there some public or private partnerships that help some of these open source
That's a great,
Yeah.
that's a really great point,
I should repeat
Open
the
as
question.
a-
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
we'll repeat the question. You were talking about how are we helping that Joe Schmo who's writing the open source code. So OpenSSF, the Open Source Software Security Foundation, did I say that right? Yeah. So there has been a big initiative and a significant amount of big companies have poured money into it and the focus, there's a lot of focus on it. One of the focuses, though, is to try to figure out how do we make the open source more secure in the first place? How do we do that grading of the open source so that, a product team, when they're choosing, they pick one that maybe is more secure? So you're exactly right, though. We need to figure out if we're using these open source, how do we pour the money back into it to make them more secure in the first place? So that, we don't have a Log4j issue happening on a Friday, type of thing. So there's a big effort. If you don't know about it, you should look into it. But I know my company, I'm assuming yours, both of yours are contributing into it, to be able to help the whole ecosystem of open source.
But I think even beyond OpenSSF and being a part of that as a company, if you're using open source, you should be looking to invest in it. I mean, Intel has got a big effort around that, around not just investing in the industry groups that are supporting the idea, but then if you're going to use that technology, let's make sure that we're either contributing to it, we're a maintainer of it, we're somehow influencing it, we're communicating with the maintainers in any way that they're willing to communicate with us, because some maintainers don't want to.
And that helps for the big ones, but I mean, there's
Even the
tens
little
of
ones,
thousands
right?
of open source,
Yeah,
right?
But you have to start with the ones that, that point of open source, right? You start with the ones that you're using and make sure you're investing in those, that you're supporting those, which are likely used by others.
So I have two examples. So I agree 1,000% what they said. Also agree 1,000% and one with the last comment of anybody can actually make an open source project and somebody can consume it. And even though as a vendor, software producer, consumer, we have to get better on determining what is good infrastructure of open source that I should be consuming and what should be potentially outside of, So going back to your question about the investment, I'll give you an example. After Heartbleed, forget about Log4j, this long time ago, right? Heartbleed was kind of the wake-up call. Oh my God, people are using OpenSSL, and that's 2/3 of the internet. We have to pay attention to security. Cisco, we looked at, okay, what are the things that are critical infrastructure? Is it the kernel? Well, that's people giving money to that. Is it X, Y, and Z? Blah, blah, blah. And then we're spoiled because we have money and we give, to these efforts, right? And we said, what about time? What about NTP? And if NTP fails, certificates fail and everything else. So we started a little project with an organization called ASIC and Talos and university, and we look at NTPD, and nobody had looked at vulnerabilities ever, right? Not even a static analysis, because we were looking for vulnerabilities, and it was like free, CVEs out there, right? So whenever it comes to that, we probably have to collectively say, okay, what are the top, consume critical infrastructure open source components, and that's what OpenSSF is actually trying to do, and the Linux Foundation and many other folks. Second, what can we invest? And more importantly, why we should not be consuming some things that probably are not supported anymore, but we are using it in critical infrastructure products that we actually sell, right? So that's one of the things that we have to also look in this ecosystem, and it's not as easy as an SBOM or a VEX. It's actually a whole development shift.
Yeah, that's a whole journey. So.
Do we have enough time for one more question? Any other questions out there? Way in the back.
Yeah, it seems like today, this is an FBI release report thing with like the top executed vulnerabilities. How does SBOM help address a lot of those that seem like they may not be reliant on third-party open source dependencies like proxy shell or Fortinet vulnerability that just
Yeah, so the question is about CISA has been publishing actively exploited vulnerabilities and making the rest of the industry aware that they know that exploits are happening. They did it because they wanted their own government agencies to address vulnerabilities at a certain speed. So they actually said, hey, this is being actively exploited. This is how quickly you should fix it. I haven't tied it in with SBOM yet. Although I will with the full dependency management, but where I tied it in is more into my high profile process. So when a vulnerability is being actively exploited, we typically call it a high profile, especially if it's rampant and utilized in a lot of products. So I've been utilizing that information to help, hey, is this something that Dell is using, and what are we widespread affected or not? And we need to then faster do it. But is Dell actually using it is where SBOM comes into play. If you have your SBOMs, you could quickly know that you're utilizing that open source or a lot of them are even vendor issues. And then you can quickly notify those product teams. So it certainly will play in the picture as we continue to mature our processes.
I think that's.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
So everybody, we do have a 15-minute break. We are going to try to get started right back at 10:45. So yeah, please be prompt. See you back then. Oh, actually, while everybody's filing out, we did find out there are actually some open seats in the software splunking workshop. So if anybody's actually interested in doing that, there is space. So feel free to stop by if that's something of interest.
This one.
No, there's over there.
So yeah, I think there's.
So it sounds like you have a busy weekend ahead, right?
Yeah. She'd been at home, has been on dialysis, got COVID. I don't know exactly when she got COVID. So she's in the hospital. They were going to do her surgery. They realized she wouldn't make it through surgery. They elevated her in the middle store, set her up for transplant, and basically leaving her unconscious until she was and they'll fix her
After they
do the liver. But she'll make it out, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep her like this and then hope she gets the liver.
doesn't say is there a time frame on it?
I mean, she's
But actually being on the units while
Oh, they're putting it top of the list.
yeah, it's 34 and the top there is 40. Top of the no, score list. She was a 13.
Hi there. How's it going?
Yeah, but so I don't know. I'm gonna argue if I can.
social engineer her way.
Yeah.
Really good explaining the logic.
Oh, my mom will be with me. She can fill me out.
It's a whole signature.
Yes. Yeah, so we're gonna try to see on Monday and see if they'll let us. I mean, even COVID burns, I'm sure we figure out. But, you know,
Came back, spent the whole week with her. Yeah, like I had no sense so kudos feeling about
All right. I think we're ready to go. Those? Yes. I think maybe that's the only panel, and everybody else is going to speak from the podium. Oh, okay. Oh, careful.
okay. Terrible feedback I heard last night. You said they weren't really used, so we
high resistance network. Good. Oh, are they? They're on the same. No, I was just, I'm just sad because they're no longer readable.
Oh, did you want to read them?
I was thinking, oh, the board I did. Let me check that out.
At your
I'm
office.
a big cook, so why not mess with that?
Yeah, your family's gonna be so upset. And they're like, oh yeah. They're like, wow. How do you know?
Are we online? We are online. Oh, we got people up there too.
Yep, we got people up top too. And I think the speakers, the mics are not on. Oh, that one's on. That one's not on. I don't know if this was turned off or not. We'll just use that one. Hey everybody, as folks are filtering back in, just a quick reminder, I said this right as people were exiting, maybe you didn't hear it, but it does turn out we have some open seats in the software splunking workshop up on the 3rd floor. So that is something, if you're interested in checking it out, feel free to stop by. No prep is really needed. Nice if you have a laptop, but not required either. I think there's some offline exercises that you can pick up there. So it's just a heads up about that. And since we are right here at 10:45, yes, keep the lights on there. Sorry about that. I'm going to go ahead and start introducing Manny. We still have folks that will be filtering back in here, but definitely trying to keep us on schedule today. And fortunately, we are on schedule so far. So introduce my good friend Manny Landron here. Manny's a principal information security consultant with Align Technology Group. Extensive experience building, securing, and monitoring high-value and well-regulated applications and platforms on premises and in the cloud. He's led teams that implemented the Greenfield Information Security programs for AAT Insurance, which is a specialty insurance group with about $2 billion in underwritten premiums, and also for Citrix ShareFile, which is a Gartner Magic Quadrant leading content collaboration solution hosted with AWS and Azure. Manny is a graduate of Virginia Tech, another Virginia Tech tie this morning, and a veteran of the U.S. Army. He enjoys spending time with his family and playing his violin and also hiking in Umstead. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Manny and let you get started.
Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate it. So thank you, BSides, for the opportunity to present today. And thanks to all of you for attending. So I'm Manny Landron, and I help organizations secure and monitor their information technology platforms and applications on premises and in cloud. Today, we'll be covering a talk called Understanding and Securing Containerized Environments. As far as agenda is concerned, it's right here. So we'll provide you with an overview of container security with an emphasis on the fundamentals and differences between containerized environments and virtualization, the pros and cons of containerization from a security perspective, and the challenges associated with securing and monitoring containers throughout their life cycle, from container registry on through production. We're also going to explore the concepts of container escape, review the role of kernel namespaces and control groups, and the role they play to enforce segmentation and control resource allocation. And then we're going to gain an understanding of container runtime behavior and the importance of implementing safeguards, including least privilege access to promote container isolation. So a container image, differs somewhat from an actual container. You build a container from a text-based script of instructions, usually a Docker file. An image executes code in a container. So think of a container as running an instance of an image. A runtime environment is the environment in which the program or application is executed. It loads the application and runs it with all the resources necessary for the program to run independently of the operating system. And then simplistically, it's software that's designed to run software before it actually installs. So containers and virtual machines have similar resource isolation and allocation benefits, but function a little bit differently because a container virtualizes the operating system instead of the hardware. Containers are also much more portable and efficient than virtual machines because containers are typically much smaller in size and therefore take up less space. Containers are an abstraction really of the app layer that packages code and dependencies together. So multiple containers can run on the same machine and share the operating system kernel with other containers. And then each is isolated, an isolated process rather in user space. So virtual machines or VMs are an abstraction of the physical layer. And you have one server running on rather, you have many servers rather virtualized running on one server, one server. The hypervisor allows multiple VMs to run on a single machine. And each VM includes a full copy of the operating system along with the application and any necessary binaries and libraries as well. VMs are typically much larger than containers, and traditional VMs can be really slow to boot. There are new VMs like Amazon's Firecracker and Kata that are lightweight VMs that do start in milliseconds rather than minutes. But typically they're they take a lot longer to boot. I'd like to highlight a couple of terms in the event. We have some folks in the audience that are not familiar with them. So user space refers to the code in an operating system that lives outside the kernel. The operating system kernel is the central module of an operating system that's really responsible for managing all the resources, so memory, processes, devices, the disk itself, system calls, and more. And the fundamental difference between containers and virtual machines is that virtual machines run an entire copy of the operating system, including the kernel, while containers share the host's kernel. As a result, container isolation is technically weaker than that provided by a hypervisor in a virtual machine use case. So engineers create managed containers to run applications, relying on a combination of continuous integration, continuous delivery, or continuous deployment pipelines. Popular containerization solutions such as Kubernetes, Docker Swarm, Amazon Elastic Cloud Container Service, rather, ECS, to name a few. So Amazon Elastic Container Service is fully managed. It's a fully managed container orchestration service. So Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, or EKS for short, is a managed service that makes it easy for you to run Kubernetes on AWS without installing an operating system, owning your own Kubernetes control plane, or worker nodes. Worker nodes basically is a machine that hosts one or more containers. And then you can build and deploy container images using traditional virtual machines, as well as serverless computing engines such as AWS Fargate. So AWS Fargate is a serverless compute engine for containers that works with both Amazon ECS and Amazon EKS. Each Fargate task has its own isolation boundary and does not share the underlying kernel, CPU, resources, memory resources, or network interface with another disk. So I credit Liz Rice, the author of Securing Containers, for this image and list. This slide represents she wrote that book. It's published by O'Reilly. If you haven't read it, if you don't have a copy of that, please get it. It's well worth the read. She's very succinct with her writing. I think the book in its entirety is about 160 pages and covers a lot of great detail. This slide represents a high-level overview of the common risk associated with containerized workloads. So, software vulnerabilities in the host operating system and third-party apps, as well as all the misconfigurations in the host operating system and container, they introduce exploitable vulnerabilities that may lead to privilege escalation and container escape. It's also important to consider the security and trustworthiness of the build environment and the container registry. You want to ensure that the integrity and trustworthiness of the container images used to instantiate the container applications in production and to avoid introducing untrusted and unauthorized images. So managing secrets also remains a challenge, but orchestration platforms like Kubernetes and Docker Swarm, along with secret vaults like HashiCorp Vault and AWS KMS, they've introduced the capability to more securely manage secrets throughout their life cycle as well. So credit Julie Evans. She's at Bork on Twitter. She publishes zines rather on wizardzines.com. Her zine, How Containers Work, goes for about $12 and is entertaining introduction to how containers work. Recall that applications are not run in user space and need to communicate with the kernel, right? The Linux kernel. Using system calls to do things like read and write data to a file, open or change the owner of the file, execute another program, create or kill a process. And remember that a Docker container or a container period is a process. There are hundreds of possible system calls depending on the version of the Linux kernel that's running. And applications don't really need all the system calls at their disposal. Therefore, evaluate the profile of the system calls and the application that the application makes rather throughout its life cycle to determine whether the appropriate system calls are present and they adhere to the principle of least privilege. So next, we'll use strace, or at least I'll show you how I used strace, a Linux debugging utility that monitors interactions between processes and the Linux kernel itself, which includes system calls to observe what occurred when a container is terminated. So a little setup is required to use strace. And again, strace is primarily a debugging tool. It's very capable. This isn't intended as I'm not proposing that strace be the primary tool that you use. There are several third-party solutions, commercial off-the-shelf or open source, that provide similar capability. This is just a readily available tool, rather, in the Linux toolbox that you can use to evaluate what sort of system calls are made, whether for educational or academic purposes, or to evaluate whether a container is making proper system calls to the kernel. So again, a little setup is required to use strace. You run sudo docker ps to list all the containers running on the host. Note that the process ID isn't listed by default when you run docker ps. So to obtain the process ID, take note of the container ID and run the docker inspect command you see on the screen to look up the process ID. And you'll get copies of this slide, I'm sure, of these slides, I'm sure, so you don't have to take a picture or write it down. Next, run sudo trace with the P switch for process with the associated process ID, which in this case is 4691. In another terminal, I terminated the running container, and strace captured the raw output, listing all the system calls made to the kernel. It's cut off, but in a second I'll show you the summary of those system calls. Let's see what else is important here. So again, strace is just it's really a debugging tool that you can use to at least evaluate what sort of system calls a container is making, or any process for that, whether it be PWD for your present working directory, LS, it doesn't matter. If you're interested in doing that, it's really easy to do. Just make sure that it's installed, and then you can go ahead and start using strace at your liking. So here we use strace to view system calls and put it in a table format using the C switch. Note that the process ID changed because I instantiated a new version of the containerized application. This application wasn't doing much. It was a Pixie vulnerable API. As much as I tried to interact with it, I couldn't get it to actually make a system call until I actually terminated the container itself. So we used strace to provide you with an idea of what occurs under the covers, but bear in mind that strace, while capable, does have its limitations. However, there are open source solutions, again, like Tracy. Tracy is one that you can use in place of strace that serve a similar purpose. And then open source and commercial solutions that rely on their capability to observe and filter calls to monitor and secure the host and containerized applications. These are typically bundled with cloud-native application protection platforms. Some that come to mind are Aqua, Sysdig, Trend Micro's, Cloud One, that sort of thing. So while I'm not prepared to give you a primer on Linux permissions today, please note that Linux, or at least in Linux, everything's a file. And file permissions do dictate who or what can access that file and what actions they can perform on those files. Understand that containerized applications run as a process, and most run as root, albeit with limited capabilities. Consider that there are rootless alternatives, right, that you can use to host containers that are emerging that promise to eliminate the need to run a container as root. So be sure to review the containerized workload to determine if it's running as root and if it's an absolute requirement for it to run as root. Otherwise, take steps to effectively limit permissions as necessary. You can also run sandboxes on the host to filter those system calls as well. And then you can review those capabilities, and we'll show you how to do that in a second to determine whether those capabilities are necessary. Note that the set UID flag can be pretty dangerous because it might give an unauthorized user root access, or at least access to run a program under another user. Consider that the set UID sets the effective user ID of the calling process, and a container is typically running as root. So Linux divides the privileges traditionally associated with superuser into distinct units known as capabilities, would be independently enabled and disabled. The capabilities can be independently granted to processes, including container processes. You can use the get caps command along with the process ID of the container to identify the list of capabilities that are enabled. You can reference the capabilities man page to learn more about each capability. Provides a definition of what the capability, what sort of privileges that capability grants. While this container doesn't have the capsys admin capability enabled, I highlight it here because it should be avoided as it enables many of the privileged capabilities associated with root. You'll see later when we talk about container escape briefly that the capsys admin capability is typically what is leveraged through a vulnerability in a kernel to one, escalate privileges, and then two, escape the container itself. You also want to avoid running containers and in privilege mode or root mode with the -- privilege flag. Although a container may run as root by default, again, several of the capabilities are not granted by default. Privilege mode means that if you are root in the container, then you essentially have full privileges of root on the host system itself. Recall that containers run as a process, right? They are a process. Even though they have an application running, even though they have dependencies and libraries, they do run as a process. There are three essential Linux kernel mechanisms to limit a process's access to host resources: control groups, namespaces, and then changing the root. So control groups are a feature of Linux that limits accounts for isolation. So it isolates resources, including CPU, memory, disk I/O, and network, and any process that any process can consume. Namespaces are a feature of Linux, and it partitions kernel resources such that one of the set of processes doesn't see other resources that other processes have access to. You can also view the namespaces available on your host operating system by using the ls-ns command there. And I highlighted, for example, the process ID namespace. There are several namespaces. And one example is the PID namespace, which provides processes with an independent set of process IDs, including process IDs that spawn from the parent process IDs, those child process IDs. Another example space, this one's important because it provides a mechanism to map the root user inside a container to a limited privileged user on the host itself. You can see the host, or rather, you cannot see the host entire root, or rather the file system from a container, typically, because the root directory is changed during container creation. This effectively limits the set of files and directories that a container can view. So this particular vulnerability, CVE 2022-0185, was identified in January of 22. And recall that capsys admin, is largely a catch-all capability. It can easily lead to additional capabilities or full root, typically granting access to all capabilities. So this container escape vulnerability materialized because of an issue in the Linux kernel, but container escape can also result from issues with misconfiguration as well. It doesn't have to be a vulnerability in the kernel or in the operating system. Typical mitigation steps include, obviously patching the kernel, applying the necessary patch, but compensating controls can include minimizing the use of capsysadmin, the capsysadmin capability, using a sandbox like seccomp to effectively filter system calls. The default seccomp profile is usually enough, and more recent Docker implementations actually implement seccomp by default. So here we start talking about each of the security considerations for a containerized environment. I listed them out so that when we do share the slides, they're readable, they're digestible. So you do want to scan images in the registry for vulnerabilities, right? So registries, especially public registries, can be untrusted. So do take great care in evaluating the images that you use. The best approach in certain cases, especially when you're considering hosting sensitive workloads, is to create those images yourself. Apply available updates to third-party libraries, including applications, before you introduce it to the build, or at build rather. So before you introduce it to production, you don't want to do that at runtime. Cryptographically sign the images to ensure its integrity and trustworthiness. Once you create an image, it's important that you take steps to validate and preserve its integrity. And also admission control safeguards that are largely part of orchestration solutions like Docker and Kubernetes, Docker Swarm and Kubernetes rather. They depend on that. They can depend on that signature to evaluate the trustworthy image before they actually introduce it to the build cycle in production. So keep registries private if it doesn't need, right? And do take great care when you evaluate and select images that are in public repositories, as they can contain malware, they can contain vulnerable third-party libraries, dependencies. And of course, you need to do code reviews to evaluate what the code is actually doing. Secure the build process, again, to protect the image of the integrity of the image, but only allow approved images to deploy in production. So then you want to secure the host, just as you have been doing for years, right? This is really the one constant. Build a host from scratch if you need to, right? There are certain workloads, sensitive workloads, that you should rely on a built from scratch host, or use a trusted baseline. The Center for Internet Security benchmarks do a great job. However, they don't produce benchmarks for every single operating system version. Configure the host operating system according to CIS benchmarks, but again, if it's available, right? Use a minimal operating system, purpose-built to host containers such as Alpine or CoreOS. These operating systems typically remove unnecessary libraries, dependencies, functionality, and you reduce the attack surface. And of course, they're much more lightweight as well. Consider using a minimal operating system. Scan the host operating system for patch and configuration-related vulnerabilities, obviously before you introduce it to production. And then, of course, in production, consider refreshing the host operating system as opposed to patching it. If you can work with your engineering team to figure out a way to automate and take advantage of immutability, ephemerality. Immutability meaning that if you agree, for example, to enforce immutability in a production environment, that means that anything in production doesn't really change. You're not patching, you're not adding any third-party software, you're not making any configuration changes. The preference would be to introduce an entirely new operating system host, right? An entirely new container that has been patched in the application delivery process to ensure that it's easier to manage and to ensure that you don't have a lot of configuration drift. Apply available updates to the host operating system as usual, and then leverage a sandbox or Linux security module to enhance isolation. These come in the form of seccomp, AppArmor, SE Linux, gvisor, though gvisor is really a hybrid between a virtual machine and a Linux security module, or a sandbox rather. And list it, there are ways now to host containers in very lightweight, very fast virtual machines. Again, Kata comes to mind, AWS Firecracker comes to mind. These are really lightweight virtual machines that operate just like typical virtual machines, but they load much faster in milliseconds rather than minutes, and they're much smaller. So if you have a sensitive workload that you need to ensure the isolation for, and look, virtual machine isolation is, for the most part, tried and true, it's proven. And it does add another layer of defense for very sensitive workloads, as opposed to relying only on the kernel within the operating system itself. You can argue that the kernel has been around for a while too. However, the kernel occasionally does reflect or materialize some vulnerabilities as well. Secure the container. Run containers as non-root users if possible, or a pared down version of root, right? Remember the capabilities we talked about? Not all containers need every single capability, and they don't need every single namespace either, right? So avoid running containers in the privilege mode as we talked about, because essentially that overrides all security checks. You are true root in the container when you're running this privilege mode, right? So you override any sandboxing, any Linux security modules, those kinds of checks. You basically get a pass. Remove unnecessary Linux capabilities, as I just discussed, and then leverage a runtime protection solution to ensure that only authorized executables run. These come in various forms. It could be a traditional anti-malware solution, or it can be a anti-malware solution that also incorporates some degree of syscall filtering. Perform continuous cloud security posture management, leveraging open source or commercial off-the-shelf solutions. These cloud security posture management solutions not only evaluate how well your environment, typically your cloud platform, is configured, but also the services within that cloud platform as well. Run containers on hosts dedicated to running containers, right? Don't mix and match workloads on a operating system host. Avoid mixing sensitive and non-sensitive workloads on the same host, because there's always the possibility of container escape. The isolation boundary with the kernel is not as strong as it is with a hypervisor and in a traditional virtual machine use case. And then also, while not listed here, do consider hosting workloads or containers rather that communicate parties or external third parties outside of the network with those that are only communicating internally. So very much like we segment our existing on-prem networks, you should also segment your containerized environment. Then add executables to the container at image build time, not runtime. I alluded to this earlier, because you do want to ensure that the integrity of your containerized application, and then you also want to avoid drift, configuration drift. Right? You end up with an environment that's using different versions of a library, different versions of a dependency. And ultimately, it's really hard to secure an environment like that. It's really frustrating to try to identify which containers are vulnerable. In fact, work with your engineering team if you're in this particular situation to embrace ephemerality, even though ephemerality can be a bit frustrating as well. Ephemerality means that the instance isn't treated as an ongoing concern. It's temporary, right? And it's meant to be refreshed. And if you can automate that, if you can automate that process at refresh time, you're essentially introducing a container or a host operating system that is patched, configured to the latest requirements, and then you avoid that configuration drift as well. And then run immutable containers to avoid configuration drift. We talk about immutability, not changing a production workload in production. Make that change in the continuous integration, continuous delivery or deployment pipeline. Apply the patches, change any configuration that you have to. update any containers, and then redeploy them, and do that on a periodic basis. I think that the work is well worth the effort to ensure that that environment is much easier to monitor and ultimately much easier to secure. So security and communications between components. My observation is that this is an area that isn't really typically enforced or it's not emphasized. So you have containers that can talk to any container in the environment, that can talk to any component in the environment. Usually it's unencrypted, right? There's no mutual authentication, right? So enforce mutual TLS, typically either through an orchestration solution or through what they call a service mesh, like a Istio. One of the byproducts of a service mesh that does control communication at the application layer is enforcing, mutual TLS. TLS being the protocol that is used to encrypt HTTP or HTTPS traffic. Consider using certificates to enable mutual authentication as well. So not only encrypting that traffic but also ensuring that only machines that should be talking to each other are talking to each other. And then use network policies to control which components can communicate, very similar to what you would do in a traditional network. Again, a service mesh can do that for you at the application layer, but doesn't really handle the network layer. So you do need some capability at the network layer, including things like IP tables, to enforce those connectivity requirements and that segmentation. So treat containers as ephemeral, as I mentioned earlier, refresh often, and update the hosts and containers. And then check for sensitive directories mounted on the host, because any sensitive directories mounted on the host, especially if the container is running as root, are visible to the container. Then you have protecting secrets in transit and at rest, and this is one of the most significant challenges today. So don't hard code secrets in an image at any stage of the image creation process, because an image is created by layering files. And if you introduce and hard code a credential at any layer, you're not really removing that layer, right? And so you can actually decompress the image and actually see those credentials when it decompresses. So please avoid doing that. If you do find that, you have to really rebuild the image from scratch. Don't define secrets in environment variables either, because if a container is running as root, it has access to those environment variables. And then, of course, if the application crashes, typically those environment variables are displayed, right? And they're also captured in log files as well. Encrypt secrets in purpose-built secret vaults, like we talked about. HashiCorp Vault and other vaults are purpose-built to manage secrets and to encrypt them at rest and in transit. And then leverage features in orchestration platforms like Kubernetes and Docker Swarm to manage secrets as well, if that capability exists. And then consider encrypting, do encrypt secrets in transit, and don't pass secrets over the network unencrypted, and really avoid sending secrets to the network interface. That's just a bad practice. It's better to, the optimal approach rather is to pass secrets by writing them to a file accessed through a temporary directory held in memory. And the key word is temporary, right? It doesn't live persistently in memory. It basically instantiates in memory when it's required. And then, of course, it's ephemeral. And then avoid writing secrets to disk, even in encrypted, because it's unencrypted when you're writing it to disk. And also you have to figure out a way to decrypt it, right? And so that introduces another challenge. All right, so that's all I have today. We are a Line Technology Group. We are local. We are built and founded here. All of us are from Raleigh. We focus on securing, monitoring, technology platforms, whether they're in the cloud, whether or not. We're an AWS technology partner. And again, I appreciate your time. Thank you for coming. Yeah, questions? We have them. Yes, sir.
What do you think of the MSA recommendations for hardening Kubernetes?
I haven't reviewed them, but I think because they're the NSA, they're probably spot on. Yeah, I haven't reviewed them. And so there is a fundamental difference between the actual container and the container orchestration solution. I will take a look though. Mhm.
They updated pretty recently.
Yeah.
Not my area of expertise.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't reviewed them either. Anybody else? Yes, sir. I think the question is around performing forensics, both online and offline with containers. Is that fair? So a container is going to produce, well, first let's face it. In a lot of environments, containers are ephemeral, right? Here today, gone tomorrow. And so you may not have the container or even the host operating system to evaluate. If that is an important component, then as I mentioned earlier, you may want to host that particular workload in a lightweight, virtual machine and maybe treat it as more persistent. Otherwise, you're going to be relying on the collection of all the system calls that the container made, when it was exploited, right? When privilege escalation occurred, and then of course when container escape occurred on the host itself. And so I would also evaluate the extent to which you're collecting the information you need on the host operating system, because the host operating system is the one that's, the kernel is the one that's evaluating those system calls as well. Does that make sense? Yes, sir.
Quick question. You mentioned updating patches. What patch repository would you look at out there and bring them in? There's a lot of patches, different environments, sites to go to. I work at DoD.
Yeah. Obviously, it really depends on your needs, right? I mean, most third-party application patch repositories are a pay-for-play service. I can't recall any of them off the top of my head, even though I've used several of them. But what you would do is evaluate the kinds of third-party applications that you're running in your environment, and then determine the extent to which that third-party patch repository supports the applications, right? And then obviously the host operating systems that you're running as well. One thing I want to mention though is that it's a lot easier to patch in the application delivery process than it is to patch in production. It just introduces a lot of overhead and a lot of uncertainty too, right? Having been embedded with engineering teams, I've caused my share of problems when I patched. Even if I patched using the proper patch management process, going from test stage to prod, inevitably something happens in prod. So going off on a little tangent here, do consider patching in a non-prod environment, leveraging a source that satisfies all of the requirements that you're using in your environment. Where? Oh, it's like.
I was wondering if you could comment on a suggestion for secrets management, the secrets database that you maybe prefer or use, or what works best with the
It's not. There isn't one that I prefer. It obviously has a lot to do with the technology you're using, right? So a lot of orchestration solutions are introducing the capability to manage secrets. They may not be full featured though. HashiCorp Vault, seems to be a very popular one. If you're in AWS, then Secrets Manager or KMS rather, or Key Management Service is going to help. So my answer is it really depends on the platform and the solutions that you rely on to deploy, manage your containerized environment, or any technology for that matter that relies on secrets, right? But ultimately, you want to avoid, writing those secrets to environment variables. You want to avoid writing those secrets to disk. And you do want to leverage a purpose-built vault, and then you want to encrypt those secrets in transit, net rest, in between components that leverage those secrets.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, and I want to emphasize, like, none of this is easy, right? And I even underestimated the overhead associated with, securing a containerized environment. Once you start to really evaluate the permutations of what could possibly happen in this kind of environment, on the operating system itself, on the host, whether it's in the container, it gets really complicated. So it's a matter of really taking a risk-based approach, making some trade-offs, and then of course negotiating those trade-offs with the engineering team, but then emphasizing with the engineering team that the more efficient approach is really to automate as much of that in the application delivery process as opposed to production. I think they will be very amenable to doing that. Any other questions? Okay, just one last plug. For Liz Rice's book, Securing Containers, has been very influential, very informative. Really is the tip of the iceberg, though. And so I do encourage you to read that book if you're interested in container security. Read some of the Docker documentation, the Kubernetes documentation. It's still evolving, even though it's about 10-ish years old. And then a lot of solutions are out there that are coming along that are purpose-built to help you manage this environment, to monitor it, and ultimately secure it.
Thank you.
For you?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, there's nothing in the
Oh,
file.
it's on. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you. So while we have our next group of speakers making their way up to the stage here, just a couple of logistical notes. So lunch will be coming up after this session at noon. There are already a couple of the food trucks out there. I think we had 3 scheduled to be here. At least 2 of them are here. I'm not sure about the third one, but that was what I just heard a few minutes ago. And also just a note, if you are going to be going to the after party at Ponysaurus and you have any sort of food allergies or restrictions, just if you have a chance, let us know. You can either find Joe Shotman, kind of tall guy wearing a blue BSides shirt, glasses. Let him know he's organizing that. Also, you could just tweet at us or something like that. Tweet at BSides RDU to let us know. But yeah, just wanted to get that out there while we're transitioning. So Lisa and Julia, if you want to come on up stage and we'll get you plugged in here. Let's see. Your laptop there. And it's one of you can use that.
Yeah, I'm going to use this. She's gonna use
Okay.
that.
Okay, great. So, yeah, this one working too? Yeah, that one's working too. Okay.
Sort of loud, but-
Yeah. While they're getting set up, I'm just going to really quickly do an intro. So I'm not going to read through the full bio since we have 2 speakers here. Yeah, we have both, hold on, let me make sure I have the right names here because I don't want to mess that up. Yeah, so Lisa Bradley and Julia Hopkins, both with Dell and part of the product security incident response team. Here is going to be about bringing order to the chaos of security vulnerabilities, which is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. So can't wait to hear this one. So yeah, I'll let you go.
Good. Get this off. Okay, I'm just going to take this out. Does it come out? Let me know. Hello. I like to pace a little.
You good?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, some fun stuff. So I spoke earlier a little bit in the panel, but Lisa Bradley, I'm with Dell. In my past, I worked at NVIDIA and at IBM. I've been in security for over 10 years. I came from New York down here 23 years ago. I went to NC State, so Wolfpack fans, I got my PhD from there. And I call my team Versace, because I like to have a fun name around it. Vulnerability response, customer security, and community enablement. So P-certs underneath me, SBOM, security champion, security training, lots of other fun things.
And I'm Julia Hopkins. I'm a technical program manager on the product security incident response team at Dell. Prior to that, I was with Lenovo in their product security office, and then I also helped to establish their chief security office. And I have a master's in cybersecurity from Utica College.
Mm-hmm. Great. So I want to start off just in general. A lot of people, when they think cybersecurity, instantly think the C-cert side. So P-cert is maybe the red-headed stepchild of it. And actually, it has the name incident, but we actually don't deal if there's like an incident that happens in the company. P-cert doesn't handle it. Our job is to best protect the brand and our customers by going through a typical process where we're trying to resolve vulnerabilities that are in the product line. So P for the P-cert is product, so very product focused here. Go to the next one. So any company that has a P-cert should have a policy, a framework that they're following. First, P-cert services framework. If you haven't heard of FIRST, there's a C-cert framework, a P-cert framework. A lot of our in Dell, what we follow is that framework where we start off with the discovery. How did we find out about the vulnerability? Was it us through SCL practices? Is it from our customer? Is it from a vendor, researcher? Bug bounty program, whatever. We're lucky. In April, we started a public bug bounty program for Dell. I'm very happy about that. We go to the triage and analysis. So we found a vulnerability. Is it valid? What's the impact? What's the CVSS score? So CVSS is the common vulnerability scoring system. And the higher the number, the typically worse the risk goes from a low, medium, high, and critical. Then we go into remediation, figuring out our plan, remediating the vulnerability. What is our comms plan? If we can't fix it on time, there's an exception procedure that we follow. And then lastly, the disclosure. Dell Security Advisory, we call it, but security advisory, sometimes security bulletin, security notice. How do we make sure that we tell our customers about the vulnerability, the risk that is there with the security update that they're going to get, so that they follow their own policies to figure out how quickly they should address. All along time, through this, we have a high profile procedure. So Log4j, for example, Spectre Meltdown, Heartbleed. But even sometimes for us, sometimes we could have a proprietary code vulnerability that we could call high profile because some big researchers are going to disclose it, working with PR and all that. Governance and reporting, a lot of metrics, KPIs. Some of the key KPIs that we do are focused on how are you adhering to our standard? How quickly are you addressing your vulnerabilities within our SLOs? How are you doing with your open source component management? Are the customers finding the issues or are we finding the issues? And with proprietary code, how many are finding from researchers versus us? How well is our SCL process? And lastly, stakeholder communication. So out to the comms to the rest of the business. So this is our formal part of our talk here, where we have it, and then we'll try to have a little more fun as we continue on here. Okay, so.
So I'm gonna put my my researcher costume on here. So as a researcher, what are my overarching goals here? What is my motive as a researcher? It's getting payment after finding a valid vulnerability. It's setting my reputation, getting my claim to fame, being able to go to conferences and speak about my discovery. It may be helping customers, protecting them, helping to keep them more secure, or just people in general. And then there's the consideration of future employment. If I find a valid vulnerability, I submit it to a company, will they bring me on? So, but what I don't know is what's really going on behind the scenes when I report that vulnerability to a company. So Lisa, maybe you can pull the curtain back for me.
So we'll walk through this, but right now my focus is on my customers and my brands, right? How do I make sure that I'm protecting them and making sure I'm adhering to the industry standards, to what my customers think, my customers stand. There's a lot of pressure that I have to make sure that I'm protecting the company. And when I'm thinking about those goals, my end goal is please don't get the media involved. I don't want to be that label, that story. I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to tell the president or the CISO all of this stuff that's going on, because really I'm trying my best to handle this. But we do have some common goals. I think in general, we want to protect our customers and, help the ecosystem. Like we both want to do that. Yeah.
So walking into the first phase of discovery, I'm a researcher. I'm submitting the report. What do I need to think about? And what questions do I need to ask? What's the product scope here? Is the vulnerability just in this one product? Is it in other products? Does it affect this one company? Or are other companies going to get involved that I can submit this report to?
Oh, crap. I just got a vulnerability from a researcher. Here we go. Is it valid? Let me think. Well, first, did they even give me enough information? Can I even understand what they're trying to tell me? Did they tell me what products affected? Is the product in scope? Should I be paying them? Does it fall under my bug bounty program? Am I going to acknowledge them? And have I worked with you before? I hope I worked with you before, because maybe we have a good rapport. If not, I have no clue what I'm going into. I hope they don't zero day me. I don't want to be zero dayed. Like, let's make sure my team really has their act together and is talking to you. Have we talked to you? Oh my God, did I respond? Did I respond back to that vulnerability that you gave me?
Not yet.
Okay. Automatic response went out. Okay, I forgot I had the automatic response. This is great. But
when do I get to talk to a real person, Lisa?
Yeah, well, yeah. So we're looking through, I'm figuring it out. I don't know about this issue. Okay, we're good. Is there enough though that I'm gonna triage it in the security team, or am I gonna go bring it to the product team? Am I ready to bring it to the product team? Am I ready to go and now scare the crap out of this whole product team that they now have a researcher vulnerability? I think I'm ready. Where are we going to next?
Next, we're going to severity. What's the severity?
I didn't even confirm the damn vulnerability yet. Like, I got a little more work here. I just got everybody known. I opened up the ticket. I put all your information in there. I think there's enough. So I'm going to now do my triage and analysis, and I'm going to figure it out. So.
And when the hell do I get paid?
Yeah, well, not yet. Not yet. I didn't confirm it yet. I'm still working on that. I think you might have missed something.
So on submission, where can I even submit this? There's a bug bounty program as an option, if the company has one set up.
I do.
Security email.
I have that too.
Awesome. And if I want to write a paper on this.
Oh, please don't write a paper. Don't write a paper.
But I definitely want to tweet about it and tell them.
Wait, don't tweet yet. Don't tweet. Don't give everybody away. Don't. Oh.
And how long do I have to wait until I can do all that?
Yeah. Well, let me confirm it still.
And if you make me wait too long, I'm just going to zero day you.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to go on to our triage here. I send it out to my product team. They're analyzing it, and we can't get from step A to step C. There's things to B. Like, can you give me a little more information?
Dang, now they're asking me all these questions. Did I give them enough information?
No,
Don't feel
you
like
didn't.
I did.
You didn't. I
So
politely
here's my
request
proof
that
of
you give me
concept.
some more information. Maybe you can record yourself doing it and give me a little video.
And here's my proof of concept.
Damn. Okay, I have the proof of concept. I could recreate this. It's a vulnerability. I don't know about it. I now need to score it. How severe is this? Does it only affect this product?
But I
Okay.
found that it affects more products. So with broader impact, do I get a bigger reward now?
No. But wait a minute. I gotta look. Is this my code? Is it my code? Is it my ODMs? Is it my OEMs? Is it my vendors? Where is this vulnerability? Whose problem is it? Is it really my problem? Can I pass you off to my vendor? It would really be nice if they had to deal with it instead of me, and then maybe they could pay you, but they might not have a bug bounty program. So then do I pay? I don't know if I pay. Do I pay? What did my rules say? Maybe I pay. I still probably should pay. You found something.
I'd like to be paid.
Yeah, I'm sure. So I determined it's my issue. So I've got it. It's valid. Okay, I'm gonna now pay you, but I'm gonna pay you based on the severity that I think it is. So I think it's a medium. It's a medium. Here it is. We got this. We score things all the time.
I don't agree. They're coming back and they're giving me a lower severity score.
Yeah.
I think this should be higher.
I could maybe talk to you. Do I want to talk to you? Do I want to have a call? Do I want to just email? I'm certainly not going to let my product team talk to you. They will mess this all up. So I'm going to talk about how we know how to score, what we think of this, talk through the vector. Do you agree with me yet?
I think we're getting close.
Okay. So let's go and talk about this. We can have a call. Do you want to have a call?
Let's have a call.
Okay. We'll figure this out. So
We have a call. We're good.
we're good. We agree on this one.
Severity, confirmation, and agreement.
Yeah, I might have moved it up a little bit. They were right about one thing. So it moved up, but it's still a medium, but it's like a little higher medium. Higher medium still important, or should we call it a high? I don't know. We're close. We're around there. Okay, so right now I'm lucky it doesn't affect everybody. If it affected all of my product lines, I would be calling this a high profile. Also, if it was coming from a vendor, I'd be working with that vendor, the ODM, and oh my God, let me hope that that ODM, I actually have a contract of how quickly they should address their vulnerabilities, because if not, they could take a really long time. You said you're gonna blog?
Oh, yes. I intend to blog.
Okay. We good? Did we cover it? They were good. Hey, if it did though affect a lot of products, are you interested in working with CERT or some coordination? And it really would help you. It would help you. It would certainly help me, but it would help you if you work with them, because if you try to coordinate working with all those other vendors, it might be difficult.
Yeah, what does that entail?
I think you just tell them, and then they handle all the coordination. It's sort of impressive.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to just say right now that it just affects my product. We're going to go on. But we would have a whole nother story of embargo days, matching embargo days, everything with all these other vendors. Hopefully we would utilize someone like CERT if we wanted to, and then it would help our coordination. Here we go. You ready?
So now, when do I get to tell people about this?
Yeah.
When is this getting disclosed?
Yeah. So I just released a security update, or my security updates are with my features right now. So I just had a big release. So we're just getting started on our journey here. Or, oh crap, did we not release yet? Now we're about to release. We didn't release. I got a few more weeks. We're on a code freeze. I'm in trouble. I need now to tell you that it's going to take us a little bit longer.
You told me it was this date, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to 0 day you if you go back on this.
Please don't 0 day me. I'm really trying here. But, I have to get my QA resources aligned. And wait, did I even figure out how to fix this yet? Okay. it's going to take a little longer. It's in this component and this component, and it's sort of complicated. We have to
I have
wrap
a
our
paper
code
to write.
around it.
And it's due at the end of the semester.
Okay. Knock, knock, exact door. We have a researcher reported issue. We have a timeline that we typically can't meet right now, even though the team's trying their best to follow our SLOs, our standard. But yeah, no, we're going to get 0 date if you don't fix it by this date. You need to fix it by this date, because I really don't think you should accept the risk here of getting 0 date. They plan on blogging. Okay, I got a date. You good with this date now? What do you think?
I'm good with the date.
Okay, good with the date.
I'm
Good.
ready to start coming up with my name and brand this thing.
No, please don't brand name it. No, 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 no. You remember like that bad lock, sad lock thing? Like, you don't want to be that. Like, is this big enough?
It's big.
You, of course, think it's big. You may think it's big. It's not that big. It's only one of my products, maybe 2 that are affected. I don't know. Should we, like, what do you think? I think we're good. We're good. We're on it.
I think we're good. I think we got a remediation date. We're in agreement.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm talking to PR. I'm talking to legal. I'm talking to the product team. I'm making sure they're on top of things. I have a reactive statement that I'm ready in case the media picks up on this, but the media shouldn't pick up on this. I should be good. I should be good. I'm good. I have my embargo date, coordinating with other vendors if they were affected. They don't screw it up. Hey, are you going to blog?
Oh, yes.
Oh, can I see that?
Okay. I'll let you review it
Okay.
first.
PR is all over this damn blog. What am I going to do? They want to fix like 15 to 20 to 30 things on this blog. I'm not going to screw this researcher. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to pick my top 5 things that I'm going to go to this researcher with. Oh my God, they have proof of concept code in this blog. I can't proof of concept code. It's going to kill me. My customers don't even have any time to fix this yet. Knock, knock. Researcher, can you not put that proof of concept code in your blog? Can you just wait? Like, even if you give me like 2 weeks, just wait a little bit.
Can I still disclose the vulnerability without the proof of concept?
Yeah, certainly. I'm going to have to put a security advisory out anyways. So I'm going to put that out. I'm going to acknowledge you.
Yes,
Right?
I get
already
credit.
paid you, right? So you're good. Yep, I'll have the CVE. I have the description. I have all this. If you want to see it, you could see the security advisor.
I would love to see it
remember
and
we
see
already-
my name in it.
Yeah, and we already agreed with the score. Just remember that. We agreed on this. This is the agreed score that we have in there. But if you could just, I'm okay with you blogging. Just hold off on the proof of concept code. Can you do that for me?
We'll hold off on the proof of concept code.
Yeah, like just
Couple weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah, perfect. Great. Thanks. Good. We're good. I got this. We're good. You feel like we're good? You got it?
I think we're good.
We're good?
We got this.
Got it. Good. Okay.
It is disclosure day. I get my claim to fame today.
I got my CVE. I contacted MITRE. They're activating it. I published my security advisory. I'm all ready to go.
I'm tweeting.
No, don't tweet yet.
I'm tweeting.
Don't tweet. My
I'm blogging.
QA resource just told me that they came down with COVID, and I need like 1 more week. 1 more week.
Delete.
Yeah, 1 more week. Yeah, we're all good. Okay, got the fix out. Media looks pretty good. Calm. Actually, I don't see any media. That reactive statement, I didn't even need that. All that work I did, I didn't need that. You need that. What was I doing all these articles? I was preparing all my customer support. My customers aren't even calling. They probably aren't paying attention to it. I don't have that API thing going on yet. So, they're human readable. They should know about it. I transferred my risk onto them. They should pick it up, but we're good. We're good.
We're good.
Did you tweet?
I did.
Oh, crap. Okay.
I tweeted, come up with my name. I've got my conference abstract ready to go. It's been accepted.
Okay.
Now I just need to create my swag.
That damn tweet got picked up by the media. It got, damn you. You're doing
I'm
your
famous
happy dance
now.
over there. I now have 50 customers that just called me today. I realize that my security advisory is not clear enough. I need to update it because they're confused of what they need to do. Did the media tell them that we fixed this? If the media statement isn't, we fixed this, we got this, we're in trouble. That media blog post didn't acknowledge, didn't even list it. So now it looks like I'm affected, I have no fix, I got 0 day, when in fact, I really have this, I do. Media, reach out to those resources, get them to update their posting, please, because we already fixed this. We got this, we fixed it, we're good, it sucks. I had to go tell my CISO, I had to go tell all these execs, I had all these people emailing me, tons, like, I don't even know these people, they're emailing me. We have it though, we're good. I maybe made the stock dip just a little, like a little, but how you doing over there?
And now DEF CON is coming next week, and I am going, and I am presenting on my discovery.
Okay, can you share that with me?
I can.
Thanks, that's awesome, because I want to know what's coming. Hey, I'm reviewing this, and you have a new vulnerability in here that I didn't know about. Yeah. Okay, media, PR, let's get ready for this. We fixed this one part, we didn't. Oh, wait, can you not show the proof of concept for that new thing that you were just showing me?
But it's the conference. This is the whole purpose of it.
Okay, not exec, but SVP exec. We have a 0 day on our hands within a week. But wait, maybe I could reach out to DEF CON. Maybe I could tell them like, hey, I don't have a fix for this yet. And maybe we could negotiate through the conference to, yeah, no, okay, it's not working. Okay, man, conference is coming. I'm ready, PR is ready, legal's ready. I got that security notice. So I have security advisories, security notices. This is now a high profile, right? I'm now gonna be 0 day and I only have a week. I need to have a statement. I fixed one part of this. We're working to analyze the rest of them, the rest of the issues that you put in that presentation, but we got it. I'm good.
We're good.
I'm good. We're
And
good.
I'm famous
Next
now.
time, like, I do have a bug bounty program, so remember that, because the next time, if you went through that, I would pay you for the other vulnerabilities you found.
I intend to get paid for more vulnerabilities.
Yeah, but it was very nice working with you.
It's
It
wonderful
was.
working with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And then the learning, the postmortem.
What'd you learn?
I learned that communication, coordination, it's going to be to the researcher's benefit.
I'm still working this issue. We have a root cause analysis procedure that we put on. I'm determining what SCL controls might have been missed. I'm doing a whole lessons learned. Did I have enough guidance? Why didn't I find this? Why didn't we find this first? What do we need to improve on? Can I do this better? How do I get the media to understand what's going on? Can we pre-talk to media next time when we know it's going to be hot? I am working this. I'm going to be working this for the next maybe month or two. You might not know that. I am still working it. I'm documenting, I'm updating policies, procedures, all that. They do not take overnight. I have to get all my stakeholders to approve it. I just changed the control. That means their maturity assessment is at that level. It all up because they didn't do this one thing. But if they did this one thing, you wouldn't have found the issue. We're going to find the issue next time. I hope. I hope. If not, you know how to find me. Make sure you find me. Please find me.
I do. Hope you have more reward for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Okay. Hope you enjoyed our fun skit. Are there any questions? Yes.
For your book management program, what advice would you give to a company that's thinking about expanding? What hurdles do you guys have to go through?
Yeah. So we actually had a private bug bounty program for, I believe, like a year and a half before we even did a public one. So we did some private programs, and then we had our application one. I think it's good to start in the private space as you get the teams used to it. To think about funding. How are you going to fund it? Are you going to go to each of the teams or the business units, or are you going to fund it yourself? It's a lot to go to the different business units, but then if you take that funding, you're responsible for keeping funding. Executive, make sure the executives are aware. You might have to prep media. Are you going to do a soft launch? You're going to do a big launch. There's a bug bounty community of interest, which is, there's a lot of people in the industry, but you don't act as that industry in it. And there's a lot of good advice that you could get from learning from other people. They've posted a few blogs and some things already. We could certainly talk offline, but a few of us here have a bug bounty program. Intel has a really fancy one. I'm still simple as I learn to grow with it because I didn't know what was going to be coming. For me, we have it on the application side, like our Dell.com, and our product side. So, when you have the web apps, you will get a lot of activity. Yep. Any other? Yes?
You mentioned earlier in the talk about it being an OEM issue. What do you do in that case? Have you ever pushed it on to the OEM, or do you accept responsibility?
Yeah, the question is if the issue is an OEM, what do you do? And I have to tell you, it's sort of not a one size fits all. It depends on the maturity of the ODM. Is that ODM even a naming authority? Do they even ever assign CVEs? Do they have security advisories? All of that. If they're more mature, we certainly can figure out how to pass it off. But there's other things that go in the background, like, do we even publicly say that we use that ODM for the code or not? Or do we just, white label it as our company? So it's not a one size fits all. In the past, we've had a mixed bag where we would just assign the CVEs themselves, for that ODM. But with the bug bounty program, it's brought into another complexity because it's like, do we pay or do we push it off to the ODM? In the end, we want that researcher to be happy. So most likely we'll probably still pay or figure out some way to pay or some kind of recognition. But it's certainly not a one size. Yep.
I imagine a lot of the negotiation nuances, technical, legal. A lot of researchers, English is not their first language. How do you guys handle that when you get this?
Difficult ones. You want to take that one?
Google Translate helps. No, it can be hard. It can be difficult. But I mean, if you can get translators in, bring in the technical expertise, if it's around the technical language, leverage your resources where you can.
I think email is a useful resource instead of getting on that phone. We tend to not get on the phone with researchers all that often because you just never know what's on the other side. And so that unknown can be really scary in the call. So email gives it a pace because you can take your time to respond or understand. And then the receiver, if English isn't their first language, can take their time to respond.
Yeah, getting on a call with a researcher could actually bring in more hostility, especially if they're already in that state. So yeah, email.
Yeah, because it depends. There's some researchers that they're dealing with 50, reports all at the same time. So they're busy. They're not stressing. They know, big companies got this. But then there's some researchers where they just think that they found the biggest vulnerability that there is, and they're only focused on you, and you're in the background. We're dealing with, we talk about open source. We're dealing with hundreds of vulnerabilities all the time. So, managing that and making sure that your team is staying up with the comms to the researcher, even touching base, you just say, hey, just touching base. We still good, like everything's still on track. It takes 2 seconds to do an email and it might save you from a 0 day. So I can't express how much to communicate. Okay. Oh, back there.
I got a interesting question. Just about the implementation of a bug bounty program that will also shine a light on just, the company in general. Did you notice any uptick of malicious behavior while you might have people looking for vulnerabilities for research mistakes? Was there just by the notion of having a spotlight on the company, would there be an increase in this malicious activity?
Yeah, so the question is starting up a bug bounty program, did we see an increase in malicious activity? So through the bug bounty program, we utilize one of the more top ones. There's HackerOne, there's BugCrowd, there's what Integrity there Intel's using. There's supposed to be some safeguards where they're watching, like if we have an incident where a researcher went too far, we reach out to the program and the program will talk to them, give them warning. Half the time it's a lot for education. They didn't realize what they were doing. They were so excited and into what they're finding that they dropped a web shell because they wanted to keep finding more, but you're not supposed to drop a web shell in us. I think a lot of that is educating the researchers to say, hey, you can't go that far, or if you feel like you want to go further, talk to us. So I think we saw a little bit of an uptick of it, but I do think in general, people were having the right intentions. Hackers, it's their livelihood. They don't want to get kicked out of one of those platforms. There are certain people that we did a soft launch with our bug bounty program. We didn't go do a whole media spiel or anything around it, basically because it was our first time heading into it. We didn't know what we were going to get. And I think that slowed us into the process. So it's a mix. I think having a bug bounty program, though, a few years ago, you would have said bug bounty, and I said, no way. But the whole industry is doing it now, and these researchers are actually finding really, really good things. And if we figure out what we get out of pen testing versus the bug bounty program, we're realizing per money, per value, we're getting a lot more out of the bug bounty program because we only pay if they find something. Where in pen testing, you pay regardless if they find something or not. So not to say that you should not do both. You certainly should do both, but it should be part of your SDL is extra testing. Yeah. Oh, there's a question up there.
How does a larger company like Dell compete with nation states buying up bug bounties?
Ooh, that's a hard question. The question is how does Dell compete with nation states who are for their finding bugs? I don't think we can compete. I think that, this is why having a good relationship with your researchers and growing that relationship makes sense so that the researchers actually want to come to you. They want to do the right thing. But we can't stop those that don't want to do the right thing. Unfortunately, we could just try to bring them to the side. We just can't pour that money into it. You have to think with the bug bounty program, I love it and I like rewarding researchers, but that same money is when we're not maybe taking away from other security practices. So we have to have a good balance and we just can't pay the way that some others can. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Behind the thing. Hold on, we're gonna take a picture.
I have to say, bug bounty program, single best investment I ever made in our security program. Love all that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, yes, we're right at noon, so we're at lunchtime. Food trucks are outside. Please go grab some food, grab a friend, have some great conversation, and join us back here again at 1 o'clock for the next talk. It's a Dell laptop, right? It was a great talk.
Thank
Seriously.
you.
I mean, private bug bounty program, we've been running ours for about 18 months now. It finds our pen tests are like complete non-events.
Yeah.
Nothing. Pen tests never find anything.
We've had definitely tons of comparisons where we like 60 grand in a pen test, like this finding, and like we're like 10,000 on this, and we found this, this, and this.
Right.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some security researchers in India that know our product better than our own engineers at this point.
I definitely believe that.
Yeah. Well, great talk. I really appreciate that. That was
Thanks.
excellent.
I mean, I think in general, there's like basic practices like order, areas, background, you know, and how long we've been open. We have our standard has a level of what it seems to me. It's like how many got that standard, how many didn't, how many got the exception. So those basically where we brought it from that level of exception. We said it and then the other part was so there's what we consider like our green card is needed accessible. Our orange card is they didn't do it, but they got an exception. And our red card is they didn't get an exception at all. So we bring that one and then the baggage was on
It was trying. I wondered why you changed. Couldn't hear who it was. That wasn't you up there, was it?
And, you know, and then this is allowed to send it. So I'm glad to tell you something. Yes, I can. In my time, that's just been holding my dad. Only got there's so much you can do with it. There's so much. You guys have done so much too.
Yeah, so I was listening to what you were saying, a lot of these along those lines, so sometimes it's customized. For us, it's what stage, if it is, what stage, whether it's internal, external, exposure tied to it. You start to, you build these,
It's like a trend
yeah,
too.
so we build like multiple dashboards. Whether you're looking at past performance or you're looking at trends in vulnerabilities, what do I have to do today? What do I have to look up? What's my biggest issue? So those kind of dashboards.
And then we have different dashboards for like our champions. The ones who are actually fixing it versus having dashboards for you know, for their staff. Because they might not be like the staff. You don't want to go without like 15 minutes. That's why we're here. That we need to keep dashboards. But our champions, maybe we're not to what strength and index they've been like their remediation plan. Like that's the lowest amount you have. Right. And so then they know what actually will be doing. Yeah. We spread like greatest speed. I had one, you have one, right? He knows how to get a hold of me. Link, if you could reach out to LinkedIn. Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. You certainly can find me on LinkedIn. Yeah. Yeah, they have a really awesome one. It's much more fancy than mine. You have, like, listen, not everybody does. You can start something like, let's say, like, for just having you. Like, that's just. That's how it was. We were both in Diane, and I was like, I'm never paying. Not a night again, I would never pay. But then now actually it's changed, right? And the reason why I was like, because security was paying that money for companies. Now that they're investing more into the company and security, you can afford, but you know, that money, like I asked, the money that's actually for the program could be stopping you from doing some other security practices. So it's like even though it's late for
Basically, how there's the format for those. That's when you start to look at the cost of security capabilities across here versus how much you just pay, right? How many researchers do I have on this thing? These folks did not spend. They had no idea where everyone was going. You spend a month, you spend 6 months, and you pay them a small amount, right? There's a good point of doing training on women.
that's the difference. Right. Yeah. Yeah, no. It was very nice to meet you. No, I went to put my stuff, grab lunch. It's like.
Yeah. Really well
Well, actually, he's been a week. I was like, well, how do you feel more like this? As having fun with it. It was fun. Did you have fun? It was certainly easier because I was told that if we forgot something, so like the screen isn't all there. So I had to like turn back a few times because I'm like, oh my God, did I forget something? But like I could play it off. Like I could play it off because they
Yeah.
so like she could see the screen. It was a good thing you were standing there. Yeah. Because you can't see the screen at all.
I tried to be feeling.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, what am I missing? Like, I'm like, what am I missing?
Nobody would have noticed. When you ask yourself, what am I missing?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
When you were doing your skit, I was wondering if this vulnerability is in some source code that you're using, some open source or used by community or whatever, and you want to push that person off. Have you ever offered, hey, you want to go to a bug bounty on these 20 companies who I also know use this underlying process?
If it's an open source, they typically won't have it, right? Because it's an open source, they should go to the open source and it's like that. So it's more proprietary code vulnerabilities. But there are companies now that are trying to make off of it. They will accept that they're trying to pay or some open source. They're trying to set up bug bounty programs in that open source so that more people will help make that open source secure. Yeah. So I do think it's a little, if it's open source, I'm like, it's not. It's interesting because yeah, but later on, like, they
Good checks. What's your topic?
Machine learning features.
Ooh. That's cool though.
It's, yeah, I mean, I wish I had time to finish Resisting AI and just make most of the talk Resisting AI. It's a short book. It's a good book. But I mean, mostly shouldn't be doing this, but as security professional, we should probably.
We get a lot of benefit out of our like threat modeling practice in our AppSec program. It ends up being a lot more beneficial than you would expect. Let's see if this works.
I'm kind of interested in what everyone else's experience is because I've definitely heard. I've definitely heard some people have like all over the place Okay, I was like, it's just gonna be me, so it shouldn't
Okay.
matter.
execute the Python script shown earlier. Yes, I brilliantly encrypted files remotely. In summary, the registry of folders like documents, pictures under HT current user because users are free to change their location. The problem is that Microsoft included these existing registries in a protected folder by default. Microsoft should have let users add them instead of including them. So, how do we address this problem? The first is to add the folder you want to protect yourself. However, I do not recommend this because many researchers have found holes in ransomware protection, and many more may be found in the future. Second, always back up your important data. Naturally, the backup destination should be other than PCs, media, NAS, cloud, and etc. I would be even better if it's possible to manage generations. Please don't ask which product is better. I don't know the specific product name. Finally, as you can see, this time, I could encrypt the user's data in a very easy and very ridiculous way. It was so easy method that you probably thought you could do it yourself. But please never create ransomware using this method. Okay, my presentation is over. Thank you.
So as a brief statement, what is the most important part of backing up for a copy of Backdoors and Breaches? And as a note, if you happen to be Backdoors and Breaches enthusiasts for the silent auction at the end of the day, we have an autographed set of them. Jason and Deb. Coming up next, we've got Alexander Rubin. He's going to be talking about some pretty cool MySQL and PostgreSQL hacking techniques. One other quick bit of bookkeeping. If you were waiting on a t-shirt, we do have those available out front now. For anyone who didn't buy them ahead of time, you can go get them for 20 bucks. And now we've got Alexander.
Thank you. Let me set it up. All right, sounds good. This is my first time speaking at a theater. So I don't know if it's normal that I cannot see anyone because of the lights. I probably use my head. All right, thank you. All right, cool. So my name is Alex. I am I'm principal database engineer at Amazon Web Services. And I will be talking today about databases and specific security problem, which is called confused deputy problem. And we'll talk about how this will apply to the databases. A little bit about me. I have been working with MySQL. My background is MySQL consulting pretty much. I started 2006. Starting working for MySQL AB, the company behind MySQL. I was doing consulting there, and my security interest started as a hobby. About 4 years ago, I started playing capture the flag games and developed lots of interest into security, into red teaming, and I joined Amazon Web Services about 2 years ago, and I switched to doing security. I created what we called RDS Red Team, and currently leading that team at Amazon Web Services. So we're working with a relational database as a service, which make it easier for customers to start and manage their relational databases. So what is confused deputy problem? So confused deputy, the deputy here is a computer program. So it's a computer program that have a number of privileges, high privilege program, and another program trick that program, that high privilege program, into doing something. Usually that's basically a privilege escalation. And what I will do first, I will show you how this can look at Linux. And then we will talk about the databases and see how it can apply to MySQL. So let's say that I'm a system administrator, and I wanted to fix a security problem. So I realized that this unprivileged user, EC2 user on my EC2 instance, has some files owned by root. And I created this simple cron job to fix this. And basically every minute, it will end, putting it back to what it should be, unprivileged user, EC2 user. Right? So what can go wrong here? And to demonstrate that, I recorded a quick video, what may happen. So here on one side, I have a root access, and I have this cron job. I am creating, by mistake, I'm creating a user in the home directory, and this user will be owned by root. And then my cron job will start in a minute, and we'll fix that, right? Because we don't want to have files in a home directory of unprivileged user owned by root, because in this case, user will not be able to do anything with that, right? So in a second, here we go. So it's fixed, right? And then we have this unprivileged user, and unprivileged user can actually confuse the cron job making bad stuff. So I can create here a symlink to etc password. So I can create a symlink in any directory which will point to any file, even if obviously, if I'm not owner of that file, right? So then, in a minute, the cron job will run, and what will happen is that this chown command will follow the symlink and change the password file to my unprivileged user. So an attacker, a bad actor on that side, on the unprivileged side, will be able to trick the privileged program, the cron job, into doing something to obtain an additional privilege, obtain a privilege escalation. So now it is owned by EC2 user, and I can, as a EC2 user, I can edit etc password. I will create another root user, or I can simply change my ID to be root. So this is how this malicious user, unprivileged user, got the privilege escalation. Right, so this is the example of confused deputy problem for the databases. So let's go next. So let's talk about the databases. And in this case, I will be presenting a sample architecture for MySQL. In this architecture, this is a completely fictional scenario, right? So in this architecture, we have some health care records service, software as a service. And they have their main application, which is highly privileged and highly protected. And they also have a WordPress site. They just wanted to tell about themselves, right? So there's nothing interesting here. And then what happens, our bad actor found a way through the SQL injection in some of the WordPress website modules, for example, and was able to get into the WordPress site. But there is nothing interesting here. So the WordPress database is pretty much the web pages. So even if, this user, MySQL user, is read-only. So there is nothing interesting there. But what the attacker really wants to do is to get into the health records database where there's a PHI information, health records, and stuff like that. So the question is, how can an attacker can potentially do that? So to answer this question, we need to look inside the database. So as a privileged user, I can see all the users in my database. And what I can see here is that I have an admin user, like a root user on Linux. I have two dedicated users. One user is for the WordPress database, and the second user is for the healthcare service. So my application has basically two applications here, right? So the first application uses the WordPress user, and the second application uses the health data service user. So I also see this. There is a monitor user. So what is this monitor user? So to answer this question, we need to look into the actual permissions. So we can see that a WordPress user only have privileges to the WordPress database and nothing else. And similarly, health data service user has privileges on the health data service database. But the monitoring user, which is used for performance monitoring usually, has a global select. But in addition to that, it has it can execute the stored procedures and can execute, can do a function call. So now the question is, can a bad actor confuse this monitoring solution that is using this monitor user to give a WordPress user privilege escalation to read the healthcare system? So if we are the core WordPress user, we are unable to read the MySQL.user. MySQL.user is basically a table which stores both usernames and passwords. So think about this as both etc password and etc shadow. If you have an access to that table, you will have a username and you will also have an access to hash of the password. But a WordPress user has no ability, has no way it can read from that table. At the same time, the monitor user, because it has a global select, can read that. And it can also read this authentication string, which is actually a hash of the password. So you may be wondering what this monitor user is used for and what this database performance monitoring system do. It's typically in the database world, we use database monitoring systems to collect database metrics, to collect slow queries, and to actually generate the explain plans. So explain plan is the way to see why this query is slow, what this query is doing. So the typically database administrator, again, review the database metrics and collect the slow queries, and a typical database administrator job is to actually run the explain plan and see what this query is doing and understand how to optimize that. And some of the monitoring systems, performance monitoring systems, they are doing that for you. So they are displaying the queries, the slow queries, and they also execute the explain plan. They execute the explain command on the query. So it will be very handy for database administrator to use that because they see it on a single page. So to generate explain plan, what either DBA or this performance monitoring system will do is to take the slow query and rerun this slow query with the explain plan. So we do explain, and then we can see something in the MySQL world, something like here, right? So it's using index, it's using scan this number of rows, something. But the question is, will it re-execute the select, right? It will not re-execute the select because it's only need to take the statistics, right? Right? Actually, in some cases, it will. And this is the worst part. And this is the part where MySQL actually didn't do a very good job on security. There was a blog post a couple years ago written by Percona, the company that's doing MySQL consulting. And what it actually describes is that there are certain conditions where MySQL explain plan will need to execute the part of the query. So in the database world, we have this select query, but we also have this notion of subquery. And a subquery is a way to execute part of the query, basically materialize, create a temporary table as a result of this subquery. So to generate the good explain plan, MySQL will need to do this. So if there is a subquery, it needs to calculate the number of rows in this subquery to generate the right explain plan. So to do that, it will materialize and re-execute this query. So this is what happens here. We have a subquery, which is doing sleep. And when we run the explain plan, what we see that this is run more than an hour because it's sleeping, it's waiting until this part, the select sleep part, will be materialized. So now we know what to do. A bad actor knows what to do. So how do we escalate our privilege? How do we use this confused deputy problem to escalate our privilege? This database, in the WordPress database, this user can create tables, functions, stored procedures, anything. So we'll start with creating this function, which is called exploit. And this function will be using this, again, database-specific thing, which is called SQL security. So SQL security works as, I need to talk about this in this slide, though. So what SQL security is, it basically allows to run with the privilege of a specific user. So with this example, it will run normally. Whoever runs this function will, the privileges of that user will be applied here. So what this function will do, it will check what is the current user, meaning the user that is running it. If it's any user except for the monitor user, which is sleep, because we'll need to generate a slow query. However, if this user is monitor, we will select the authentication string from MySQL user. Right, but the monitoring user has global select. So monitoring user, if monitoring user will rerun this query, will be able to retrieve the password. But the question is, how do we pass the password back? So again, we have the ability to specify this definer and SQL security clause in the database. So the definer part works like a sudo bit on Linux. So if you run this function, a privileged user run this function, it will still be run in the context of whatever user will be specified as a definer. Definer is sort of owner of the file. So now we can create another function which will save, meaning insert into a table, whatever we'll pass. And this function will be run with the privilege of WordPress user. So inside of that function, we have the ability to actually do the write into the database that is controlled by attacker. So now we can create this proof of concept here. Again, we will use this SQL security invoker, so it will run in the context of user who invoked the function, basically who did the select. Then inside of that, we will select the password, put it in a variable, and then use another function, pass the variable into that function. And that function, in turn, will be running in the context of our user, which will be able to write to the database. So my monitor user actually doesn't have any ability to write. But because we're using this function, which has the definer part, we will be able to write. So this is the trick. We can now select, obtain the password, and save it into the table that is controlled by an attacker. So I have created this demo. And in this demo, I have everything here, everything set up, my two functions. Right, and then I'm running from that corp WordPress user, because this is the user that attacker got. And then I have prepared this table to materialize my password into. Right, and then the next thing, what I will do is I will generate the slow query. I will make it slow and will make the subquery here, and I will simply do select WordPress exploit. Right, this is slow query. It will run in what, 30 seconds, right? 30 seconds. Now, a DBA or even the monitoring system will pick this query up and will need to run the explain because it's slow query. So the DBA, let's say DBA runs this, and DBA doesn't understand what happened, right? It's not a slow query now. So now, but then now the attacker will select from the P, here's our password. So we have obtained the hash of the more privileged user. So now the question is what we will do with this, right? So this is our monitoring user. And our monitoring user has much more interesting stuff. It's a obviously privilege escalation. But the question is, how do I log in, right? It's a hash of the password. So my Hashcat instance with 8 GPU cores, and we'll run the hash and try to use actually brute force that password. So let's see what will happen, right? So this is my password. I removed the star in from the beginning because it's MySQL specific, and then put it into a file and then run Hashcat. So let's see how long it will take. Wow, it's done. So the password is pass, P-A-S-S. That's the password of the monitoring user, right? And the reason why is people never pay attention into securing this, users for the monitoring system, right? So they think that this is unprivileged user, nothing more than that. It's just for monitoring, right? So in this example, I was able to get the privilege escalation, retrieve the password, take the hash of the password, and hack the password. So now an attacker is able to use that to connect to the database and pretty much download the whole health service database, including PHI, patient name, whatever it is, right? So recap. So what we did is, this is a database specific. We use the confused deputy problem and apply it to the database. And we use MySQL as an example. So MySQL explain plan can actually execute the statement, and it should not. And another problem that I have demonstrated here is that monitoring user has global select and also execute privilege. If the monitoring user don't have execute privilege, then this whole attack will not be possible. So as a result, we got monitoring user password hash. It's simple password, easy to crack, and an attacker can connect as monitoring user now. And because monitoring user has a global select, it can download the whole database and start selling it at whatever. All right, so this is the picture. It's a fictional scenario, an SQL injection to the low privilege database, a database that has nothing in it, pretty much, going to the MySQL, allowing an attacker to actually switch to the database, use the confused deputy problem to switch to the database and download the health record database. What about Postgres? I don't have a proof of concept for Postgres yet. That's much more complicated, but still possible. When I will have a proof of concept on the next conference, I will do a demo for Postgres as well. And that's all what I wanted to talk about today. Thank you very much. 2 minutes for questions. Yes. Right. So basically the questions, there are two questions here, right? Is it really a bug in MySQL? It's debatable if it's bug or not. We think that this is bug. I personally think it's bug. MySQL developers don't think that's a bug. So technically it's a design choice. But from the security perspective, it's very bad. Other databases may also be susceptible to that. There are certain conditions, then I haven't talked about that, but there are certain conditions where PostgreSQL actually execute the query, even if you just do explain. So in both MySQL and PostgreSQL, there's explain and there's explain analyze. When you run explain analyze, it is actually executing the query. The normal explain should not, but this is what it is, right? So both MySQL and PostgreSQL potentially susceptible for that. So to fix that, you need to be super careful of what user is running the select queries and who is running the explain plans and whatever privileges you have on that user that is re-executing the custom query pretty much. Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I've got 3 more sets of backdoors and breaches in hand. If anyone wants to stand up and tell me something cool that they learned today, they'll get a set. And if you don't feel like talking publicly, I'll tell you that we've also got some sets out by the t-shirts that we're giving away as well. So if you want a set, either tell me something cool or go out there and grab a set. And part of why I'm doing this is as a reminder, if this is your first time at BSides RDU, part of what we do is a silent auction. And if you go visit the vendors, and we hope that you do because they provide the money that lets us do this for free, they will give you fake cash that you then can use to buy things like the autographed set. We've got a bunch of books by Cliff Stoll, who was one of our most infamous keynote speakers. He had us running around grabbing an actual overhead projector, old school 1950s style, for his presentation. So 3 sets up here or a couple sets outside. And otherwise, I think we're scheduled to be back in 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Yeah, I just haven't used this laptop on an external projector in a long time. So, yeah, and we got the time, so I might as well use it. Thank you.
They're not, I just go to the website, there's no property. So, yes. What would I do in this situation? Probably the same that I can't do anything. Right. Yes, yes. But someone will hack the AI and you'll have the same thing. That's the part. Like, Moscow is Tokyo, American cities that are not safe. There's problems here, also big problems. Yeah, it is safe. No, it's not. Oh, okay. So I've been to see, I looked at videos, but I guess it's probably. Okay, so all right, then I'm already thinking back to my propaganda. I know that. Oh, that's good. No. I know that Tokyo, I'm sure of that, but that, because there is confidence about state control, but only when its goal is, preserve the liberty of people. Problem. So, yeah, it's difficult.
Nice shirt. It's my favorite. You don't have to do a big introduction. I'll introduce myself for the most part, but.
So they might have pointed this out to you already. You might tell people who Raymond Chandler is.
Yeah, I thought about that. They'll get it from the pictures maybe, but I'll explain. Thank you though. I'm assuming you know.
We had to look it up.
Did you giggle when you got the result? All right, all right.
We need to make sure it wasn't like a porn reference.
Oh God, no. No. You know what? I never thought about that, but now that somebody pointed that out, that is kind of okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm good to go. Yeah, you just tell me when to start. I had to go to my backup plan, but I can start at 2:45 right on the dot. Perfect, perfect.
Lights.
All right, I'm going to start then. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the break. People like jokes. I like jokes. All right, let's test how we've recovered from our carb loading at lunch. Knock, knock. A new kind of port knocking. That's who. So, one thing, I had to switch to my backup technology here. And so it's a little weird. I have to slide. If I'm a little off, somebody just pointed out. The slides aren't heavy. We'll get through it. If you were here last year, you know how I start. And it's not with jokes, my friends. If you're new, well, here we go. I start with questions to get us warmed up. This is going to be my question to you. And I'm going to select a couple people at random so you cannot hide. If you think I can't see you, I can. And I'll smell the fear like a good predator. And I'll call you out. Here's my question. I'll give you a second to think about it while I set the rest of my presentation up. What are empires built upon? Think about that. What are empires built upon? So, what we're going to do today together is we're engaged in a story. I'm going to tell you a story. I'm not going to tell you who I am. My name's Jason, by the way. That's all I'm going to tell you because I don't know what else matters. You can ask me any question you want at any time, and I'll answer. If you're curious about something, about me, about the presentation, about my thoughts on just about anything. But I'm going to tell you a story. When I was teaching at High Point University in High Point, not far up the road, I had a student come into my office one morning. And if anybody ever remembers what it was like to be in academia, whether you're on the faculty side or the student side, or like me, you ended up doing both over your career, some mornings are rougher than others. Some mornings are rougher than others. That's code for I had a hangover. So, everybody remember the question? What are empires built upon? My friend, right here, as you took a drink, you knew it was coming. What do you think empires are built upon? First thing that pops in your mind. Emperors. That's a good answer. My friend right here in the glasses and the black shirt. Beer? Oh man, I'm thirsty. Fear and emperors, those go together, right? My man in the green. Ideals. BSides Raleigh. I'm going to tell you that empires are built upon the bones of those beside you. So I want us to look around to our left, to our right. These are our sisters and brothers and warriors who, together as a community, have the moral obligation to build the empire of cybersecurity together and secure the future. Are you with me? Skulls for the skull throne. Come on, it begged it. So here's the nature of the story. Anybody know who Raymond Chandler was? All right, you like old school, right? He's sitting with a hangover in his office. The girl comes in, oh, this bad thing happened. Raymond Chandler was the author of all that. Some of the best fiction ever written, I say, in the 20th century in America. And this was a Raymond Chandler type of morning. Again, I wasn't feeling at my best. And I'm here to tell you the truth. Sometimes, as much as I loved lecturing, as much as I loved presenting, I didn't really want to talk to anybody, especially on this Raymond Chandler morning. And I heard the door open up to the office suite. I was the only faculty in the office that morning. And I thought to myself, shit, here we go. And I heard the footsteps coming towards my office. And a little head poked in my door. And he had this floppy hair. I mean, he looked like a Muppet. Now, I can say that because we actually built this technology together, but he couldn't show up, so I can make fun of him all day, and he's not here to defend himself. His name's Kyle, one of the best students I've ever had in my life. And he said to me, is port knocking detectable? And I said, do you even network, bro? Now, who in here has ever heard of port knocking? Be honest. All right, a non-trivial amount of people. Of the people that raised their hands, have you ever used it? Either on your own systems, on a small office network, in a giant enterprise. Who's actually used it? One in the back, right there. 3. That cut like in a third. So of all the people that raised their hand that have ever heard of it, probably less than a third of you have actually used it. So the people that use it, do you still use it? A little bit? Okay, right on. He said to me, I know the OSI model. Now, if you've ever taught undergrads, when somebody says, I know the OSI model, my response is, well, then let's find out, because now you have my attention. Not something a sophomore undergrad usually knows. So a little bit about port knocking, because the majority of you didn't raise your hand. I'm going to assume maybe you've heard the word, because I've said it like 10 times already, but you don't actually remember when it came out. It came out in 2005, 26, because it started with a really simple discussion on like a Usenet listserv type thread, which was, in a firewall rule, what is the difference between drop versus reject or deny, whatever the language is? Anybody know? That's right. And that reply often is like a combination of reset act, right? That is a big difference, because if you reject deny and you send that back, you're transmitting, which means by inference, my friends, what? That you're there and listening. If you just drop and just kick it in the trash, there's no reply, nobody knows you're there. What a revolutionary concept. And from there, some clever people said, hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. What if I write a service, a simple daemon, that interacts with a host firewall, that listens for incoming ports, drops them, but then does stuff like, who's there? Me, because I know the knock sequence. Oh man, that's really cool, isn't it? And it does work. It's a really simple concept because of that and one other thing. This is so paradigm shifting. We're used to connecting to a system, putting in a username and a password, hitting enter, and if it matches, it lets us in, right? We do that like 1,000 times a day. I feel like I do. This system says, no, if you know the secret knock, you're authenticated by inference. So once you knock correctly, I'm letting you in. That's a big paradigm shift. And so Kyle and I had this long conversation about, can you detect port knocking. And we published some research on it. We went on to do bigger and better things. He graduated and he's getting married and I don't know what he's doing, but he ain't here this weekend. So now I can tell all kinds of crazy stories. The core principles of port knocking when it came out in actual software, because it exists, there's a dozen or so forks of the main project. There's all kinds of versions. The core principle is concealment, not obfuscation. We're concealing via that drop, but we are actively listening for the knock sequence. And the idea is that instead of exposing something like SSH as a common form, I can conceal it because of that behavior. And if you know the knock, the service just opens up that port, and now you can connect. So think about that. That's a linear chain of events, right? Knock, and there's different forms of, do I knock once? Do I knock twice? Do I knock 3 times? 4? There's no limit. You can change it. You can build your own. I did. That's what I'm going to talk about for the next 40 minutes. And the authentication is baked into it. Really simple, elegant solution. That's empire building. Here's a cool little graphic. Isn't that the best art you've ever seen on a PowerPoint slide? Yeah. The client knocks once, twice, thrice. PKD, that's just some abstract version of a port knocking daemon, says, yeah, you knocked correctly. Those are the right ports. Because by the way, knocks are ports. So I just send a packet, it could be send flagged, super simple, to a destined port. So let's say 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Why not? Let's just go in thousands in order. And when that's correct, the daemon says, hey, that's correct. Just open up SSH and now anybody can connect. Assuming that the only person that's going to be trying in that millisecond is the person that knocked. Is it detectable? Who thinks it's detectable? Yeah. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's not encrypted. And even if it were, it still has a header that has to be visible, right? And somehow you're getting to those ports. You can't totally hide that. Otherwise, then I guess it is obfuscated and I can't even see it. Like that back row back there. I need a visor, like a blackjack dealer. But there's 2 caveats, because now we got to be honest. Hypothetically, or in a lab environment, have you actually ever tried to detect port knocking? Has anybody actually ever tried it? In a lab? Were you able to detect it? Okay. Me too. Check this out. Tell me if you agree or disagree with this then, because we're the only 2 in the room that have ever fucking done this experiment, right? 2 caveats I'm going to put on this. Tell me where I'm wrong. 1, you have to be able to tap the traffic. Obviously, right? Because I'm going to capture it. So how do you capture port knocking on the internet? Has anybody ever tapped an internet link that's going to admit to it? Right? Okay, so that's 1 caveat. You agree with me, right, my friend? Thank you. Caveat 2, that link cannot be super noisy. Because if it's super noisy, full of all kinds of traffic, how? There's just too much volume. Now, of course, we could build some advanced technology to parse that all out. Fair enough. If you're clean with Wireshark or TCP dump, you can build some filters, but how wrong am I? Thank you, my friend. So with that in mind, now we can step back and say, okay, look, we got a cool, elegant solution for concealed remote access that, although in practice, in principle, it ought to be detectable, and it is, there's 2 caveats to that probably, like, you're not tapping the internet, and even if you could, it's probably too damn noisy, you ain't gonna see it. Okay, but let's say you can or can't, we'll put that aside. Are there any problems with it from a first principle? So think about this. Think about how I described this word. What do you think? What's wrong? What other vulnerabilities in the system are there? It'll alert a defender to you. If you're trying to brute force it, yeah. And so on that, we can infer something. There's no client authentication. The authentication's baked into the port knockings, but I don't know who you are. Anybody that knows the knock can knock, right? I mean, anybody ever hide behind the couch when somebody knocks on the door and you know they're selling vacuums? Like, I don't want to talk to you, right? What else? Any other ideas? Yes. Yes. Great idea. How about this? What if I am able to capture the knock? We just inferred that it's not client authenticated. I can replay it. Right? I'm not checking like sequence numbers and deep packet inspections. I'm just looking for TCP ports. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, come on in. Okay. In fact, there are a trunk full of issues with port knocking if you're analyzing it in like a first principle way. Clearly, some of us, it hasn't stopped us from using it, right? And that's not bad. But then the question becomes, and this is part of the story of curiosity. We know it's detectable, at least in certain cases. We know it's an elegant, simple solution. It works. It works. For sure it works. But can we make it better? Can we do something or a set of things to at least negate some of these systemic issues? And yes, we can. Anybody ever try single packet authentication? Some people call it single packet authorization. It works pretty good too, isn't it? And it's basically just like one UDP packet, stateless, and you're good to go. That's a really simplified explanation, but I'm going to get into it later because we baked it into ours. There are some deeper packet inspection schemes where they look at sequencing numbers in addition to the port knocks. Some people have tried some really slick stuff with cryptography using end-to-end encrypted, basically IPsec VPNs. But if you got that, why do you need this? That's kind of screwy. And now Komen, that's our solution. How cool is that? That's the baddest ass name of all time. I invented it. So here's the design. And I'm going to tell you up front, I was originally going to run a demo of this, but for my friends that have used port knocking or anything similar to that, it's super boring to watch. Like, it doesn't show you anything. Not like that cool SQL stuff. That was slick. That's a good demo. Or the Windows hacking, those are good demos. Watching code, yeah. So I'm going to show you some code as I walk through this. But we started from a design. How do we design this from the ground up so that it doesn't have those issues, or at least not most of them, and we get something that's robust? First things first, it has to be functional, it has to work. And from the get-go, we designed this to be enterprise ready, not my home lab with like, my wife thinks I have 20 computers. I actually don't. I have like 22. I hide 2 in the closet. She doesn't know about it. That's all right. It needs to be multi-user. That's the other thing with port knocking. If I want you to knock to my server and I want you to knock to my server, now do I let you both have the same knock? If I do, how do I tell the difference? Do I give you 2 different knocks? Now I got to run 2 daemons, 2 servers. See, that's why there's 2 in my closet. You got the joke. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here's the other thing too, by the way, I didn't mention. This is important. When you knock, do you know what server you're knocking to? You assume, and fair play, right? It's probably yours, but you're still making an assumption. So there's no bi-directional authentication either. Back to this. We wanted this to be pseudo-anonymous because it's multi-user. And so when I show you client registration, I want to impress upon you that we have no way to know who somebody is. We only know that we registered them. Or when you register your friends and family and the community, cybersecurity, you don't have to know your name's John. I made that up. I hope it's not. I just know that you're in here and I have your keys. That's all I have to know about you. Pseudo-anonymous. Has to be resilient. And it needs to scale and be centrally managed. It's the 21st century. I'm not building and deploying software, even in my home environment for my own use, that isn't centrally managed. I'm not doing it anymore, dudes. I'm not doing it. So we have a design in principle. Now let's design the overarching algorithm of how it's going to work. First and foremost, we register clients. So there's a facility to do that. When we do that, we do a set of sub things. We generate 2 sets of keys, a symmetric key and a public key set. Okay? The next piece, assuming clients are registered, now the clients want to interact with the system. This is where our version of SPA comes in. Okay? We have what's called, we call a preamble. And so it's a 1-packet blip. When the software's in debug mode, it will send an ACK just so you know it's working. You can turn that off. And it's just a little blip that contains a unique hash fingerprint, the counter, I'll explain the counter in a second, and a little bit more information. And what that does is it triggers the system to say a registered client is getting ready to communicate with me. I'm going to set up the knock system. And then how does the knock system actually work? Here's the secret sauce, but it's not a secret anymore because I'm going to tell you about it. okay? We use OTPs to generate the port sequences. There's no static ports in this system. They rotate every time a client sends this preamble successfully and the server recognizes them. Now, come on, you got to give me an applause for that, right? That's some fucking dark sorcery. Yeah! I think it was clever. It's an elegant riff off of it because that's one of the problems with port knocking. That's why you can replay it, because it's the same ports every time. So we thought to ourselves from first principles, well, how do you avoid that? You use an OTP, you just change it. Who cares? And then it's all IP tables after that. This is the implementation. There's 3 parts, 3 core parts. There's Common server, and then Common service. Really breaks down like this. The heart of all this is in Common_server. That's the TCP/IP level daemon. That's what's listening for the preamble, for the ports that are the NOCs. It's what interacts with IP tables. That's the core. Common is a command line interface to the server. So when you want to register clients, you can deregister clients, you can reset counters, you can revoke keys. If I have a traditional port knocking system and I let you connect, how do I kick you out? I mean, I could change the ports, but then it breaks it for everybody else too. In this system, everything's unique to each client. So I can revoke your access. I can revoke your keys. Okay, that seems pretty cool. And then Common service goes with Common. Anybody here familiar with Flask? Python Flask? That's a Python Flask stack. Here's why. Because we want to build a web admin panel for it, because I told you it's enterprise. That's why. As much as I love command line, I'm getting old, people. My hands are slow and brittle. So I like web. So that's not implemented, although it's there and it works. So Common works through Common service. They can interact with Common server to get a list of clients, a list of keys, register, deregister, revoke, all that stuff. And then the Common server does the heart of it. That all breaks down in the code into 2 parts. We call them the supporting cast. There's 3 crypto handlers, symmetric, asymmetric, and we need hashing. And then there's 8 utility handlers. These are the utilities like register clients, do what we call the remote access sequences, fancy name for NOCs. They're just not NOCs anymore. Now it's a 15-digit hash-based OTP that gets broken down into 3 NOCs. That's also configurable because I told you it's enterprise. All enterprise software is configurable, right? And so you could change it to 1 NOC of 5 numbers. You could scale all the way up to, well, I don't know, see how much you can take. And there's some other utility handlers in there. All right, I promised you code. By the way, if you like this code, because I think it's super sexy, I wrote it. If you think it's trash Python, Kyle wrote it. Easy way to tell. Another reason why I decided to show the code is because I also comment my code, and you can see in here we have some problems. You'll see in the comments that I've left myself little notes that, because this is beta, we have some things to fix. Some of you, who in here, this is your first conference ever? Anybody? Yeah, in the back, right? All right, I had a first day too, we all do. And I had no idea I would ever be up here showing this. I had no idea I could build software on this scale. Not on the first day, but now I'm like on day, I don't know, what's 10 years times 365? A lot. Okay, that's just a time problem, right? So the other reason why I wanted to show the code with the comments, because this is in our repo, I'll give you the link to the GitHub at the end. Anybody can do this. This is why we're all brothers and sisters in the same community. You're capable of this if you want to do it and you put the time in. So anyway, back to pseudo-anonymous registration. We generate keys, asymmetric, symmetric. We look for some client IDs. This is really trick and clever. How do you think we build the client ID? Because that is unique per client. Close, good guess. It's not the OTP, it's the fingerprint of the key. Well, it's a public key system, so you need that for signing anyway. Like, I'm not giving you anything if you're snooping. Like, you could already derive that. Okay, cool. But it's unique to that key, which is, by inference, unique to the client. Last but not least, the counter. Here's why we keep a counter, because it is an OTP. And so your OTP based on your ID, which is a fingerprint that's unique to your keys, when it starts at 0, dictates which OTP gets generated. And then every time you start that process, the counter goes up. In the preamble negotiation, I'll share that in a second, we have a mechanism to check for that because, of course, with OTPs, you can get desynchronized. So we have the ability to resynchronize the counters. See, we thought of everything, didn't we? Who wants to pay me $1 million for this right now? I'll sell it. No takers? Okay. I haven't shown you all of it yet. Here's the preamble. We actually thought of this last. We built everything and it was kind of working and we're like, man, but something's not right, dude. Like there's some issues that we didn't cover from that trunk of issues. Like, what are we going to do? I'm like, well, why don't we get a preamble, right? Like when you knock, pardon me, when you knock on my door, I say, who is it? And you're going to say it's Frank. Now, if I know a Frank, which I do, and I hear your voice and you sound like Frank, I assume you're Frank. Or maybe I got a peephole I can look out, or both. That's kind of the concept of the preamble. So real simple, it's just the client ID. It's the rack sequence. So a remote access code is an individual knock. All of them put together in one string is the sequence. And we send them all in a burst, okay? And then the current counter. The server checks that against its database of registration. It checks the counter for that client, and it generates an OTP to match it to see if it matches. Pretty mature OTP. And then, like I said, in debug mode, we send an ACK just so you know. You can turn that off and it just gets dropped. You don't know anything. But the important part, last but not least, what this does is it sets in motion the interface to the IP tables. By the way, if you're curious, this is what it looks like when we generate the sequence. And so by default, this is set to 15 digits long. Do the math. That's 3 remote access codes of 5 digits each. Why 5 digits? Well, what's the maximum number of ports? 65,535. And so each sequence can range from 0 to the max. Each of the codes in the sequence. You can configure that. You can have it be 5 of those. You could have it be 1 of them if you're feeling spicy that day. I don't know. Maybe you want to try it. I did. It works. It worked. But that's important because of the space. That's an almost, I'm going to go out on the record and say, unbrute forceable space. And then here's the heart of it. What I'm showing you here is the last step. Is anybody familiar with IP chains and IP tables? Okay, I'll give you a quick breakdown. It's actually really cool technology built into it. You have a firewall, and the firewall has a list of rules and they're processed sequentially, right? And then in IP tables, this is Linux, you have different tables, one for forwarding, one for input, one for output, so you can filter on that table, and that's the direction of the traffic, right? You can put chains on those tables, and a chain is exactly what it says. It's a linked list, like a chain of links, right? And so the way this works, simplistically explaining it, is we set up a chain of subtables that represent the first remote access code, the second one, the third one, and then the fourth one, which is the SSH access. And those match the OTP. This is why the client has to send the preamble. That comes in, registration gets checked, if okay, generate that off that sequence. And now you're set. And so the knock comes in, that's the sequence, server checks it, and then generates the chain. Client now sends the remote access code sequence in step, pass, SSH time. Quick aside, when we first did this, we were thinking about, well, we tried a package to interface with IP tables because it had a nice wrapper to it and gave you nice method exposure. This is all object-oriented. But man, it made it really hard to read the code and figure out what was going on. And because of the complexity and the space of possible remote access codes we have, it got tricky. And so I made the executive decision to say, screw it, let's just do sub-process calls and write the IP table commands just like you would if you were working from the command line. I don't think that's better code. I think it's more readable code, which makes it more maintainable. That was, to be transparent, the decision there. And there you go. By the way, real quick, with chains too, if you're not familiar, if you send the right first code but the wrong second one, you get kicked back to the first one. That's pretty cool, right? If you get to this one and something goes wrong, it'll kick you all the way back to the beginning. All the rules are also set with expiration timers. So this is only live for connection for the whole set, remote access code, remote access code, remote access code, SSH, for I think it's 30, 10, 10, 10 seconds. And that's it. Then it's gone. Then you got to resend the preamble. Our current status, I'm going to call it beta. It's probably a strong alpha. There's a couple, 3 or 4 known bugs that we have to work out. To be honest with you, we took the summer off. We worked on this for a year and a half. We actually have a patent on it too. And then we needed a break. He's getting married. I had other stuff to do. So we have known bugs, but it is usable. It does work. We have a lot of upcoming features for this. We have the web admin portal that we want to build just because why not? I like it. We agreed on it. Let's do it. We have a mobile app client that we're building for this that has everything baked into it. You just press the button and it handles it. And there's some other cool things we can build off of this because of the robustness and what I think of as enterprise ready. Not that I'm going to sell it to like IBM. I don't care. They can use it. It's open source, but it has some cool potential to it, including distributed swarming. That's really the idea for the clients, and that's why it had to be pseudo-anonymous. And there's the GitHub. So, who has questions? Anybody? Yes?
Have you looked at being able to tunnel arbitrary protocols?
We have. And there's no reason why you couldn't. Because we don't do anything funky in the stream. So think about like a TCP stream at transport and above. We don't even look at it. Because once the remote access codes come through and you get that last one, then you can connect to the system. And then now you're just connected to SSH like if it was open to begin with. Yes? No. So the question was, is it really intended for session protocols only? And really the way we design this is to be protocol agnostic. And so everything's configurable. So we have some exposure because it has to listen for the preamble on a designed port, right? Well, you can change that port and you can do anything with that. And it's single packet by nature. So that's not a big risk for us. And then whatever you want, if you wanted to do web instead of SSH, go for it. If you have a custom daemon you wrote, you want to put on some arbitrary port, who gives a shit? You just got to stick it in the config file and this will react to it. Does that answer your question? Oh, that's your question. Connection established. Yes. You would have to modify it from the configuration file to do that. I misunderstood what you meant, I think, the first time. Thank you for restating that. Anything else? Anybody in the back? Yes, my friend. It's clear. Yeah, you could. But because it's an OTP, you have like 30 seconds. Potentially, sure. Anybody else? Yes. Right. Sure. So basically what you're asking is what happens if in like a 3 remote access code sequence, I lose packet 2, right? Worst case scenario, you resynchronize. After 30 seconds, the rules would be expunged out anyway. And so it's reset. And then the client would just need to basically restart that initiation again. We thought about rigging up like some sub communication so that the client would know, because I think that's bad UX design. But now we already have a couple exposures. That's bad. I wouldn't do it, even though I want to. Good question. All right, I have a question for everybody else because I got a minute, right? Who in here now, compared to 40 minutes ago, is inspired to build something for yourself? Anybody? Who's going to go home? Yeah, right in the back. Do you have an idea what you want to build? I thought you were going to say a man in the middle for it. That'd be clever. And this is really the heart of it. I'm not going to sit up here, even though I make jokes about selling it. We have no intention of selling it. Everything we produce through that LLC he set up is open source by nature, and it's meant to be. Because we just want to we want to drive our curiosity and build tools. We hope people use them, we use them, but that's really the spirit of it. I think that's the spirit of this community. And I think that's how we build a secure future for us and everybody else. I really believe in that. All right, anything else? Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It is. I'm gonna put it right beside the first. I'm gonna stack them. Thank you very much.
Have Mark out there? Come on up, Mark. So while Mark is coming up to get set up, and I'll introduce him in just a moment. Apparently, Mark is very popular. Can you hear me on this one? I don't think this one is working. I'll talk over here. So it looks like our final speaker of the day, which was scheduled for 3:45, unfortunately, unless she happens to be out in the audience someplace, has not made it here today. So it looks like we're going to be changing the schedule up a little bit. We're still going to keep to basically the 4:15 wrap-up time, but we're going to have a little bit of an extended networking break after Mark's talk here. So just a heads up about that. We'll be setting up after that for the silent auction. So great opportunity to win some prizes. And then the Hacker Jeopardy game after that. So more opportunities to win prizes. And then Ponysaurus, of course, after that. So hopefully we'll stay around. But Mark, if you want to come on and get plugged in up here. There's HDMI. I'm assuming you got an HDMI port there somewhere. Yep. Awesome. Okay, so Mark, I'm going to do a quick bio here for you. So Mark is a U.S. Army veteran. He received his bachelor's degree from Campbell. He's pursuing a master's degree at SANS right now, and he's working as a cyber incident response manager. He's constantly learning about digital forensics and incident response. Hey, you also enjoy weight training, obstacle courses, and spending time with 2 dogs. And I think there was something about tacos and beer that went in there as well in the original, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, you do all the training so you can eat the tacos and the beer, right? So
Got to put the calories somewhere.
yeah, exactly. So Mark, welcome today, and thanks for being our last talk of the day, it looks like.
Thank you. I wish I knew I had more.
To wrap, you can extend
Right on. So cool. Hey, everyone. So I'd like to start by saying thank you to Patrick. I don't know if you're in here right now, but Patrick helped coach me through this whole submission process of getting the talk submitted and really provide some valuable feedback. So I think that's not just a great reflection of his character, but it's also a reflection of this community that we have here in Raleigh. A lot of times we have people who want to get help, but I think we also realize that there are so many people who want to help. And I absolutely love that about this community. So the talk that I want to give to you guys today, I want to highlight kind of where I came from, what I do now. And I do that because I want to show people that even if you don't know anything about computers, you can still, really grow into this career field, whether it's pen testing, whether or not it's blue team, threat hunt, threat intel, whatever it is that you want to do. There's just so many opportunities to do it here. And with a supportive community like this, my faith in humanity increases a little bit every time. So Chuck, thanks for the bio. We talked a little bit about tacos and beer. What's not written in the bio is not only do I like to engage in the weightlifting, I like to engage in the beer drinking. So super excited for Ponysaurus, guys. And just, love to network, love to meet new people. Unknown fact about me, I'm incredibly introverted. So I'm secretly dying on the inside right now. All right, so I did get a bachelor's degree from Campbell University. Go Camels, woo. So
When I came to North Carolina in 2007. I was in the U.S. Army. I was in a unit called Psychological Operations. And basically what that is just fancy words for business marketing. I did about 8.5 years there. At the time, all I knew a computer could do, you could play video games, and then one could download movies and put them onto external hard drives. Someone, not me, but someone. Shortly when I was transitioning out of the military, I went to a school called New Horizons. I was in Durham, probably real close to here, actually. And then it eventually became Carolina Career College, and I just recently heard that it's not there anymore. COVID was not kind to everybody, of course. So I earned a couple of certifications, namely A+, Net+, Sec+. Once I got the Sec+, opportunities really started opening up for me, especially on Fort Bragg. For those of you that don't know, I still live in Fayetteville, so Fort Bragg's right next door, and there's just a whole lot of job opportunity there. So I took my first job, and I decided to just go all in. Let's go full IT, and let's just see what happens. I changed my degree plan to IT security, and so I was going to Campbell University full-time, Monday morning to Friday afternoon, and then I was working Thursday night to Monday morning. That was a pretty rough 6 months of my life there. I lost like 20 pounds, and it wasn't the good weight that you want to lose. So I spent about 2 years in a service desk, help desk position. Fast forward a couple more years, I got a couple more certifications, one of them being the CISSP, transitioned to an auditing role. So if all of you are familiar with secure configurations, think CIS controls, think DoD STIG controls. I was auditing systems, network appliances, software applications against those guidelines. And then, of course, I was working with those system owners to either remediate them or come up with a plan and document the risk that was inherent there. I then moved on to an incident handling role. And that was my primary focus, but because I was the only cybersecurity person as part of that sub-organization, everything came my way. I did vulnerability management, engineering, architecture, scanning, all of it. I managed 80 servers across the world. If you're familiar with the Tenable products, that's what I was using there. I was involved in the risk management framework. I was introduced to containers, container security. So I think open source tools like Encore, Swift, and Gripe. I think there's another one also called Claire. So that was actually the last job that I had. I was there for about 3 years. And that's really where I got a lot of my experience, where I started meeting a lot of new people and really getting a lot of perspective on the field. So what do I do now? As we mentioned earlier, I currently go to SANS Technology Institute, so all the GX certifications, that's this college. And I know there's at least 4 other of us in here. And there's 5 of us here total. I got to meet one of our other SANS colleagues here. We have a Slack underground, and he knew that we were here, and so he extended his stay. So definitely appreciate you doing that. Very glad to have you here. So I am also an active member of the ISSA, and the ISSA is another organization to promote the networking and the furtherment of the profession. So I want to give a shameless plug here, first of many, forewarning there. So I'm the education director for Fayetteville Fort Bragg, and I'm looking for speakers. Whatever you guys want to talk about, I have all of 2023 open. I'm looking for 20 to 30 speakers next year. If you want to do something tech call, something you're interested in, a workshop, please come find me. I want to bring you on board and really get you some exposure and help to teach all the people in our community. So I also like to work with open source projects and technology. Because I'm in the digital forensics incident response field, that's typically my area of interest. So if you guys are familiar with memory forensics, I use volatility. I use WinPman for acquisition. I use Eric Zimmer files. And one really major tool, which I'm going to talk about later, called Velociraptor for digital forensics incident astounding tool, a whole bunch of things. And I've also got a side project going on. If you're familiar with Detection Lab, it comes pre-built. It has Splunk, Fleet with OS Query, Microsoft ATA, Velociraptor, domain controller, and then you just start going to town with the labs, and it's really pretty awesome. So I kind of want to show some of the things that I do on a daily basis. I did my best to make the best memes for you guys, and I'm so excited to share them. I didn't like them at first, but as I stared at them over a couple beers, I was like, nah, these are good. These are good. I like them. These will do. So typically, what we're about to see here is a Monday, but it's also kind of every day. So we start the day off. We start, upgrading our privileges because we use that just-in-time model, and then we start getting into our consoles. So Microsoft Defender, think Cylance, think all these security products, and we're going directly into the consoles to see, hey, what's waiting for us today? And this is what we find. And I really love this meme because you could translate this in so many ways. Once we kind of get settled in and we kind of get our minds right, we switch into this graphic up here, which is our 6-phase incident response lifecycle. This is a pretty common lifecycle, and I recommend that everyone just treat this as a framework. This isn't something that absolutely has to be done. And typically we'll go in a circle from prepare, identify, contain, eradicate, recover, lessons learned, and then back to prepare. However, there are times where you'll have to bounce back and forth between these phases. And we use this as a framework to help direct our investigations. So when we talk about the prepare phase, we're setting up all of our detections. We're using threat hunting. We're using threat intelligence. We're building out those good detections so that we know, is there something that's evil? Is there something that's a false positive? Are we able to prevent that thing automatically? We're also looking at part of the preparation phase as, are we getting the right logs? Do we have the right visibility? Do we have the right level of access to do the things that we're going to need to do? The next phase is identify. And a lot of people will think about this as, all right, we found evil, let's declare an incident. But I also submit to the group that it is not just declaring an incident, but part of the identification phase is to scope. If you have one compromised endpoint, we need to look at the blast radius there. What other endpoints could that compromised endpoint have talked to? Or a user? What could they have done from the initial point of access? And that is part of the identification phase. Typically, we'll then move into contain. Now, in a perfect world, in a perfect network, and in a perfect, patched organization, who here has that, by the way? I'm curious. Okay, good. I didn't think so. All right, I'm not alone. But let's say that it was a very robust network with security architecture in mind. One of the containment actions that we might consider would be to isolate a network segment. We discovered that, hey, the blast radius is within that network, contain all of it so that it can't touch anything else. And we can consider that kind of as the start of the cleanup or the triage. Then we move into our eradicate phase. Let's make sure that everything that we just triaged is cleaned up. If it was a compromised endpoint, let's return it to a system of known good. If it was a user, do we need to reset their credentials? Do they need a whole new set of credentials? How do we protect that user? And let's fix their accounts. Now, some of the times as you're in your containment and your eradication phase, you'll find new indicators of compromise. You'll find more users that were affected. Maybe you'll find more URLs that were clicked. I have actually a running joke right now, which was, what's the worst security slogan you can come up with? And mine was, and I'm pretty sure I won, was Carpe Diem, click the link. So no one submitted anything after that, so I'll just take that as a win. But we can really take this and with new findings, like I mentioned earlier, switch back into an identification phase. Let's rescope with new information, new intelligence. with what is relevant to our organization, let's take another look at what we need to do to start triaging to really limit the blast radius and to prevent the spread of damage. And then with our recovery phase, we're finishing our cleanup. We want to restore business processes. We want to make sure the users are able to do their job successfully and in a safe manner. With lessons learned, personally, I feel like this is the most important part. After an incident has occurred, and I've had, listening to the talks today, just so many good examples of incidents, of ransomware, of secure configurations, vulnerabilities. When we talk about the lessons learned, we might call them post-mortem reports. If you're in the military, after action reports. But we outline here what went well, what went poor, what can we do to do better. In the center, I have decreased detection and response time. Now, for those of you in the incident response field, some of us might say that the primary goal of incident response is to identify the evil, contain it, and return the business back to a safe state so that it can thrive, make profits, do whatever it is that its purpose is in doing. I think it's more important that we focus on decreasing detection and response time. I like to operate under assumed compromise. I think that there's evil regardless of whether or not we have an alert. I think we need to utilize threat hunting to move ourselves from automatically detected IOCs like hashes, IPs, URLs. Let's get into tools. Let's get into tactics. What kind of processes are they doing in sequence that could be evil? A lot of the adversaries I've seen use binaries that exist on a system, like cert util, PowerShell, command prompt. That being said, my focus on decreasing detection and response time is because of this. There's only 10 types of people in this world: those who have been hacked and those who will be hacked again. The best thing that we can do is decrease that detection and response time. Let's get that time down as low as we can. Prevention will fail. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. Unless, of course, you take your computer, smash it with a hammer, bury it 6 feet under the ground, along with the rest of your network, and call it good. I think some of us would all like that. Does anyone here keep a gun next to their printer so that, if it makes a funny sound, they can shoot it in the face? I see hands. Okay, cool. Me too. C4, extreme, and I like it. The other things that I do on a daily basis are purple team activities. This is kind of a little bit nerdy, so I'm not sure if everyone here will get the reference. It's from a movie. But long story short, we have this character who's about to eat the buffet, and we got all these scared characters on the right. So in our purple team and the organization, the red team's like, all right, we got authorization, we got our rules of engagement, let's go. And us on the blue team are like, all right, let's hope the tools work. Let's hope the detections work. And I would say that a lot of times the tools don't work. But that goes back to our preparation phase, right? Do we have the right logs? And if the detection, the automatic alerts aren't working, do we have the capability to manually hunt and investigate ourselves? And not only that, but as part of the preparation, as part of purple team activities, a lot of people will think that, hey, we need to validate security controls. And that's true. I also think it's important that it's not just about validating security controls. It's about improving both teams. When the red team does something, and let's say blue team does not catch it, there should be a collaboration where it says, hey, I did this, here's how I did this. And then blue team can go back and validate, okay, here's how we could have found it. And it goes both ways. If red team gets caught, blue team, go talk to them, here's how we found you. You cleared the logs, it generated event 1102. And that's how I knew you were covering your tracks. And because you did that, I scoped backwards 5 minutes to see what else you did. And then I scoped forward 5 minutes to see what other log sources I could look at to find out what you were doing. And I think that it's so important to have that communication for continuous improvement. So that was kind of a blast through the first 2 parts of my talk. And kind of the next piece that I want to talk about, which is really important to me, and this is where I really want to spend some time with. I wanted to think about, during this talk, what is something that I could provide to all of you? I know that there are a lot of different levels of seniority in here. I know that there's a lot of different fields in here. I wanted to figure out what I could provide to you that would be of immediate value. After listening to my talk, after me showing you the things, what could you go home and do immediately? I settled on 6 things. 3 of them are some technical tools and resources. And granted, they're a little bit geared towards blue team, but I think that red team can use it as well. Here's what we're looking for. If you don't want to get caught, try to avoid doing these things. And then 3 of them are interpersonal. I can't tell you how important it's been over the past several years for me to understand that talking with people, taking care of yourself, taking care of your mental and physical health has been so incredibly important. And I want to share some of the lessons I've learned as well. I like to also preface this section with, if I say something that you guys like, use it. And if you don't like it, just discard it. Fair enough? Fair enough. The first piece, this is the React framework. It's based on MITRE ATT&CK. It's not the same MITRE organization. They're called Atomic Threat Coverage. And on this website, if you just Google React framework, it lists the 6 phases of incident response, and it has lists of all the steps that you could do as an incident responder to do these things. And this is a screenshot of it, right? If you visit their website, you'll see in the preparation phase, it's like 3 times as long as every other phase. And some of those things are take training, get access, get logs. And it's just so incredibly important. I have a friend who actually showed this to me recently within the last several months. And when I saw it, I was like, yo, I literally spent the last 3 years studying this kind of stuff. And now you're telling me there's a website that I can just go to and it tells me how to do my job? Okay, cool. So I hope that by sharing this with you, not just incident responders, but maybe managers, maybe team leaders, you can take this tool and say, hey, where are we today? Out of all these things for incident response, what's included in our incident response plan? What are we actively doing? What could we be doing? It's not pictured up here, but Atomic Threat Coverage also has a tool for called React Navigator. It does just about the same thing as Attack Navigator, which allows you to put an overlay on and say, all right, we did this thing, turn it green. We do this thing, turn it green. We do this thing, turn it green. You can generate score. You can make a heat map, just a really good visualization of where you are as far as your incident response maturity levels go. Moving on, this is also another resource that I wish that I knew about several years ago. What this picture is a website called uncoder.io. And what this translates what's called Sigma rules into other tool languages. Sigma itself is an open format. It's a generic language. It's based on YAML. And what this will do is it will define exactly what will happen in an event log. It'll tell you what processes that you should be looking for. And it'll give you the logic, and if not, and or not. So the example that I have up here is scheduled task creation. And we can see that the product is going to be Windows. The service, which in here is going to be our log source, is sysmon. Who here has sysmon deployed in their environment? Ooh, limited number of hands. Ooh, ooh. Well, I hope it's just for lack of not raising hands. If you don't have sysmon, please deploy the sysmon for the logs. Look at the logs, the 3 things of logging. And then on the right side here, I just used an example to translate this into the Splunk query language, or SPL. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of Sigma rules, and they're all free. They're all open source. You can literally just Google Sigma HQ rules, and it'll pop you right into their GitHub. And it's labeled, it's mapped to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So if you know, for example, that scheduled task creation is technique 1053, you could just search T1053, or just search for scheduled task, and it'll pop it up. I put this picture of Uncoder versus the picture of the GitHub because I thought this was a lot cooler. And Velociraptor. Okay, I could talk about this tool for hours. It is absolutely fantastical. It's free, it's open source. I think they were just acquired by Rapid7, and the community is great. There is a Discord channel if you want to interact with them. The developers will talk to you. The community develops their own plugins, or they're called hunts and artifacts. And with Velociraptor, you can do many things that are similar to tools you might know of, such as Fidelis, FireEye Enterprise Security. You can do things like get a shell on the target system if you need to interact with it, and you don't have to change your language syntax. If you know PowerShell, it uses PowerShell. If you know Linux, it uses Bash. You don't have to learn anything new, like custom query language, or you don't have to learn whatever Microsoft Defender's live response syntax is. I don't know what it's called, but it's not PowerShell or command prompt. So you can take your existing knowledge and just apply it right away. What's cool here is that the Velociraptor is very scalable. And with a small server, you can manage up to thousands of endpoints. And so as an example here, everything in Velociraptor is considered an artifact. We run hunts, and this specific hunt that I have up here, keeping with the scheduled task example, is for finding scheduled tasks. So basically what I did on my victim system was that I ran some scheduled tasks with Atomic Red Team, and then I ran this hunt. And as you can see here where I highlighted, you can see the actual syntax, the command start. You have your IEX, which is invoke expression, and it'll scale across all of your endpoints. I could talk for a long time about Velociraptor, and if you guys want to get with me after this and I can do a demo for you, I can do it in like 3 minutes. It's great. We also have the ability to create offline collection packages with Cape, and you can just bundle up into executable, hand it to an admin, and be like, hey, give me the output. Very easy. So I want to go into some of the 3 personal skills, interpersonal skills. What I found was when you're looking to make a change, when you're looking to improve your skills to the next level, when you're looking to learn something new, it's not easy. And I want people to know that it's okay to make mistakes. Don't be paralyzed by the fear of failing. Let's fail, learn from the mistakes, and let's try again. Let's try even harder next time. Something that worked for me was listening to motivational videos. My favorites are from Les Brown, It's Possible, and You Gotta Be Hungry. The second piece here is get away from the monitor if you have multiple ones. Some people have 3 monitors. It's me, guys, I'm people. I have 3 monitors and a TV and more monitors in another room. So many monitors. I believe that computer people can get easily engrossed in all of the things. Sometimes we just sit down, we just start working. 4 hours, 5 hours in, we haven't ate. My recommendation is just get away from the monitors, go for a walk, do some yoga. I'm a big fan of weightlifting. Just do something, get some fresh air. And I love this slide here because these are my 2 dependents. Yeah, these are my 2 dependents here. And yeah, so sometimes if I'm having just a real rough day, just can't figure out investigation, I just take these 2 and we go for a walk. And sometimes that gets the blood flowing, and we come back and we're fresh, and let's start over again. Let's get at it, pitter patter, you know what I'm saying? The third thing is radical candor. This is coined by Kim Scott. She developed this. And this is a compass that we can use to develop some of the best relationships that we've had. This we use as a compass to talk to other people. And what we can do here is this graph, we like 2x2 graphs. Going up is care personally on the vertical axis, and the horizontal is challenge directly. If we can find a way to care personally about people and be as direct as we can to ensure that our target audience is receiving the message properly, we will initiate just such profound growth within each other. If you see here that on the absolute opposite spectrum of this is mistrust, this is typically where you'll find a toxic work environment. Several years ago, I didn't have this, and I was in a work environment where I didn't know what I was experiencing. It was a toxic work environment. And if I had known about this, I would have exited even quicker than I did. And I'll never go back to that place, ever. No, well, I tell you what, guys, I could be bi, but but like a mythical amount of money, right? Like $1 billion. Like I could do that for a year. But I bring this up because if we can talk and interact with each other and be radically candid, I think the world would be an incredibly better place. This is just a summary slide. If you guys want to take a picture of it, Google the things later, cool. And if not, just reach out to me. More than happy to share anything that's up here and more with you guys. I tell you what, it was incredibly difficult to narrow down very few things that I wanted to talk about. There's so much stuff in here that I'm like, I could show them this, and this, and this, and this is cool, and I do this, but this is what I want to leave with you guys today. And finally, I want to talk about resiliency. When it comes to cybersecurity, whether you're red team, blue team, threat intelligence, whatever it is, even if you're not cybersecurity, if any field that you're in, it's going to be difficult. You're going to make mistakes, you're going to fail. But if you can fall down, try to land on your back so that when you fall down, you're looking up and you can get back up. This is one of my favorite quotes here, is that when you're starting to feel down about yourself, when you're starting to feel like you're not good enough, when that imposter syndrome is kicking in so hard, like it is for me today, listening to all the incredibly smart people here talk, just keep the faith in yourself. Number one, your time is coming. And then number two, there is greatness within you. And I want to leave you with this thought for everyone of every single level in here, that when it's starting to look bad, just keep the faith. It's going to be okay, and you're going to do great things. Guys, that is the end of my talk. I hope that you found something valuable here.
Hello.
I was wrong. I said that we weren't going to have a final speaker.
Oh, we do have a final
We do have a
speaker.
final speaker.
Okay, so a couple of things though, before we go into our final presentation, before Hacker Jeopardy and stuff, I wanted to let you guys know about the silent auction. So at all of the, can we turn the brightness down just a little bit? I cannot see. Thank you. So at all of the sponsor booths and at the places where you've interacted with, you should have received some prop money. We're also going to be giving away prop money during Hacker Jeopardy and stuff. But out in the lobby, you'll see that there's a couple tables that are set up with some cool swag that you can actually use that money to put towards the silent auction. Now, I want to let you guys know too that it doesn't matter what denomination you have. So you could have a $5, $10, $100, doesn't matter. It's just one banknote. So 100 is one banknote, a $5 prop money is one banknote. So just keep that in mind when you guys are actually doing your silent auction, and we'll be giving away some more stuff as we continue on as well. With that being said, I want to, you guys met Lisa earlier today. She is coming in to finalize this conference, and then we'll be going into Hacker Jeopardy right after that. So thank you so much, Lisa.
What time is Hacker Jeopardy supposed to start? I don't want to hold back from that. 4:30. Okay, got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. I have a water. Let's see if we can plug in here. Okay. Woo, there we go. Oh boy. Okay, yay. So this is what happens when you're talking to Omar and he says, hey, the next speaker isn't there. I'm like, oh, I have extra presentations, like joking around. And he was like, you're speaking. Those of you who know me well know I like to talk and I like to share and educate. So this topic is on building customer trust by strengthening your security practices. So it's a little different. It's not a technical talk, but more about learning from your customers and trying to learn from them to strengthen your own practices. So I'm not going to do the intro to myself because I've done that, but I'm going to poll you first. So how many of you have received a security questionnaire from a potential customer or given one, right? Good amount, right? Those are always so much fun. So when I think about things, I want to talk about how do you connect the customer and the security mindset, the supplier security mindset, and then how do you leverage those inquiries to learn to push forward your security practices? And then how do you enable your business to improve their security practices? How do we drive those improvements? How do we pull those product teams in? So first, so I'll get another poll. How many of you have a team that actually handles those customer security inquiries that you get? 1, 2-ish, right? Yeah, I'm very lucky in Dell. My team actually handles these inquiries. It's pretty cool to have this team because we could tap into that information. So I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But I want to talk about what's changing. Why is the landscape changing? We used to just start with SDL and vulnerability management and think, okay, we got this, and our customers say, okay, that's great, if they even inquired about it in the first place. But think about you now, right? You're sitting here and you're going to be signing with some vendors. What are the things that you're looking for when you're purchasing them? I mean, those vendors that we're talking out there, right? When even them, when you bring them into your infrastructure, what are their security practices? How do you know that they're good? And what would make you feel uneasy? What about your own practices that make you feel uneasy that your vendors would have? So we used to start and say, okay, we do vulnerability management, we're good. But now the mindset is changing, especially after Log4j, right? I mean, it started changing way back with Heartbleed. And Spectre Meltdown, put us forward again. But Log4j pushed us a whole nother level recently. They want to have multi-factor authentication, right? So it used to be something that was a hardening security practice that now is a must-have from some of our customers. They want to know about our security practices and not just, you do SDL and vulnerability response, but like, what is your SDL? Like, what are your controls? Do you do threat modeling? What else do you do? And then there's the questionnaires that come in. It's sort of like you could go and you could always be reactive to those questionnaires, or you could start thinking about being proactive. That maybe when you go into sales and the customer comes to sales, right away, those sales folks know what's going on so that they could better answer those questionnaires. And it's really about building trust way earlier on. And what we're noticing a lot lately is that security weaknesses are top of mind of our customers. So they're like, yeah, you should be fixing vulnerabilities. You should have that already. But what about these weaknesses? Are you fixing those findings? And then all the regulatory, I think we didn't mention it earlier, but there's supposedly like 140 different regulatory things that are going to be coming down to us. How are we going to handle it? How, our customers are going to want to know, are they going to be able to meet compliance to certain things? So when we talk about our mindset here and we think about a customer, their mindset is, oh my gosh, I don't want to get attacked, right? I don't want to violate any of these regulations. I don't want to have reputational damage. And I certainly don't want my stock to go down. And the way that they measure it is about security policies. So they're going to think about what are their own internal policies, but what are all their vendors' policies. And those of you who have gotten recent customer contracts, if you ever looked at them, they're not just saying, hey, you big corp need to have this. They're saying all your vendors need to have these practices in place also. So that vendor vetting process is really important, to make sure that just the same things that a customer is putting on that big vendor, all the vendors underneath that we're using have the same practices too, because that's what your customers are going to expect. And last are those fun industry regulations. How are, do you have an SBOM? Are you going to give me your SBOM? Things like that. So suppliers mindset, typically, I have SCL, I have ER, I'm great, right? I have the basics down. It's just unfortunately not good enough. So how do you approach the customers? How do you understand what's top of their mind? So one of the things that it's been a really good practice, and like I said, I came into Dell and I was lucky enough to have this team, and it was underneath me, and it was already pre-established. But to me, it was really ahead of its curve to think about having that a core team that focuses on customer trust. And it's from having an operational team that can answer those questionnaires that come in or inquiries, or some product might screw up and not, have an old OS or an old log4j version, that 1.x version. How do you handle that? How do you make sure that those inquiries come in and go to someone that could speak to the customer, intelligently about it? How do we enable the business to understand the customer needs? One downside about having a core team do this is that sometimes we're protecting those product teams too well, that they're not feeling the pain. They're not hearing that customer saying, I want this, I want that. So how do you pull that business in? How do you make sure you're educating them? And then also we think about our customer engagement. How are we making sure that our customers see what our security practices are, and that, we are partnering with them, that they're hearing it, and they're not just hearing it from sales, from marketing, but they're actually hearing it from like real security folks. So when you have a customer and their security team is talking to you as a security team, it really is a good partnership. And a lot of the times it's like, oh yeah, I understand the struggle that you guys are going through, SBOM. I'm doing it right now too. So, I get it. What's your journey? And you could really have an honest conversation. Lastly is thinking about the customer security experience. So anybody who talks to a customer, account managers or that customer support person answering the phone somewhere, they need to know how to get to this core team. They need to even know the terminology. When is it that a customer is reporting a vulnerability versus when do they have an inquiry about our practices? So in Dell, this is how we have our program. So we have our customer-facing teams, and it goes to what I call like the level 1. It's a security and customer trust team. Questions like SOC or what if there's an incident. So even beyond product security, we can answer all the security questions. But then within my team, I have this like level 2, this product security customer trust team. So this is when those inquiries get really difficult to answer. Like, do you do this? Do you do that? How was your security design? Did you design like this? The amount of questions that we're getting from our customers are way more intelligent than it ever used to be. We need to have our act together to be able to answer it. With that, we work with the product teams, we work with customer support, we work with sales, we work with the SDL and VR team. So when we think about our journey here with the customers, there's some basics that you just need to have as your start. And if those of you are new into the space or your company's still new, at least make sure you have some of the basics. Assign CVEs, publish the security advisories. Don't let your marketing scare you away from being transparent. I get it. I was in where they were like, oh my gosh, you know, our customers are going to think that we have so many vulnerabilities. Everybody has vulnerabilities, right? Everybody has vulnerabilities. So be transparent about it. Multi-channel communication. If you can have the API, you know, the VEX, if you could go onto a specific product page and see the security information too, besides just your maybe external security advisory page, like get it out there and get it out there as much as you can to your customers. Configuration guides, another thing. They're an afterthought, but there might be things that you allow in your product because of legacy stuff. If you're allowing like TLS 1.0 or something like that, which is scary, but you know, you want that configuration guide to say, you shouldn't enable this, like, or you're accepting the risk if you enable this. How do you handle the inquiries and questionnaires? How do you make sure that they don't sit in some customer queue for like, you know, like 30 days? That's not good, right? How do you handle the scans? We get like 400-page scan reports. How do you even handle that? How do you process that? How do you go back to the customer to say, hey, listen, I'm not going to process this 400-page scan. You need to go through it and figure out what's important for us to look at. And then a lot of customers are going to ask for the attestation letters. So making sure that you're doing pen testing, making sure that you're doing threat modeling, some of the basics. And then spend the time to train those customer-facing roles. Shift it left. Let sales know about what customer concerns are in security. Let them know about what your practices are so they could build that trust from day one. So these are the basics that I think about when I begin trying to earn a customer's trust. Then we need to continue on the journey. One of the ways to continue on is to learn about the interactions you've had with customers, about the experiences, taking it back to the business, taking it back to your security team. So when we think of Log4j was a lot of work, right? We thought we were doing pretty good. We had a security notice. We had indicated what was affected, what was not affected. We had an FAQ that was publicly posted. We had security advisories for each of the products that were affected. We did this coordination. It wasn't enough though. We had customers saying, how does your product actually use Log4j? What Log4j version is installed? I said this earlier. We had customers coming to us saying, you need to be on that 2.17.1. We had to go back to the customer and I had to say, listen, my job is to better protect you. And I'm not stopping these teams that are going and right now driving to that 2.16 where that active exploit is. So a lot of time we spent re-educating the customers. We had to do all this clarification about workarounds. There was tons of workarounds for Log4j. Thank goodness there were some workarounds and that we could do workarounds before we had, you know, public fixes out. But there was a lot of clarification that we had to do, a lot of hand-holding to step our customers through it. And then the remediation tracking. So that part was even more difficult because we would have customers and Dell has such a huge product portfolio. They'd be like, these are my 50 products. These are the versions of the products. Which ones are affected? When is the fix going to come? So it wasn't enough to just say, hey, you know, PowerEdge was affected. They wanted to know, was PowerEdge version X.X affected and all their other products. So some of the things that we learned with it and the opportunities we saw is we don't have a clearly defined end of security life. So we had product teams that were only fixing the latest version. If a customer doesn't know that the older versions aren't going to get security fixes, they wouldn't even potentially know that they were affected. How do we get that right awareness out and the education? How do we pull working groups together to help those customers? So definitely some lessons learned we had there. The other thing that we've been learning from is the fund executive order and SBOMs. And we have customers coming to us saying, we want an SBOM, right? We're waiving our money in front of you. We have this checklist. You need to have it. We want an SBOM or we're not going to sign this contract with you. So besides in the background, the processes, the tools and things like that that we're working on, we learned that we can't let the customer dictate the SBOM title. Who would have thought that we had to declare and have an article for our customers to talk about what the title is going to be? How do we handle the SBOM versions? How do we have a consistent response across the company? How do we not look disconnected? And what supplier terms need to be updated? We have to have all these vendor partners now. If I have a customer asking me for an SBOM, I need my vendors to have an SBOM. We just signed a contract with this vendor. We didn't put SBOM in there. How are we going to go and get that? So a lot of learning as we got there. Some of the other learnings that we've learned, and these are some of the top customer security concerns that we saw with the common practices, you know, do you do basic VR, vulnerability management, things like that? Do you do false positives? We talked about VEX earlier, you know, indicating if you're affected or not affected. If you indicate you're not affected, they're going to want to know why. My scanner's saying that you use OpenSSL. How do I know you're not affected? So thinking about that. The other thing that I've been really trying to drive is predictable security updates. So a lot of people heard of Patch Tuesday, right? Microsoft's. You know, trying to get to that. Our customers want to know when they're going to get the next security update. And they want to know that so they could best be prepared to get that update and apply it as fast as they can. They also want that update to not be with features, because when you have that update with features, we all know it takes longer to deploy it and longer to test it. The other thing that we talked about a little earlier was the end of security life. What is my security support life? Is it the same as my standard support? Can I really support security on something for 20 years, right? Let's think about that. If we have a version and another version, and every year we're doing 2 or 3 versions, you could end up having 400 platforms on our client side, Dell laptops that we now just need to support. That means whenever we have one vulnerability, we potentially have to deploy it in 400 different platforms. That's a lot of work. So thinking about that. Lastly, one of the other things we've been getting asked about is, what about our PII? Does your product display the PII? What customer data is collected? What about those log files? What's in the log files? So learnings and drive the upstream improvements into security practices. How do we make sure that we have these security questionnaires already pre-ready for our customers? How do we have the attestation letters already there? How do we do the targeting training for sales and customer security? How do we know what the requirements are from our customers and push them in? How do we know to make sure that we update our SDL controls, because now we have customers asking for these things on a common basis? How do we figure out what our process gaps are from our learnings here? So basically constantly learning and learning from these interactions. When we think about this, one of the things that we had to do, and we have to continue to do, and all of us should do, is educating our customers. If our customers come in and say to us, I'm not going to deploy your product unless I scan and there's 0 vulnerabilities, it's never going to happen. I mean, if that product consumes an OS, I mean, there's 5 to 7 vulnerability fixes a day on that OS. How do we educate a customer that that's not a practical decision? How do we educate the customer on coordinated disclosure? The reason why sometimes it might take something longer to fix is that we're working across multiple customers, multiple vendors of theirs, and we want to make sure that we're not zero-daying ourselves. How do we make sure that the customers understand scoring and what CVSS means and how they should figure out their risk based on their environmental factors? So there's all these fun things that are seen and what are not seen in our space here. So we have our little glacier here, and we could talk about what's seen is the behaviors, the results, our actions, but they don't know what's going on in the background. They don't know about this rescoring that's going on, the CVSS scoring. They don't know about our vendor practices. They don't know about my practices. They don't know about these maintenance releases. There's so many things that are not seen that are underneath that you now need to figure out, how are you going to explain that to your customers?
It's sort of like when we did the thing with the researcher earlier. The researcher has no clue all the stuff that's going on in the background when you're dealing with this. Neither do most of our customers. So how does this actually build customer trust? So we start off with the basics. We're transparent. We do our security advisories. We do CVEs, right? That's a good way to start building trust. As much as it seems scary to be transparent and say you have a vulnerability, that transparency is really good. Product pages, having that information, having security information, having a one-shop security and trust page, key. How do you go? We have this thing called My Service 360. Basically, if you're a customer, it knows what your systems that you bought, and therefore it's only going to target those security advisories for the systems that you care about. How do you make sure that you have those advisories in a place that's searchable? They could search by CVE, they could search by product, they could search by the data was updated. Continuing with the building the trust is to make sure that you're constantly learning, reassessing those controls. We have 62 SCL controls in Dell. We take those controls, there's guidance, there's a maturity assessment with it, but sometimes we realize there's gaps, right? How do we take and learn it? How do we get into those governance readouts? So we do quarterly governance readouts with all of our execs from the business units. We're now pulling that information, that customer information, and saying, hey, we had this conversation with customer A. They want us to have A, B, and C. And if we don't, they're not going to buy from us anymore. How do you get that visibility to the execs? How do you make sure that you're investing with customer-facing teams, having that transparency, that multi-channel notifications out there in a better way, think about the APIs that we're talking about with VEX and stuff like that that's coming down. Customers are going to have to handle this very quickly, so we need to make sure we're improving that. When we think about our customer security needs, everything in the threat landscaping is constantly changing, so we need to make sure we're changing with it. So there's just tons of regulations that we have, more coming. How do we meet them? Which ones do we meet? Which ones can we do a phased approach to meet? How much money is it going to cost us? How do we do artificial intelligence to help our customers better? So many different things to think about. Lastly, I want to talk about the business. So when we started some of our maturing of our security practices, like the security update cadence and the end of security support, we were talking to engineers. We were talking to the wrong people. We had to talk to product management. They are the right business stakeholders. Now, if any of you are product managers or talk to product managers, if you don't talk to them in their language, they're not going to pay attention to you. So you need to think about profit going down, about not making money, about a customer not buying, and bring those examples in. You need to push that customer first mentality that those product managers have and talk about how security fits into it. You need to think about your stakeholders and understand the impact, right? So that they understand that if they don't do some of these product security practices, they are not going to have those customers anymore. So the other thing that I've learned about product management is understanding your competitors. What are they doing? What are their security practices? If I could sit there and say, competitor A, B, and C is doing this and we're not, it's a solid win. If I could say competitor A is doing it but not B and C, it's still a good win because we could be ahead of the curve. So think about how aggressive they are with product management. And when we think about the competitiveness, the sales opportunity, the business impact, we need to think about all of these type of things and how to get product management engaged with those customers in those conversations and hearing that pain. So in closing, understand your customers' product security concerns, right? Utilize it. Find out who handles those concerns, those inquiries. Bring that knowledge in. Use that knowledge to better your practices. We're all here because we want to mature ourselves, our company, in security. Our customers want that too. If you use customers in your arguments, in your push, in every conversation, you're going to be better at pushing those maturity practices. Get the stakeholder buy-in. So think about product management, pull them into your conversations. And lastly, don't be afraid to share your journey. We may not have security update cadences for every product right now at Dell, but we're on a journey and I'm not afraid to talk about that journey. At least my customers know that I'm thinking about these. Are you thinking about this? Are they thinking about that? They're going to know that we're on a journey and they're going to trust in the fact that we've delivered a lot and that we're going to continue our journey to deliver more. Hey. Yes, that was a lot. They told me to be a little short. So are there any questions? Everybody just wants to get to Jeopardy. Oh, anyone? There you go. Jim. It would be great, but that executive order that we all love says, well, it's already published, so we might have missed that, but it says attestation, and they're trying to figure out what that actually means and how to deliver it. I don't know if we're going to win, Jim, but yeah. Yeah, I agree. So Jim was talking about the word attestation, and what was your suggestion, Jim? Which word do you? Affirmation instead. But the executive order talks about, attestation. It's been a common practice, but I do understand it's overloaded because it's in health fields and other areas. You have another question, Jim? Yeah. It is log for shell. The vulnerability was log for shell. I agree. The incident was log for shell. However, it was log for J and the nightmare afterwards when they had the 2.17, the 2.17.1, where we had customers saying, hey, you need to be on the latest and greatest. Why aren't you? And I'm like, that's business as usual. We have typical SLOs of how quickly we address that. We're not going to stop everything. I just had teams spending weeks and weeks and losing their holiday break. Yes, I agree, Jim. Yep. Yeah. Anyone else? They're like Jeopardy. Okay. I get another gift. I'll take it.
Thank you so
I got one
much.
for each kid now.
There you go. With what's in there, you might need it. All right, so thanks to all of our speakers, of course. We're going to prepare here in a moment to start Hacker Jeopardy. But I would like to just mention that we do have the silent auction happening with all of your vendor money. During Hacker Jeopardy, we're going to have some runners that are going to be giving out money for each right answer as well. In a moment, we're going to bring some of that stuff in here towards the end of Hacker Jeopardy, put it up here at the front. You guys can look at it. If you won some money during Hacker Jeopardy and you want to add to the silent auction, you can totally do that as well. But we'll actually start Hacker Jeopardy at 4:30, and we want to do that so that we give our workshop and our CTF guys time to come down as well if they want to join in. So I don't want to start early just in case they want to be a part of it. So take a little break, and we'll be back at 4:30.
In that box, in this box, I believe so. Okay.
Yes, it is. Hot mic. I never paid them. They wanted to do it.
Well done. They approached me.
Please hold. It's like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, I think.
Oh, I put it.
I could use one, yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, I filled this one. I'm good.
Off, on. Okay, cool. I was checking. Is it? Gosh. Darth Vader. Mwahahahaha. All right, so I just tweeted out that Hacker Jeopardy is starting, so hopefully people will come in for our quick closing ceremonies, moving into Hacker Jeopardy. So first off, thank you for showing up today. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to our community sponsors. Thank you to our volunteers, to our core team, to Carolina Theater, and everybody that has had some part in making today possible. So one of the events that we had today was our CTF, and they have some prizes to give out. So I'm going to let the Eversec team come up here and announce the CTF winners.
Thank you everybody for coming out to BSides. It's always a wonderful time. We've been doing this for a few years now, and it kind of gets better and better every year. And so we're happy to announce that we're going to announce the top three with prizes acquired by our lovely organizers here. So the first one in first was Hackpack from North Carolina State University. If you guys want to come up. So I think we're gonna maybe have somebody take some pictures. Can we get somebody?
Yes. Yeah. Congrats on a Wi-Fi pineapple. Yeah, come on up here. Now they had a large.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Get the biting. Perfect. Yeah. Good job, guys. Congrats, everybody. In second, we have a mini year returning veteran, Securisec. I don't know if he's still here. Josh, you here? No, did he leave? I don't know if he's here or not. Hackpack cleared by 18 seconds over. They tied for first. So
Bitter pill to lose by 18 seconds.
yes, but first over the line. So and then in third we have Peyton Sec. Peyton. Yeah. And we have a software-defined radio. Again, thank you so much, everybody. If you are interested in learning any more about CTF, feel free to reach out to any of us on Twitter or on the the BSides Slack channel. I'm actually going to leave the CTF up for a few more days, maybe in a week or two, because it's all on Google Cloud this year. So if you didn't get a chance to do it today and you want to do it some more, feel free to register. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeff. You got anything to say, Jeff?
Yeah, I just want to say that it was awesome this year to see so many people coming back, because we've done this all the years with COVID and the rest. And last year was it was a little empty up there, and it just thrills me to see so many of you coming back and to see the fact that we had the room, or at least our side, full, and we're having to extend it into the other side as more people were there. Lots of learning that went on with the CTF, lots of people that saw some really good stuff, and we're happy to be here and help educate everybody so that all of you can become the next leaders in security here. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. We also, one of the vendors had a drawing, Mend, who was one of our sponsors. The winner of the bourbon was Patricia Ray. The winner of the rye was Dan Greenhouse. And the winner of the Amazon $50 gift card was Brandon Riley. Special thanks to our villages, as well as our CTF guys and our workshop guys. They spend a lot of time prepping to come here and to offer, some portion of the event for you guys too, whether that's lockpicks. There's a lot of different things and coordination that goes into those individual villages, the career village, Eversec CTF, etc. So just make sure that you thank those guys, and we hope to see you all here next year as well. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Patrick McNeil from Oak City Locksport to take on our Hacker Jeopardy. Thank you, guys.
All right, I'm sorry to disappoint some of you today. I did not wear the sequin jacket. I had a couple of requests, but yeah, I was a little hot. Is there anybody up there? No, good. All right, so the way this is gonna work, I am getting blinded by these lights, so I'm gonna need some help from the BSides staff. The way Hacker Jeopardy works here is we're gonna read the answer, and you have to phrase your response in the form of a question, but I need everybody to raise your hand if you believe you know the correct question. We'll go over the rules in just a second, but yeah, I did see that. We will have a final Jeopardy round based on the top 3 point earners, and third place is an RTL SDR with an accompanying hobbyist book. Second place is an Elegoo Arduino Uno project set. And the first place is Proof of Concept or Get the Fuck Out 3-volume book set. All right, so gameplay. We're going to be giving you the answer. You can ring in by raising your hand. BSides RDU staff is going to point out to the first person they can see. So you have a distinct competitive advantage sitting up here versus way in the back. Just saying, if you're going to participate, in the center is easiest for them to see. You must provide your answer in the form of a question. If you don't, we're going to call on the next person, and you might have just given the answer out. If the right question is given, actually, we probably need to hook this up. We need to write down like who got what number of points, or do you want to trust them that they're going to collect their own, record their own point values?
No, Matt is going to take care, or we'll take care of the
Okay, all right. Please be honest. Okay, yeah, and then so Final Jeopardy, the top 3 earners are going to come up here, and we are going to give you the Final Jeopardy answer. Same thing, form of a question. We will give you the we'll give you the category first, and just like on Jeopardy on TV, you write down your question and the point value that you wish to wager. Then we'll actually go through and see who won. If we have 2 or more that tie in Final Jeopardy, we may do a runoff question here. Okay, so the categories for today are OG crypto. So we're not talking cryptocurrencies. This is cryptography, people. Abbreviations. So they're all technical abbreviations. Tech nerd math. So if you are not familiar with tech nerd math, this is HTTP response codes, TCP UDP ports, things like that. And so I'll give you like response code minus a particular protocol, and you have to give me the final result of that math. Locks is a new category this year. So locks and lock terminology, some general security stuff, things that have happened in the media, and then lastly, specifically the IP protocol stack. Ashley, would you like to pick the very first question for us? And whoever gets the next answer or whatever, you're going to pick the next category, just like on Jeopardy. Okay.
Tech nerd math for 20.
Tech nerd math for 20. Man, she's skipping around. Oh, and I'm going to get my phone out just in case I forget the answers. Because I put this together a little while ago and, you know, maybe my math skills aren't up to par. Okay, tech nerd math for 20. Forbidden minus unauthorized. No. Canceled? No, the math here is forbidden minus unauthorized. What is 2, correct? You started off with a hard one, apparently. Okay, Corey, locks for 10. Okay. This type of lockpick can manipulate several pins or wafers at once, performing a brute force attack. Correct. What? Yes. Abbreviations for 10. All right, the words abbreviated by .yaml. Correct. Yet another markup language. Oh no, crap. It's burned. It's burned. It's burned. Okay, all right, Ashley, you can pick the next one. All right, locks for 20. This type of lock security pin sounds like it might be used in sewing. Correct. What is a spool pin? Andrew, what is the next category? OG crypto. Thank God. This type of one-way function used in cryptography shares a name with a popular breakfast side dish. Correct. What is a hash? All right. What is the next category, sir? OG crypto? I got some OG crypto over here, man. Okay. The smallest key size in bits used with the advanced encryption standard AES symmetric cipher. No. Oh, geez. Correct. What is 128? 20, yep. And what's the next category? 50. All right. Yeah, there's that. I'm going to make sure I actually know the right answer before I. Right? Hoser. Okay. The NSA specifically designed the Advanced Encryption Standards SBOX implementation to be resistant against this technique before it was known to the public. Crap, he got it. Good job. 50. All right, Andrew. Continue sweeping the board, sir. For 50. Oh, geez. What is the abbreviation for a CWE 95 attack? This requires you know some sort of application security stuff. I see a hand up front here. No. No. I got one more and then we're going to burn it. Yeah, and I'm going to give my buddy Dan some crap because he wrote this question for me. Okay, what is remote code execution? He said injection on here, but it is an RCE. Okay, Ashley, I guess it's up to you since we burned that one. For 20, all right. The full name for a WAF, which can protect against cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and other attacks. Correct. What is web application firewall? We got the easy one. You could have given her an alias, you know. You didn't have to really tell her your name. Oh, okay. Make it sound really benign so she doesn't know it's an alias. Got it. Got it. All right, Brian, what is the next category? General security for 10. Siemens Step 7 controllers were hacked to spin Iranian centrifuges fast enough to tear themselves apart using this malware. What are you pointing at, Ashley? Correct. What is Stuxnet? Mike. That is the, yeah. That was only 10 points, yep. Mike, what is the next category, sir? Mike. Sorry? IP protocol 410? Okay. An IPv4 address, also known as localhost. Correct. 10. Come on, somebody. For 20. This address category is a logical identifier for a group of hosts in a computer network. No. Nope.
Not in the form of a question. It's burned, right?
It's burned? Okay. What is multicast? Multicast address. Yes. What's the next category? 2022 marks the 80th anniversary of the breaking of this cipher made possible by the boarding of submarine U-559. Correct. What is Enigma? They stole an Enigma machine. What's the next category, sir? Okay. The three inventors who lent the first initial of their last name I guess two of one of the, yeah, world's most popular public key algorithms. The three inventors, incorrect. Nope. The inventors' names. Correct. Good job. Oh shit, did he not say it in the form of a question? Uh-oh. No, sorry. Oh, you fucked it up. Sorry. Oh man, we burned it. We burned it. Okay, Ashley, I'll leave it up to you. For 50, geez. The name for a mapped address allowing IPv6 tunneling through IPv4 NATs. Correct. Nice. Somebody knows his IP. What is Teredo? Brian. What's your name again? This digital extortion gang is most known for its hacks against NVIDIA, Samsung, Ubisoft, and Microsoft in early 2022. Correct. What is Lapsus? Brian 2. Brian 2. What's that? That one was for 20. No, wait a minute. Yeah, for 20. Yep. Okay, other Brian. IP for 40. IP and it hurts. These IPv6 addresses have a prefix of FE80 /10. I believe that's correct, but I'm gonna like double check my brain here. Yes, link local address. Whew. That was 40. Dear God, just give him the Final Jeopardy prize already. Same category. This field of an IP datagram is decremented by 1 for each hop. Correct. What is time to live? That was 30. Yep. What's the next category, sir? Tech nerd math for 50. Geez, digging deep. All right, I'm gonna make sure I have the answer right. Yeah. LDAPs minus enhance your comm. Yeah, this is hard. Never mind is not an answer.
Hey, if you're not gonna raise your hand all the way, get your hands off your head. Come on, man.
No.
One more guess. Andrew, what is 42?
No. I know that's supposed to be the right answer all the time, but no. Who here has actually heard of the Enhance Your Comm HTTP response code? You've heard of it? Yeah, so it's like a back off mechanism. And so, yeah, it's 216. Yeah. Enhance your comm, dude. Yeah. General security for 30. This infamous password was allegedly used on the software update server that was involved in a famous supply chain hack. No, close though, but no. that was used in a joke or a meme or whatever, but no. No, come on. Supply chain attack. Supply chain. Software supply chain. I didn't hear the answer. Yell at me. Correct. Yeah. I think technically we should have burned that because we got more than 3, but I'm liking that somebody finally got it. What is SolarWinds 1, 2, 3? Yeah, Brianna. Yeah. All right. What is the next category? Is that Bob sitting next to you? Tech nerd math for 10? Okay. HTTP OK minus SSH. Sorry, I'm actually looking it up because I'm a dope. What? No.
Brian. Hold on, we have to do math.
Yeah. It's not. It's not. Was there a next person, Ashley?
Oh, Brian got it right. He said 178.
Oh, I didn't hear. Did you call on him?
Yeah, Brian got it.
Oh, yeah. What is 178?
Real Brian.
Brian in the back. What is the next category? In this famous video from 2008, the YouTuber Next Gen Hacker 101 purportedly shows all the users on a site using this command. Correct. What is tracer T? If you've never seen this video before, look it up. You will cringe and laugh your butt off. Tracer T. That's how he says it in the video. Locks 430. This threaded lock cylinder is typically used in commercial storefronts. No. No. One more. Nobody? No. What is a mortise cylinder?
All right. General security for 40.
General security for 40. Robert Morris exploited a buffer overflow in this digital software to create the self-replicating internet worm of 1988. No. Yeah, that's the name of the worm. What did he exploit though? No. All right, we're burned. It was the finger protocol, finger daemon. Yep. Yeah, there were several different protocols, but the buffer overflow specifically was the finger network service. Right? I'm old enough to have had a finger profile. I'm just saying. Yes, exactly. Specified by the lock manufacturer, this refers to the greatest allowable difference between adjacent pin sizes or key cuts. No. You're on the right track, but I'm looking for the term. Brian. Apparently the lock trivia is too hard for this crowd. Was that 3 or are we at 2? Okay. No. It is the maximum adjacent cut specification. Yes, there's another Mac.
All right, locks for 50.
Locks for 50. This lock was the first known high security lock and the subject of a contest with a 200 guinea prize to the first person to pick it. And I see Jim Duncan agonizing over here because it's in the back of his head. Yeah. Come on, Cyrus. You're my go-to on this if he doesn't know it. No. This is old lock. No. No. What was the Brahma lock? No. No, it was English lock. Yeah. All right, Ashley, what is our next category? Oh man, you're gonna make me go back here to make sure I don't fuck it up. Again, yeah, whatever, guys. Okay, so yeah, if anybody can fuck it up less than me, you're yeah. Okay, Tech Nerd Math for 30, you said. DNS plus moved permanently. Close, but no.
In the back, black shirt, yes.
No, so close. Moved permanently, by the way. No, everybody's like honing in. Yeah. It's burn. It's 354, yeah. 53 plus 301. Move per, not 302. Internet relay chat minus internal server error. Everybody remember their IRC ports? No, but really close. No, he doesn't need any more points. Yeah, it's a rounding error.
Yo, Matt, what's your answer?
No.
Not in the form of a question anyways.
You're way off anyways.
Say it again.
No, all right, we're burning it. 6167. I hated it. You were so close. All right, which one of the two? For 40. This is the request type denoted by AXFR. Correct. What is a DNS zone transfer?
You're which one? Will.
Okay, last one on the board. The missing 8 middle characters in K8S. No. Is it? All right. I didn't understand what she said then. Ooh. All right, that is it. So Ashley, who are our top 3 earners?
So we have Andrew with 160, Brian with 120, and Will with 70. So if you 3 want to come up here.
Woohoo!
And you guys come sit on this side of the stage.
Oh, it's right here. And I was like looking around for this. All right.
We're just waiting, so.
Sorry? All right, so the final Jeopardy topic is U.S. intelligence stories. And what I'd like you to do is write down your wager right now on your card. And write down your wager and write down your name on the card.
Oh, we gotta say it first, right? Together.
What's that? Oh.
There's a
All
tech
right.
number.
Does everybody have their name and their point value written down at this point? So they need to write down their question on those as well. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right. We're going to use your Jeopardy song though, Ashley. All right. So the answer is, in 1999, what was banned from the NSA's headquarters out of fear that they might reveal national security secrets, that they might reveal national security secrets? Well, I guess repeat works too, yeah.
I'm afraid I don't know that one. Are you guys all answered? You're good to go? All right.
Okay, so we're going to start here first.
All right, Brian.
How much did you wager?
Wagered 110.
Okay. And what was Tamagotchi? No. All right, so Ashley, if he wagered 110, what would his new total be?
His new total is 10 points.
Oh. Okay, Andrew, what did you wager?
I wagered 90.
Okay, and what was your answer?
What are Furbies?
What are Furbies? Correct. Holy crap, he's got to have smashed it. All right. Wow. Okay. And at the end, how much did you wager?
I wagered all of it.
What was your guess? The what? Oh, the clocks. Okay, so Andrew, first place. Second place. And third place, yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right, so we're gonna bring the stuff in from the silent auction, and we're gonna go over those winners here in a moment. Give Patrick a hand, though. Good job, Patrick.
We love you, Patrick.
Yeah, I love you too.
Don't fuck it up anymore. I got $1.
Everyone gets $1.
Patrick, put your foot right there, where it says "Do not step."
Hey, you gotta point it up. Yep.
Am I gonna pull an Omar if I do that?
No, we don't have bubble wrap.
Oh.
Not going to Just leave your laptop there.
Yeah, no thanks. Good. How are you?
I like your MySpace handle.
My what?
Your MySpace handle. Awesome.
MySpace handle. What are you talking about?
All right. Huh?
When?
Whenever. I don't care. You got to point it up and just, it's a little sticky. It's complicated.
I don't know where safe is. I don't know where safe is.
All right. Has everybody put their bids in for the silent auction? If you have not finished doing your silent auction, you have 1 minute. Notice the random money falling from the sky. Is there something you really want?
Amateur. Yes.
All right. You guys sitting down. There's nothing you guys want up here? All right. I'm just saying. Some of the things, there's like 10 items of, so it's going to be the first 10 people. So there's plenty of opportunity. Just a reminder that it's one banknote, not the denomination on the actual bill. So if you have 10 $100 bills, you only have 10 banknotes. Is it sticking? Yeah. It might also have a dead battery. Sorry.
This is how we do it in Vegas.
There you go. All right. Oh, yeah. All right. All right. We're not going to rain any more money down, I swear. But I'm just going to throw this last stuff on the floor, too. Like. All right, you got 1 minute. I know I said that before, but for real, get off the stage if you're done. We're simple around here. We got places. There's an after party to be at right now. Beers, pizza, free. Hey, don't throw my. Say what? It is not. Ponies. All right. 30 seconds. Oh, I know. All right. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1.25, 1, half a second, 0. No more pens. Lift your pen. Lift your pen. Get off the stage. Thank you. All right, I need some of my volunteers that Tyler, mostly my core team. So Tyler, Phil, anybody that's here from our core team that wants to help out real quick, we're going to give these prizes out. The hecklers. The vintage staff. Retro. All right.
So the top three?
Yep.
We got Hacktoberfest.
So, it's a three-way tie.
Okay.
All right, so we have a three-way tie for things that are 3. So this actually works out. Hack Pack. What? Roger?
His name is Exa.
Exa?
EXA.
Sorry.
It's hard to read the handwriting. I'm really.
And Brian C. Brian C. This is to win the thumb drive. So Hack Pack, you guys got a set. Come on up. Come get your prizes.
Yeah. 20 individual bills.
Okay, sorry. All right, next up. All right, the next thing we have an SDR kit, that Hack Pack one for 60. Come on and get your prizes. I'm not going to hold them forever. I'll go to the next one.
Yes. I will hand prizes.
So for our tactical pens, for 50, Patricia Alessa, are you here? I think I'm reading this. Oh, Patrick. Sorry. Hey. Hey, it was literally like a thing and a little thing. It looked like IA, not a K. I'm so sorry. Brian Curl for 21. Lisa Rogers on here twice for 20 each. What? What just went for 60? The SDR kit? All right, so there's an Arduino Uno R3 kit, Hack Pack one for 11.
Whoa. Wow, nicely done. A sweep.
All right, So we had 2 Weller soldering kits or soldering stations. Lisa Rogers for 40 and Hackpack for 30. What are you guys doing?
Oh, hell yeah. I missed that entirely.
Useless, but it turns out the ones were just as much as the.
I mean, okay. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yes, the soldering irons. All right, so the Faraday cage books, we have Lisa Rogers again for 30 and Kevin Ryan for 25.